then answer some of those questions that were raised. Can we be joining those dots now?
Oh, well, exactly. After this particular letter came in light, now the dots has been connected and can be connected, because now it could be clearly seen that the Conman himself, the man who has been already arrested, is under the judicial custody, making such big claims that the minister of Aam Aadmi Party was meeting him inside the jail. His associate was meeting him inside the jail. There were several offers which was given. He was threatened by the minister that not to come out with the connections of Aam Aadmi Party and the minister himself in front of anyone. That's something which has been written in this very letter. There the years has been mentioned. When in 2017 the Conman was jailed. After that it was Satyendar Jain, whom he met first in 2015, came in touch and extorted him and rather threatened him to not to come out with any kind of connection. That's the big claim which has been made in this particular letter which has been written to LG. And there the claim, one side is being made by Bharatiya Janata Party. We have seen how Bharatiya Janata Party today in the morning has started this story, and they came out with a claim that we are going to come out with a big expose. After that, this was none other but Shahzad Punewala of Bharatiya Janata Party who came out with this particular connection. Now this is the letter which is in light, which was written earlier, and in this very letter it is very much written clearly that what exactly were the connection and how Satyendar Jain, the Aam Aadmi Party minister, is also connected, and how these were the associate of Satyendar Jain who was also in connection with the Conman. On the other hand, he has been also saying that I'll provide all the proof, all the documents, all the connections to the agencies. So there he is requesting the agencies to cooperate, to consider him. But that's the big allegation which was made in by Bharatiya Janata Party, and now this letter coming in light is making it more solid, rather we should say, and making to give a more trouble to the Aam Aadmi Party, whether they are going to question the same. Because for the day, let me tell you, this is none other but Arvind Kejriwal himself who is going to hold a press conference today. This was Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, who was to hold a press conference today. So whether they are going to speak on the same, whether they are going to speak about Satyendar Jain connection. We have seen Aam Aadmi Party earlier also,
right,
how he has been defended by Arvind Kejriwal, how he has been defended by the Aam Aadmi Party, giving them the clean sheet, giving Satyendar Jain the clean sheet and saying that this is a witch hunt. So we are just waiting for the update if Aam Aadmi Party is also going to speak about the same. But this is big. If we talk about this particular letter which was written to LG, this is in this particular letter, the claims which has been made in is going to be very, very big, and Bharatiya Janata Party is not going to leave it that easy, as we are seeing the BJP in the attacking mode since from the morning. Yes.
Right, Anuj, stay with us. Piyush, if I could come back to you. Piyush, what are you hearing from the Aam Aadmi Party on this? Are they going to address these allegations, and grave ones at that have been made by the BJP against them? Not just that, this letter which we now also have access to seems to suggest that leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party, particularly Satyendar Jain, was continuously in touch with Sukesh Chandrasekhar, even though he was lodged in Tihar Jail over, allegations of running these rackets.
So I will just add on to some very pertinent and very important points raised by my colleague Anuj. He said that yes, today not only two major ministers of Aam Aadmi Party, namely Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, were to address a press conference. Now the press conference of Manish Sisodia, it seems, has been delayed, but Arvind Kejriwal is expected to make a press conference at around 12 p.m. So yes, it is going to be interesting to see, as has been mentioned by my colleague Anuj, that would he address this issue. Now for long, the Aam Aadmi Party has maintained that it is all a political vendetta. This is all an witch hunt which has been done by the Bharatiya Janata Party to malign the party, and they have stood very firmly with Satyendar Jain. This in addition to several accusations that have been heard against Satyendar Jain. The latest being that how he, being the jail minister, is availing all the benefits and facilities at Tihar Jail, where he is being lodged presently. So yes, this is a major allegation. This is a serious allegation. Now, another important point which has been raised through this letter is that how Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who again is been facing a trial in the 200 crore extortion case, has revealed that how he was threatened by none other than Satyendar Jain to keep quiet and not reveal the dubious political connections which he had. So yes, this letter may just be a tip of iceberg, and if Sukesh Chandrasekhar under section 164C does come out and speak, he may spill more beans, and he may take out more names which can prove to be extremely uncomfortable for Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely.
Back to the studio.
Absolutely. Piyush, stay with us. Let me go back to Samiksha right now, who's joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Now, Samiksha, you know, you were taking us through that letter, and in that letter, it does seem that this 2 crore rupees being paid every month for protection, and how much amount was paid by him? And also, you know, the political contribution part, where he says that I paid 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party. Can you take us through those aspects?
So just the operative part of this letter that's been written, well, in totality, the whole letter has some very serious allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party, where Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar clearly states that he was visited by Satyendar Jain multiple times. Way back in 2017, he was visited by Satyendar Jain. He was asked by him to contribute to AAP, following which he would be given a seat for the Rajya Sabha MP. Thereafter, in 2019 as well, he was visited by Satyendar Jain and his secretary as well as his close aide, where they asked him to pay 2 crore rupees every month as a protection money to live safely in jail. Now remember, just we put out those visuals also that have surfaced of the kind of VVIP treatment that was given, that has been given to Satyendar Jain, to beg your pardon, Sukesh, while he's lodged inside jail, to get even the basic facility provided. So yes, he was visited by the AAP minister multiple times, and also the fact that he says that he was asked to pay 2 crore rupees every month to live safely and to get all the facilities inside the jail. Not just this, Sukesh also goes on to say that he was asked to pay 1.5 crore rupees to the DG prisons, 10 crore in 2 to 3 months time, amounts that was collected in Kolkata through associate. 10 crore basically to Satyendar Jain and 12.5 crore to the DG prisons. Also, Sukesh Chandrasekhar there very clearly states that he would want a detailed inquiry into this. He's willing to get his statement recorded as well. He wants an FIR to be registered, and that he would get his statement recorded, and he's willing to provide all the cooperation that is needed to get to the bottom of this case.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Samiksha. Anuj, any word that we are getting right now as to why Sukesh Chandrasekhar decided to keep quiet for so long? Because it does seem that he suggests in the letter that there was a lot of political pressure on him, that he was told again and again by Satyendar Jain, at least at 2 occasions, he was asked whether he told the investigating authorities anything. So tell us more about. All right, I'm going to come back to all of you on the ground in just a bit, but Mr. Malviya on the phone line with us. Mr. Malviya, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Malviya, these allegations that have now come out against the Aam Aadmi Party are extremely grave. Now, in hindsight, would it appear to you that the questions that were being raised about how someone like Sukesh Chandrasekhar was able to operate this entire scam from within the Tihar Jail may now be answered, because obviously, palms were being greased?
If a convict in Tihar Jail is paying 10 crore rupees to the jail minister as protection money, you can imagine the scale and proportion of corruption. He has paid another 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party for a possible position in the party in South India. And therefore, Arvind Kejriwal must be asked what position did he put on sale, and are all positions in the Aam Aadmi Party up for sale. There have been allegations about the Aam Aadmi Party selling tickets and Rajya Sabha seats, but now it's sorting money from convicts in jail is another new high for the Aam Aadmi Party. A party that rose from an anti-corruption movement is today completely in the throes of corruption. We recently saw Aam Aadmi Party's money caught in Hawala scam in Gujarat. We have seen similar allegations emerge here in Delhi on account of various programs and schemes that they have been running. So clearly there is a lot that Arvind Kejriwal needs to answer, not just his incompetence and his inability to govern either Delhi or Punjab, but also the massive corruption that he has unleashed in Delhi, whether it was the liquor excise scam or the rampant rise in corruption in Punjab. It is for everybody to see. But should Delhi's jail minister, who's currently lost in jail and is himself availing of facilities like a massage in the jail, was something like this provided to Sukesh Chandrasekhar for the 10 crore rupees that they recovered from him? That is the question that must be asked. And Arvind Kejriwal must be asked, what is this position that he sold for 50 crores? These are serious allegations. The agencies need to investigate and get to the bottom of it. The courts have found Satyendar Jain guilty on multiple occasions, and clearly this is another charge that will take him down further.
Absolutely. Mr. Malviya, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, does have a press conference that's lined up this afternoon. We'll have to wait and watch whether they answer any of these questions that this letter has now raised. You are watching Republic TV. We will be back with more details on the letter that has been written by Sukesh Chandrasekhar to the Delhi Lieutenant Governor.
एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना? दीजिए आपको, आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा, मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ। पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है? देखिए आप किस that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है, हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है। It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge, had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to
जा रही है। मैं विशेष रूप से हमारे कटारा कनकमल जी का और यहाँ के समाज का भी आज सर झुका करके नमन करना चाहता हूं। जब मैं पहले आता था, एक पूरा वीरान क्षेत्र था और मैंने आग्रह किया था वन महोत्सव के द्वारा, आज मुझे समाज का भी आज सर झुका करके नमन करना चाहता हूं। जब मैं पहले आता था, एक पूरा वीरान क्षेत्र था और मैंने आग्रह किया था वन महोत्सव के द्वारा, आज मुझे इतना संतोष हुआ, चारों तरफ मुझे हरियाली नजर आ रही है। आपने पूरे श्रद्धाभाव से वन विकास के लिए जो काम किया है, इस क्षेत्र को जिस प्रकार से हरा भरा बना दिया है, मैं इसके लिए यहां के सभी साथियों का हृदय से आज मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, उस क्षेत्र में जब विकास हुआ, जब सड़कें बनी, तो वहां के लोगों का जीवन तो बेहतर हुआ ही, गोविंद गुरु की शिक्षाओं का भी विस्तार हुआ। साथियों, गोविंद गुरु जैसे महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी भारत की परंपराओं के, भारत के आदर्शों के प्रतिनिधि थे। वो किसी रियासत के राजा नहीं थे, लेकिन फिर भी वो लाखों लाखों आदिवासियों के नायक थे। अपने जीवन में उन्होंने अपना परिवार खो दिया, लेकिन हौसला कभी नहीं खोया। उन्होंने हर आदिवासी को, हर कमजोर, गरीब और भारतवासी को अपना परिवार बनाया। गोविंद गुरु ने
ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो नाम क्या है? नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है, हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge, had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
When hard question asked to the Chief Minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do our reporting. Why should I get out of the premises? क्या आपको मना किया गया है? हाँ, मना किया गया है। आप लोग हो कौन? आप लोग
आपको मालूम हो जाए।
सवाल करने के लिए आप लोग हो कौन?
Number of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a
अंग्रेजी हुकूमत ने 1,500 से ज्यादा युवाओं, बुजुर्गों, महिलाओं को घेर करके उन्हें मौत के घाट उतार दिया। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, एक साथ 1,500 से ज्यादा लोगों की जघन्य हत्या करने का पाप किया गया। दुर्भाग्य से आदिवासी समाज के इस संघर्ष और बलिदान को आजादी के बाद लिखे गए इतिहास में जो जगह मिलनी चाहिए थी, वो नहीं मिली। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में आज देश उस कमी को पूरा कर रहा है। आज देश उस दशकों पहले की भूल को सुधार रहा है। साथियों, भारत का अतीत, भारत का इतिहास, भारत का वर्तमान और भारत का भविष्य आदिवासी समाज के बिना पूरा नहीं होता। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई का भी पग पग इतिहास का पन्ना पन्ना आदिवासी वीरता से भरा पड़ा है। 1857 की क्रांति से भी पहले विदेशी हुकूमत के खिलाफ आदिवासी समाज ने संग्राम का बिगुल फूंका था। 1780, आप सोचिए, 1857 से भी पहले 1780 में संथाल में तिलका मांझी के नेतृत्व में दामिन सत्याग्रह लड़ा गया था, दामिन संग्राम लड़ा गया था। 1830-32 में बुधू भगत के नेतृत्व में देश लड़का आंदोलन का गवाह बना। 1855 में आजादी की यही ज्वाला सिद्धू कान्हा क्रांति के रूप में झल उठी। इसी तरह भगवान बिरसा मुंडा ने लाखों आदिवासियों में क्रांति की ज्वाला प्रज्वलित की। वो बहुत कम आयु में चले गए, लेकिन उनकी ऊर्जा, उनकी देशभक्ति और उनका हौसला ताना भगत आंदोलन जैसी क्रांतियों का आधार बना। साथियों, गुलामी के शुरुआती सदियों से लेकर 20वीं सदी तक आप ऐसा कोई भी कालखंड नहीं देखेंगे जब आदिवासी समाज ने स्वाधीनता संग्राम की मशाल को थामे न रखा हो। आंध्र प्रदेश में अल्लूरी सीताराम राजू गारू के नेतृत्व में आदिवासी समाज ने रंपा क्रांति को एक नई धार दे दी थी, और राजस्थान की ये धरती तो उससे भी बहुत पहले ही आदिवासी समाज की देशभक्ति की गवाह रही है। इसी धरती पर हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन महाराणा प्रताप के साथ उनकी ताकत बनकर के खड़े हुए थे। साथियों, हम आदिवासी समाज के बलिदानों के ऋणी हैं, हम उनके योगदान के ऋणी हैं। इस समाज के इसने प्रकृति से लेकर पर्यावरण तक, संस्कृति से लेकर परंपराओं तक भारत के चरित्र को सहेजा और संजोया है। आज समय है कि देश इस ऋण के लिए, इस योगदान के लिए आदिवासी समाज की सेवा कर उनका धन्यवाद करे। बीते 8 वर्षों से यही भावना हमारे प्रयासों को ऊर्जा देती रही है। आज से कुछ दिन बाद ही 15 नवंबर को भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती पर देश जनजातीय गौरव दिवस मनाएगा। आदिवासी समाज के अतीत और इतिहास को जन जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए आज देश भर में आदिवासी स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को समर्पित विशेष म्यूजियम बनाए जा रहे हैं। जिस भव्य विरासत से हमारी पीढ़ियां वंचित रह रही थी, वो अब उनके चिंतन का, उनकी सोच का और उनकी प्रेरणाओं का हिस्सा बनेगी। भाइयों बहनों, देश में आदिवासी समाज का विस्तार और उसकी भूमिका इतनी बड़ी है कि हमें उसके लिए समर्पित भाव से काम करने की जरूरत है। राजस्थान और गुजरात से लेकर पूर्वोत्तर और ओडिशा तक विविधता से भरे आदिवासी समाज की सेवा के लिए आज देश स्पष्ट नीतियों के साथ काम कर रहा है। वनबंधु कल्याण योजना के जरिए आज जनजातीय आबादी को पानी, बिजली, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और रोजगार के अवसरों से जोड़ा जा रहा है। आज देश में वन क्षेत्र भी बढ़ रहे हैं, वन संपदा भी सुरक्षित की जा रही है और साथ ही आदिवासी क्षेत्र डिजिटल इंडिया से भी जुड़ रहे हैं। पारंपरिक कौशल के साथ साथ आदिवासी युवाओं को आधुनिक शिक्षा के भी अवसर मिले, इसके लिए एकलव्य आदिवासी विद्यालय भी खोले जा रहे हैं। यहां इस कार्यक्रम के बाद मैं जामुगोड़ा जा रहा हूं, जहां गोविंद गुरुजी के नाम पर बनी यूनिवर्सिटी के भव्य प्रशासनिक कैंपस का लोकार्पण करूंगा। साथियों, आज आपके बीच आया हूं तो एक और बात भी मेरा बताने का मन करता है। आपने देखा होगा, कल शाम ही मुझे अहमदाबाद से उदयपुर ब्रॉडगेज लाइन पर चलने वाली ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाने का अवसर मिला है। 300 किलोमीटर लंबी इस रेल लाइन का ब्रॉडगेज में बदलना राजस्थान के हमारे भाई और बहनों के लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इस परिवर्तन से राजस्थान के अनेक आदिवासी क्षेत्र गुजरात के आदिवासी क्षेत्रों से जुड़ जाएंगे। इस नई रेल लाइन से राजस्थान के टूरिज्म को भी बड़ा लाभ होगा, यहां के औद्योगिक विकास में भी मदद मिलेगी। इससे युवाओं को रोजगार की भी नई संभावनाएं बढ़ेगी। साथियों, अभी यहां मानगढ़ धाम के संपूर्ण विकास की चर्चा भी हुई है। मानगढ़ धाम के भव्य विस्तार की प्रबल इच्छा हम सभी में है। इसके लिए राजस्थान, गुजरात, मध्य प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र को मिलकर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। मेरे यहां चारों राज्य और सरकारों से आग्रह है कि इस दिशा में विस्तृत चर्चा करें, एक रोड मैप तैयार करें, ताकि गोविंद गुरु जी का स्मृति स्थल भी पूरे विश्व में अपनी पहचान बनाए। मुझे विश्वास है मानगढ़ धाम का विकास इस क्षेत्र को नई पीढ़ी के लिए प्रेरणा का एक जागृत स्थल बनाएगा। और मैं ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं, क्योंकि कई दिनों से हमारी चर्चा चल रही है, जितना जल्दी, जितना ज्यादा क्षेत्र हम निर्धारित करेंगे, तो फिर सब मिलकर के और भारत सरकार के नेतृत्व में हम इसको और अधिक विकास कर सकते हैं। इसको कोई राष्ट्रीय स्मारक कह सकता है, कोई संकलित व्यवस्था कह सकता है, नाम तो कोई भी दे देंगे, लेकिन भारत सरकार और इन 4 राज्यों के जनजातीय समाज का सीधा संबंध है। इन चारों राज्यों ने और भारत सरकार ने मिलकर के इसको और नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना है। उस दिशा में भारत सरकार पूरी तरह कमिटेड है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। गोविंद गुरु के श्री चरणों में प्रणाम करता हूं। उनकी धुनी से मिली हुई प्रेरणा से आदिवासी समाज के कल्याण का संकल्प लेकर के हम सभी निकले, यही मेरी आप सबसे प्रार्थना है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एवं आभार माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी एवं उपस्थित समस्त अतिथिगण। हमारे भील समाज को आपने जो यहाँ मान दिया है, हमारे पूर्वजों की माटी का यहाँ जो वंदन हुआ है, आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। आपू बहिरे जो थोड़ी बार है ना।
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi over there sharing the dais with the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, as well as the Chief Ministers of Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh over there paying tributes to tribal freedom fighters from Mangar Dham in the state's Baswara district. The Prime Minister, of course, speaking over there about Birsa Munda and the freedom movement. Going back to the big story that we have been tracking since yesterday, even as the Supreme Court of Court has agreed to hear a PIL on the 14th of November over a court-monitored probe into the allegations of grave negligence that have come forward from Morbi. We are now going to cut across to the ground in Morbi, where our correspondents, of course, have been trying to track the Oreva group. What we've found so far, of course, is that their homes seem to be deserted. They seem to have left, and this despite the fact that there have been 9 arrests made, but most of those arrests that have been made are of low-level staff who were employed. All right, so as we are pointing out, of course, our correspondents on the ground have been investigating why there has been no action taken against the Oreva Group's owners. Now, do remember that there have been about 9 arrests that have been made so far. Most of them are of low-level staff, which was working at the time of the bridge collapse. I think we've got Priyanka, Alisha, as well as Tanisha live from Ahmedabad. I'm going to try and go across to Alisha right now. But first, let's play out a report that Sandeep filed earlier.
Outside the residence of Jaisukh Patel. Jaisukh Patel is the owner of Ajanta and Oreva company. Remember, in the tragic bridge collapse in Morbi, the Jaisukh Patel and his family is hiding out, and in fact this is the very flat located in Morbi wherein he was present there till the day of inauguration of the bridge. And in fact what we've been told is that Jaisukh Patel and his family are hiding out and running away from police and administration, and in fact they are running away. And in fact one of the most important thing out here is that despite all the facts and evidences, Gujarat police is yet to name Jaisukh Patel in the FIR. Remember, this is the very flat wherein Jaisukh Patel was present till the day of Diwali and the day after of Diwali, and also the Gujarati New Year he was there. But now he is running out, and in fact he is hiding out from Gujarat, and in fact he is not yet out till now. But yes, Republic TV is giving you the exclusive visuals of the same very flat where he was present last time. Reporting from Morbi, Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
From Morbi. Sandeep, there seems to be an attempt really, as far as this case is concerned, to perhaps shield the owners of the Oreva group, because as you're pointing out, in the FIR also, there is no mention of the owners of the group. In fact, people who've been held are just low-level employees.
Registered, but the case against Jaisukh Patel hasn't been registered yet, and for the same reason, in fact, Gujarat police visited out here. Gujarat police came out here and in fact did a recce and tried to connect to
the family of Jaisukh Patel. Remember, Jaisukh Patel is one of the director in Ajanta and Oreva, and in fact he was present here at this very flat. This is the flat located in Morbi. And my video journalist Samir is giving you the exclusive visuals from the Morbi's flat of Jaisukh Patel. He was present here. He did Diwali Puja. He celebrated Gujarati New Year festival. And in fact, on the same day, he went there for the inaugural ceremony of that very bridge, that deadliest bridge, the life-taking bridge. And in fact, after all the evidences that have surfaced, in fact, Republic TV also did the investigation. We tried confronting people in the administration as well. Now, the fitness certificate was not given to Ajanta and Oreva, and despite all that facts, Gujarat police arrest whom? Gujarat police arrest the clerk, Gujarat police arrest the managers, Gujarat police arrest the peons of Ajanta and Oreva, but the main owner of Ajanta and Oreva is free and in fact breathing freely, in fact is hiding out. And remember, Gujarat police officials also visited this residence. This is the residence which is located in Morbi, but he is on the run. In fact, Tanisha also went there at his head office, but all the family members and Jaisukh Patel are on the run.
All right, Sandeep, of course, reporting from outside one of the directors' homes. I think we've got Tanisha also. She's reporting from Ahmedabad right now. Tanisha, you've been trying to track down the owners and the directors of Oreva, but so far, we haven't been able to trace them. But what are the police telling you? Are they even on the lookout for them yet, or are they going to, stay with their investigation against low-level employees who were present at the time of this collapse?
Nupur, let's start from the basic. For lookout, they at least need to file their names in the FIR, which has not been done. Remember, Jaisubhai Patel, he's the CEO of the Oreva company. Oreva Ajanta Manufacturing Private Limited is the same company that was given the ownership of securing, maintaining the bridge and making it used for public at a very safe place. But so even after we got the confirmation that This contract was given to them in March 2020. Still, the directors are shunning owners as to they haven't done anything wrong. Because when we visited their headquarters yesterday, their office yesterday, it was deserted. If they had answers to our questions, if they think there was nothing wrong in what they did, why is the headquarters, why is their farmhouse, why is their resident vacant? We are being told that Jaisubhai Patel, his ancestral area, his residential area, main residential area is in Morbi. Why is he not present there? And right now where we are is the exclusive location which Republic is the first and only channel to get here. We are at this Oreva farmhouse. This Oreva farmhouse is the same farmhouse where Jaisubhai and his family members stayed before Diwali. And soon after Diwali came in, they shifted to Morbi, they celebrated Diwali there, they inaugurated the killer bridge, and then they fled off soon after the tragic incident happened. Where we are right now, as I said, is the Oreva farmhouse. This is the same farmhouse that the COO, the director of the Oreva company, Jaisubhai Patel, owns. We see nothing here. We see no guard, no house helps here. Whereas we were told by the locals that a guard is always present here. There's a guard who is always there at the doors, even when his owners are not present. But the only thing that we see here today at this farmhouse is a big fat lock. A lock that has been put today itself early in the morning at 7, and that also after reports came in that media or the cops could actually interrogate them. Now investigation is done only at a lower level so far. The CEO, the big bees, the big fish have not been named in the FIR. No lookout has been issued, and they have not even gone on a hunt for them, not even for interrogation, leave about arrest, leave about detention.
Right.
And if this is the case, why is the director, why is the CEO of the company, why are the employees of the company hiding away from interrogation? Because that's the basic.
Absolutely.
This clearly shows this deserted area of the farmhouse, of their residence, of their office, only points at one thing, that clearly these people are responsible for taking lives of 132 people, putting 500 lives, innocent lives, at risk. Nupur.
Right, Tanisha, do stay with us. Tanisha, of course, is right now reporting from outside the farmhouse of the Orevas. I'm going to go back across to Sandeep now. Sandeep, prima facie, it does appear that the Oreva group said that they had put out funds worth 2 crore rupees to renovate the bridge. But now reports are emerging, and also our correspondent yesterday, Priyanka, she seemed to show to us that no major work was really done on the renovation of the bridge. In fact, the maintenance was very lackadaisical, and that is what led to the collapse of the bridge. Detailed for our viewers, the glaring problems that this reconstruction had, and what really led to the collapse.
So as far as the bridge is concerned, remember when you go back into the flashback, and in fact more than 675 tickets were sold. The capacity of that very bridge is of 150 to 200. Now this was said by one of the contractors who took a press conference on the day of inauguration, when the bridge was inaugurated, in fact, and he mentioned in that press conference that the capacity of the bridge is 100 to 150. Maximum 200 people can get into that. But despite all the fact, 675 tickets were sold in that same scary day. And in fact, on the same day when this incident took place, more than 400 people were present on that bridge. So the question is, who allotted the permission to open the bridge? As Municipal Corporation is stating again and again that the fitness certificate was not given to Ajanta and Oreva to open the bridge, and in fact all this decision was taken solely by the bridge maintaining company who was responsible for the maintenance of the bridge. So everything was in fact ignored, and the solely decision was in fact taken by Ajanta and Oreva. But the question is, what is the role of Jaisukh Patel, who is the owner of this company, and in fact did he order, and in fact the visuals are very much clear to show you. In fact, Republic TV yesterday played a visual of Jaisukh Patel and his family inaugurating that same Killer Bridge. So you can understand from where it is coming, and despite all the facts and evidence are on the place, Gujarat police and the Morbi police hasn't in fact registered a case against Jaisukh Patel, and in fact the manager and the peon level and the clerk level people are being put behind the bars.
Absolutely, Sandeep, of course, bringing us those details as well. He's reporting from outside the Morbi township. I think, Tanisha, I'm going to come back to you now. Tanisha, that the FIR that has been filed in this particular case does not name anybody, but it has sections of culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Can you detail the FIR for us?
Right, Nupur rightly said, culpable homicide is what is written in the FIR. It had mentioned several other sections as well, which points towards clear sheer negligence and callousness by this very company, Oreva Ajanta Manufacturing Private Limited, who was responsible for taking care, maintaining, securing and collection of funds for the bridge. Now remember, keeping aside the FIR mentions that, it clearly mentions that this is the company that was responsible for the death, for not securing the bridge, for 500 people who climbed that day on the bridge. But apart from that, I would like to highlight the agreement that Republic had accessed. Now the agreement is between the municipal corporation and this company, the Oreva company. Now this agreement was signed in the year 2022, this year itself in March. And it was a 15-year document, it was a 15-year contract. And that clearly mentioned that the contract for the Oreva company to secure the bridge, to take care of the bridge, to maintain the bridge and see that it is good and fit for public safety was given for 15 years. And mind you, Nupur, this is not a company who takes care of bridges, who builds bridges or who maintains bridges. It is a clock-making company. It is an expertise in a clock-making company. Now the biggest question arises, why was a clock-making company given the ownership to take care of that bridge, which was centuries old? It was built in the British century. Why was this very company who takes care of clock making and bulb making, why was this given such a big project, that also dealing with public safety? Now, the second clause in the agreement points that after the agreement has been signed, 8 to 12 months must be given for the maintaining, for securing and for the safety of the bridge. But the bridge was open for public use in just 5 months. And no checking was done by the municipal corporation. When we talked to the chief officer of Morbi, the only excuse that he gave was because it was holidays and they released and they opened the bridge for public safety during holidays. That is why the municipal corporation could not check onto it. But this is no excuse. How can you risk 500 people life? 500 people life at the cost of greed. So clearly, Nupur, there are several clauses in the agreement which points towards just one thing, that this tragedy that took lives of 132 people is clearly and totally a man-made disaster. Nupur.
Absolutely, Tanisha, as well as Sandeep, of course, continuing to bring us the latest on this. Both of them are reporting from outside the residences of the Oreva family, the Ajanta Oreva family, which was given the contract to maintain this bridge. For the moment, both of you stay with us. We're going to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we will bring out more news, and we will, of course, continue to bring you the latest on this negligence, this act of grave negligence which led to the loss of life of 135 people.
सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। You cannot touch me. आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है
सर? बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है
सुनना चाहती है जनता आपको, बताइए सर।
सर, लोग से जानना चाहते हैं सर, इनॉग्रेशन क्यों की गई इतने जल्दी?
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
When hard question asked to the chief minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do our reporting. Why should I get out the premises? क्या आपको मना किया गया है? हाँ, मना किया गया है। आप लोग हो कौन? आप लोग आपको मालूम हो जाए। सवाल करने के लिए आप लोग हो कौन?
Of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge.
एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था,
वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना?
दीजिए
आपको,
आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा।
मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ।
नहीं पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? इस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस
Top headlines at 12:30. Grave negligence and shocking accountability leads to death of 135 innocent lives in Gujarat's Morbi. Prime Minister takes stock of the biggest man-made tragedy to visit Morbi this afternoon. Five hours on, distraught kin await their missing loved ones, but India asks, where are the owners of the Oreva group? Tihar Wasoolgate charge hits Kejriwal's minister. Did Conman pay Satyendar Jain 10 crore as protection money? No end to pothole menace in Bengaluru, another life lost. Air quality in the national capital dips further, now in severe category. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava, starting with a big story that we are focusing on. The allegation that has been made by Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar on the AAP government. In fact, getting in the first response of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on the extortion charge that has been made by Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. So tracking all the latest coming in on this big story, Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who's written a letter to LG apprising him of the kind of the extortion the money that he was made to the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that he was asked to pay 50 crore, that he had in fact paid 50 crore rupees, and he was told by the AAP leaders that he would be given the Rajya Sabha seat in return. Let's listen into the reaction coming in from the BJP on these allegations. Take a look.
criminal background, saying that he did hawalabazi, taking cognizance of the ED. 10 crore rupees was extorted by Satyendar Jain, Arvind Kejriwal's most dearest minister, who is in jail for the last 4.5 months, who has got no relief on the hawala charges, was extorting 10 crores as protection money from Conman Sukesh Chandran. Imagine, Sukesh Chandran cons the system, cons many people, but he is conned by Satyendar Jain. You can imagine what category of a conman Mr. Satyendar Jain is. And not just this, 50 crore rupees was extorted for giving a party position to Sukesh Chandran by Aam Aadmi Party. This is their true face. This is why even after several court orders against Mr. Satyendar Jain, calling him a man of criminal background, saying that he did hawalabazi, taking cognizance of the ED charge sheet against him, he was not sacked by Mr. Kejriwal and continues to enjoy VVIP monthly treatment in the jail. He has not been given any relief. This means these charges are not vindictive. And now this expose, this disclosure, that 10 crores was paid to him for protection money, 50 crores was paid to Aam Aadmi, and this was paid for a party position. Aam Aadmi Party is a party of extortionists. They have sold tickets in the past. They have sold party positions in the past. Such allegations have come out with proof, and yet another proof has emerged. There must be a question asked of Mr. Kejriwal, why is Satyendar Jain still a minister when he's got no relief from the courts? How is he Kattar Imandar?
All right, that's a response allegation being made by the BJP also at this point, and a letter that we've also accessed of the conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the letter that he's written to the LG. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal having responded to these allegations as well, calling it all malicious and fake. Let's listen into that response coming in from the Delhi Chief Minister.
मैंने पढ़ा, आपके चैनलों पे भी देखा, पंजाब चुनाव के पहले ये लोग कुमार विश्वास को लेके आए थे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जब देखा था कि पंजाब चुनाव वो हार रहे हैं तो कुमार विश्वास के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चलाई। अब गुजरात के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इतनी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है, इतनी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है कि उनको सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के कंधों के सहारे की ज़रूरत पड़ रही है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, मतलब वो तो कहते हैं कि बहुत पॉपुलर हैं, तो अगर बहुत पॉपुलर है तो उन्हें तिहाड़ में लॉज्ड एक कॉनमैन, आप ही कह रहे हैं कॉनमैन है, मैंने सुना वो एक बार उसने किसी मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे को बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने कोई सीबीआई ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने लॉ सेक्रेटरी बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने सीबीआई ऑफिसर पीएमओ का ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे। तो वो जो कह रहा है उससे कुछ लिखवा के और मतलब उसके ऊपर उसके सहारे इनको अपना गुजरात चुनाव लड़ने की जरूरत पड़ रही है। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, परसों मोरबी हादसा होता है, कल 24 घंटे सारे टीवी चैनल्स मोरबी का मुद्दा उठाते हैं और आज अचानक टीवी चैनल से मोरबी गायब हो गया और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के आरोप जो हैं वो आ जाते हैं। तो लगता नहीं कि मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये एक कंप्लीटली फिक्टिशियस, कंप्लीटली फर्जी स्टोरी एक प्लांट की गई है और सारे चैनल अब बस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और सत्येंद्र जैन की बात कर रहे हैं। तो ये मतलब इससे
ज़्यादा अखबार में पढ़ा होगा कि सुकेश चंद्रशेखर आखिर कौन है, हु इज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर। अगर पटकथा पे जाए और बहुत ही संक्षेप में कहा जाए तो सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक कॉनमैन है। कॉनमैन का अर्थ होता है एक ठग है, जिसने तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर रहते हुए भी जेल के चार दीवारी के अंदर से 200 करोड़ रुपए की ठगी की, एक्सटॉर्शन किया, बहुत लोगों को एक तरह से ठग करके एक्सटॉर्शन, जिसे एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट कहा जाता है, ये सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है। और आज ये कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से एक्सटॉर्शन कर लिया है। लगभग 15 एफआईआर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसियां सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ जांच कर रही है। घूसखोरी, उगाही, फॉर्जरी, जालसाजी, ये सारे चार्ज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। और आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा, ऐसे महान सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के मित्र आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री जो वर्तमान में जेल के चारदीवारी में बंद हैं, तिहाड़ में बंद हैं, वैसे सत्येंद्र जैन स्वयं थे। तो ये सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और सत्येंद्र जैन दोनों बड़े अच्छे मित्र हैं, जोरदार मित्रता थी इनके बीच में, और ये एक चिट्ठी में सामने आया है। सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कहते हैं कि मैं 2015 से आम आदमी पार्टी से टच में हूं और तब से सत्येंद्र जैन मेरे घनिष्ठ मित्र हैं, और उस समय मुझे आम आदमी पार्टी ने यह वादा किया कि मुझे राज्यसभा देंगे, कि मुझे साउथ में एक बहुत बड़े नेता के रूप में स्थापित करेंगे, प्रतिस्थापित करेंगे, और उनकी उन्नति होगी साउथ में। और इस कारण से मुझसे 50 करोड़ रुपए उगाही किए गए। मैंने आम आदमी पार्टी को 50 करोड़ रुपए दिए। जस्ट इमेजिन अ पार्टी विच केम विद द प्रॉमिसिंग ऑफ चेंजिंग द सिनेरियो ऑफ इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स, 50 करोड़, वो 50 करोड़ लेती है केवल इसलिए क्योंकि उसने किसी को वादा किया है कि हम आपको आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और अखबार में यह भी मालूम पड़ता है कि एक चिट्ठी लिखा है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी ने एलजी साहब को। उस चिट्ठी की एक प्रति हमारे पास है, वो चिट्ठी हम आपको दिखाएंगे भी, और उसके कुछ एक्सर्प्ट्स जो है आपके सम्मुख रखेंगे। मगर मोटा मोटी उस चिट्ठी में क्या लिखा है? उस चिट्ठी में सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कहता है कि जब मैं तिहाड़ में बंद था और सत्येंद्र जैन जेल मंत्री थे तो कई बार उनका मेरे पास आना हुआ। 2017 में यह सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जेल में बंद होता है, और सत्येंद्र जैन जो उस समय जेल मंत्री थे, कई बार जेल में अपने मित्र, अपने यार सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से मिलने जाते हैं। और 2019 में पुनः जब यह जेल का पोर्टफोलियो सत्येंद्र जैन के पास आता है और सत्येंद्र जैन अपने मित्र से मिलने जाते हैं तिहाड़ जेल, तो उनके खुद के लोगों ने, उनके सेक्रेटरी ने, सेक्रेटरी का भी नाम इसमें बकायदा दिया हुआ है, उनके सेक्रेटरी ने सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से कहा कि हमें प्रोटेक्शन मनी चाहिए, प्रति माह 2 करोड़ रुपए आप प्रोटेक्शन मनी के रूप में अगर सत्येंद्र जैन को देते हैं तो जेल के अंदर जो मूलभूत आवश्यकताएं हैं, जिसको अंग्रेजी में बेसिक फैसिलिटीज कहते हैं, वो बेसिक फैसिलिटीज आपको मुहैया कराया जाएगा। और प्रत्येक महीने 2-2 करोड़ रुपए सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, जो कि यार है आम आदमी पार्टी का, यार है सत्येंद्र जैन का, 2-2 करोड़ देते हैं। और लगभग 10 करोड़ रुपए आम आदमी पार्टी के सत्येंद्र जैन जी को देते हैं। चिट्ठी पढ़ के मैं बताऊंगा। मुझे तो आश्चर्य होता है, and I would not hitch to say that there is this person called Sukesh Chandrasekhar who is a conman, who was running a syndicate, a crime syndicate from inside the jail, while we have the Aam Aadmi Party and its ministers who are running a crime syndicate outside of the jail. दोनों क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहे हैं। एक जेल के अंदर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है और दूसरा जेल के बाहर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है। आप सोच के देखिए, अन्ना हजारे जी ने चंद हफ्तों पहले जो चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लिखी थी, वो कितना सार्थक है। यह पार्टी जो चाल, चरित्र और स्वरूप राजनीति का बदलने आई थी, किस प्रकार से आज यह पार्टी एक कॉनमैन पार्टी के रूप में, इट वुड नॉट बी एन एग्जैजरेशन इफ आई से कि आम आदमी पार्टी इज अ कॉनमैन पार्टी टुडे। यह एक ठग पार्टी के रूप में उभर के आई है। और बंधुगण, जरा सोच के देखिए, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कह रहे थे कि ये सत्येंद्र जैन इतने अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं, इतने महान व्यक्ति हैं कि इनको भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी से 10 करोड़ लेने वाले व्यक्ति को, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से उगाही करने वाले व्यक्ति को, भ्रष्टाचारी के घर में भ्रष्टाचार करने वाले व्यक्ति को भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। यह भारत के प्रत्येक नागरिक के प्रति अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का जिस प्रकार का असम्मान का भाव है अपने महत्वाकांक्षा के कारण, यह इस सेंटेंस से कि सत्येंद्र जैन डिजर्व्स अ भारत रत्न, यह दिखाता है। बंधुगण, जिस चिट्ठी के बारे में मैंने बताया, आज मीडिया ने यह चिट्ठी दिखाया है। उस चिट्ठी और उस चिट्ठी के कुछ एक्सर्प्ट्स को मैं पढ़ता हूं ताकि आपके मन में किसी प्रकार का संदेह नहीं रहे। और आज अखबार ने भी लिखा है कि अपने खुद के हैंडराइटिंग में सुकेश चंद्रशेखर ने यह चिट्ठी सबमिट किया है, तो आप देख सकते हैं यह चिट्ठी सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी ने 7/10/2022 को लिखा है और उसने यह चिट्ठी अपने हैंडराइटिंग में लिखा है और इस चिट्ठी में वो लिखता है, ये एलजी को लिखा है इन्होंने और सब्जेक्ट है कंप्लेंट ऑफ थ्रेट एंड प्रेशर फ्रॉम सत्येंद्र जैन। मतलब थ्रेट और प्रेशर रहा है कि जो सच्चाई है वो आपको बताना नहीं है। I have known Satyendar Jain of Aam Aadmi Party since 2015 and have contributed more than 50 crore to the Aam Aadmi Party in promise of giving me important post in party in South Zone and also helping me to be nominated to Rajya Sabha following the expansion. राज्य सभा से नॉमिनेशन के लिए 50 करोड़ दिए। आगे वो लिखते हैं, thereafter in 2019 again I was visited by Satyendar Jain and his secretary and his close friend Mr. Sushil in jail and asking me to pay rupees 2 crore every month to him as extortion money for his safety and in the jail. He forced me to pay a total amount of 10 crores in a matter of 2 to 3 months. 2-3 महीने में 10 करोड़ रुपए सत्येंद्र जैन लेते हैं। And now Mr. Satyendar Jain is lodged in jail number 7 in Tihar. He has been threatening me through DG prisons. आगे बहुत कुछ लिखते हैं कि सत्येंद्र जैन उनको धमकी दे रहे हैं कि ये सारा विषय आपको सार्वजनिक नहीं करना है। स्वाभाविक है, क्यों नहीं करना है। बंधुगण, ये तो घोटालों का घोटाला है। ठग के घर में ठगी हुई है और ठगी करने वाला महाठग है। और आपने अभी देखा है कि किस प्रकार से शराब घोटाला भी दिल्ली में हुआ है, किस प्रकार से शराब घोटाले में उप मुख्यमंत्री जी का भी नाम आया है। उप मुख्यमंत्री जी के ऊपर अभी केस चल रहा है, एफआईआर में उनका नाम है। यह कहते हुए अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि चंद दिनों के अंदर हम तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर शायद ये पंक्तियां सुन सकेंगे, जब मिल बैठेंगे 3 यार, जब मिल बैठेंगे 3 यार, गूंजेंगी तिहाड़ की दीवार, हमने मिलकर किया भ्रष्टाचार, भ्रष्टाचार, भ्रष्टाचार। कौन ये 3 यार है बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, अखबारों ने ये सब खुलासा किया है। और मुझे तो आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि जब आप लोगों ने, हमारे चतुर्थ स्तंभ मीडिया ने आज केजरीवाल जी से कुछ सवाल पूछा इस विषय पे लेकर, तो वो कहां से वो मासूम चेहरा लाते हैं ये पता नहीं। कौन सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, हु इज ही? मतलब पूरे अंदर से आवाज जैसे सच में जानते नहीं है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर। 50 करोड़ रुपए लेके बोल रहे हैं हु इज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, कौन है वो? इस प्रकार से उद्गार किया। अरे भ्रष्टासन, एक ही आसन जानते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनके पार्टी के लोग, भ्रष्टासन, और कोई आसन इन्हें नहीं आता है। ये क्या योगासन की बातें कर रहे हैं? जब से सरकार में आए हैं एक एक करके खुलासा हो रहा है, द ओनली आसन दैट द आम आदमी पार्टी नोज इज भ्रष्टासन और कुछ नहीं। और भीख का कटोरा, क्या बोल रहे थे कि मैं भीख का कटोरा लेके निकलूंगा? अरे कहां का कटोरा? कटोरा में कहां से जगह होगा 50 करोड़ रुपए? ये कितने हजार करोड़ रुपए तो आपने मार लिए एक्साइज ड्यूटी से, और ठगों के घर से आप 50-50 करोड़ रुपए ले रहे हैं। और कटोरा, बोरी बोलिए, बोरी में पैसे बंद कर करके मैं इकट्ठे कर रहा हूं, ये बोलिए केजरीवाल जी। ये आप जनता को ठगने का जो काम कर रहे हैं, जनता जनार्दन ये सब जानती है। इसका जवाब आने वाले दिनों में जनता जनार्दन आपको देगी। इतना ही कह के मैं अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करूंगा। चूंकि ये बाइट था, इस कारण कोई प्रश्नोत्तर इस विषय पर नहीं होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, there you heard BJP there making these allegations and also talking in detail about the letter that was written by Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar while he is in jail to the LG, apprising him of the extortion that was being carried out by the AAP leaders, and also in fact the letter that has been written by Conman Sukesh, in which is clearly stated that he was asked to pay, he in fact paid 50 crore rupees sum to the AAP leaders, and also taking the name of the Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain, who is in jail as we speak. We'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side we'll continue to get you more reactions on this big story that we are tracking after that letter that we've accessed of Conman Sukesh that's been written to the Delhi LG.
tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर, एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर, एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर, एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
सर, एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच।
सर, नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो, थैंक यू। नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है, हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
खुलासा न करें। लेटर में कंटेंट में तो है, लेकिन अब इसका क्या है वो जांच।
सर, सुकेश से आपकी जो बातचीत हुई, जब लेटर देने की बात कही गई, उस समय सुकेश ने आपसे क्या बोला?
नहीं, सिंपली आई वॉज इंस्ट्रक्टेड टू फाइल दिस कंप्लेंट बिफोर दी एयर। ठीक है। हमारे साथ वकील एक मिनट।
Alright, that's a reaction coming in on this big story that we are tracking after that letter that we've accessed that was written by Sukesh to the LG, where he's clearly stated that he's known Satyendar Jain since 2015 and that he had contributed more than 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party after which he was promised by the Aam Aadmi Party that he would be given a Rajya Sabha seat. And the reaction that is just coming in, this one after BJP's PC as well, in which they've mentioned in detail about this letter that's been written by Conman to the Delhi LG, saying that he would want a detailed probe into the Aam Aadmi Party's extortion practices. Also in which the letter in which Conman has stated that he was visited by Satyendar Jain in 2019 and that he was asked to pay 2 crore rupees every month in return of protection to him inside the jail. Well, these are the details that have been mentioned in the letter that's been written by Conman Sukesh to the Delhi LG, seeking action against the Aam Aadmi Party and particularly against the Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain, who is lodged in the jail. In fact, Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar also mentions that he was asked if he had disclosed contribution and that he was visited by Satyendar Jain inside the jail a couple of times. And he had paid 50 crore rupees as contribution to get party post in the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's once again listen into that first response coming in from the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, calling it all fake and malicious, the charges that have been made by Conman Sukesh as well as the BJP against the Aam Aadmi Party.
तो इस जो पर्टिकुलर जो लेटर है 8 तारीख वाला, इस लेटर का मैं ऑथर नहीं हूँ। नंबर 1, मैं एक इंस्ट्रूमेंटल हूँ। क्लाइंट ने मुझे एक रिटन कंप्लेंट दिया था एलजी ऑफिस में उसको प्लेस करने के लिए, तो मैं उसको ड्यूली एक प्रॉपर चैनल में मैंने एलजी ऑफिस में क्लाइंट का जो कंप्लेंट है, ग्रीवांस है, चूंकि वो जेल में है, वो इंडिपेंडेंट है नहीं कि वो जाकर के अपना लीगल कार्रवाई कर सकता है, तो मैंने उसको जाके एलजी ऑफिस में मैंने फाइल कर दी। अब उस पर क्या कार्रवाई होती है, एलजी साहब क्या डायरेक्शन देते हैं, क्या जांच होती है, वो तो अब देखने का विषय।
क्या है लेटर में मूल जो बड़ी बड़ी बातें?
लेटर में जो मेन एलिगेशन तो एक जो है जेल ऑफिसर्स इंक्लूडिंग डीजी प्रिजन्स के द्वारा इन कन्नाइवेंस विद जेल मंत्री उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन के द्वारा जो एक्सटॉर्शन का डिमांड है, और उसमें जो 10 करोड़ रुपया सत्येंद्र जैन को थ्रू चतुर्वेदी कोई उनका कोई कुलीग या व्हाटएवर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट रहा है, कभी कलकत्ता बेस्ड है, वो उसके थ्रू उसने 10 करोड़ रुपया पे किया है। वो उस लेटर का मेन कंसर्न है बेसिकली, और इस पर जांच होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि वो मेरे क्लाइंट के हिसाब से वो एक्सटॉर्शन है।
टाइम का भी एक सवाल उठाया जा रहा है कि इस टाइम पर क्यों? केजरीवाल कह रहे हैं कि गुजरात चुनाव है इसलिए इस तरह की बातें उठ रही हैं, दूसरी पार्टी का बैकअप है।
नहीं, ऐसा है। अब देखिए क्या है, चुनाव और पॉलिटिकल चीजों से मतलब नहीं है हम लोगों को। देश में सालों भर किसी न किसी स्टेट में चुनाव होते रहते हैं, ठीक है। कभी भी कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे तो किसी न किसी चुनाव से वो हिट होगा ही होगा।
तो आपने लेटर दे दिया है, आगे क्या प्रोसेस आप कर रहे हैं?
हम तो फॉलो अप करेंगे। अगर एलजी साहब उसमें कार्रवाई नहीं करेंगे तो हम हाईकोर्ट जाएंगे, रिट फाइल करेंगे। हम तो उसमें कार्रवाई चाहते हैं, हम तो चाहते हैं कि उसमें इंडिपेंडेंट जांच हो।
साफ है कि एक बड़ा आरोप लगा है, और इस आरोप पर आगे देखना है कि एलजी कार्रवाई करते हैं या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के वकील को आगे अदालत तक जाना होता है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सीपी सिंह के साथ अखिलेश राय, रिपब्लिक भारत।
So that's the first reaction coming in from Sukesh's lawyer as well, that saying that they would even move the High Court if the action is not taken by the Delhi LG. We'll slip into a very short break for now, but on the other side, we'll get you more reactions on this big story after those scathing allegations that have been made by Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar on the Aam Aadmi Party.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो, यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था,
वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना,
दीजिए
आपको।
आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा,
मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ।
पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? इस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस
And roundup of news in brief as the mega coverage on Morbi bridge collapse tragedy continues. Republic tracked down on all the properties of Oreva owners. Meanwhile, the owners of the group are on the run after questions arise on the negligence. The Supreme Court is set to hear a PIL on Morbi tragedy on 14th of November. The PIL requests the top court to form a judicial commission headed by retired SC judge to probe into the Morbi tragedy case. A major controversy broke out over Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar's claim BJP hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that Sukesh paid 10 crore to the Aam Aadmi Party's minister Satyendar Jain as protection money.
10 crore rupees was extorted by Satyendar Jain, Arvind Kejriwal's most dearest minister, who is in jail for the last 4.5 months, who has got no relief on the Hawala charges, was extorting 10 crores as protection money from Conman Sukesh Chandran.
Prime Minister Modi arrived at Banswara district of Rajasthan to pay homage to the unsung tribal heroes at Mangar Dham event. But we'll slip into a very short break for now. But on the other side, we'll get you a detailed probe into the Morbi tragedy scam. And also coming up on the other side, no end to pothole menace in Bengaluru, another life lost but no accountability.
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है?
सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सर सुनना चाहती है जनता, आपको बताइए सर।
सर लोग सिर्फ जानना चाहते हैं। सर इनॉग्रेशन तो की गई इतनी जल्दी। एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना? दीजिए आपको, आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा। मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ। पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? इस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस
that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका?
A very good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV, India's #1 news channel. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's have a quick check of the headlines at 1 p.m. Grave negligence and shocking unaccountability leads to death of 135 innocent lives in Gujarat's Morbi. Prime Minister takes stock of the biggest man-made tragedy to visit Morbi today. 50 hours on, distraught kin await their missing loved ones. But India asks, where are the owners of Oreva Group? Tihar Vasuli Gate charge hits Kejriwal's minister. Did Conman pay Satyendar 10 crore rupees as protection money? Kejriwal's minister is in the dock once again. BJP launches scathing attack on Aam Aadmi Party. Nowhere to pothole menace in Bengaluru, another life lost. Viewers, getting some breaking news coming in at this point of time. Viewers, it's coming in, and what we can tell you so far is that LG is seeking Vasuli complaint. Now remember that this is the case. This is the case of Sukesh Chandrasekhar paying protection money to Aam Aadmi Party's Satyendar Jain. That's the story we have been tracking. These are allegations which are coming right now. But what we can tell you so far is that LG is seeking a report from the Chief Secretary on the letter, the Sukesh letter. Big news coming in right now, viewers. Remember that Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who was arrested by Delhi police in the 200 crore extortion case, has said that he has provided a lot of money as protection money to Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendar Jain. And right now, there seems to be that there is some more steps coming in terms of investigation. The LG, the Lieutenant Governor, is seeking a report from the Chief Secretary on that letter. The handwritten letter of Chandrasekhar has been sent through his lawyer. And he said that after my arrest in 2017, I was lodged in Tihar Jail and was visited multiple times by Satyendar Jain, who held the portfolio of jail minister. In 2019 again, I was visited by Jain, whose secretary asked me to pay rupees 2 crore every month as protection money and get basic facilities inside the jail. So what we can tell you, viewers, it's also a Republic impact. LG is seeking report. LG is seeking report. Piyush Ori is joining me for more. Piyush, we are seeing that there has been a big development in the Tihar Vasuli Gate case right now. What are we learning?
So you rightly said that yes, there has been a big development, and the latest development is that the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, V.K. Saxena, has now asked for a report from this Chief Secretary regarding the grave allegation where it has been alleged that Satyendar Jain, who is the prison minister, who is the jail minister, did extort rupees 10 crore from Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, first in terms of protection money, and then also sought rupees 50 crore for him being made as the Rajya Sabha MP. So yes, grave allegations. This allegations have been made a big point by the BJP, and now following the letter which has been written by Sukesh Chandrasekhar through his legal team, Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has now sought a report from Chief Secretary. What it is now becoming very clear is that this is going to become another flashing point. This is going to become another controversial point between the already acrimonious battle between the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi and the Delhi-led AAP government. Back to you in the studio.
Right. Also, Piyush, this is the Republic impact. We have been reporting on this story since morning today, breaking every update on the story on Vasuli Gate. Take us through that letter, that handwritten letter which has been written by Chandrasekhar through his lawyer. Just tell us exactly what that letter says.
So you rightly said that yes, Republic has been making this an issue. In fact, today when Arvind Kejriwal was addressing a press conference, he said that this was all a diversionary tactic to deflect the blame of the colossal tragedy that had happened in Morbi. Well, we have not let our focus wither away from Morbi, but yes, we are also focusing on this news. Now, to raise your question of what exactly was there in this letter, there are three pertinent points that needs to be raised. First, Sukesh Chandrasekhar through this letter has maintained that he had connections with Satyendar Jain, which highlights that Sukesh Chandrasekhar, a prominent conman, had dubious contacts. Second, the point which was raised is that during his being lodged inside the jail, Satyendar Jain through his cronies met him and asked for protection money, and also asked for money in return of lot of benefits politically, as well as providing him favors inside the jail. And third, the most important point.
The
These are visuals that are coming from outside the secretariat, where the Youth Congress is taking out a march against the Kerala government's decision for increasing the pension age of the public sector undertaking to 60 years. Now, although some of the main public sector undertaking belonging to the state government has retreated from the idea, but many, about 100 plus public sector undertakings have the pension age, which was earlier 56 or 58 for some of them, have now been increased by a government order which came last evening. Now the Youth Congress is taking out this protest, where you can see they are trying to burn, they will soon burn an effigy of the Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, and these are the visuals that are coming out from outside the secretariat. The Youth Congress is demanding that the government must retrieve back from increasing the pension age, as the reason of unemployment is very high amongst Kerala. In fact, the highest unemployment figures in South India is in Kerala, is what the Youth Congress says. So when we increasing the pension age, it certainly means that the youngsters in the state will not get any opportunity. Now the Youth Congress is taking out this protest. There were already 2 rounds of water cannons were used against the Youth Congress, but now they are blocking the road. As you can see, they are clearly blocking the main approach road of the secretariat. The vehicles are all there right on the road. They are camping in the middle of the road, demanding that Chief Minister must step back from the decision of increasing the pension age. Now a commission was earlier set up to study the implications of increasing the pension age, and the government has made the decision based on the report that was submitted by this commission. And along with that, 122 PSUs and 6 financial corporations have decided to increase the pension age from 56 to 60 years old. Now that is something the youth of the state are a little puzzled about, because the state is helping increasing the pension age, thereby giving more impetus to the people who are just about to retire. In fact, today was a day lot of these government employees were supposed to retire, but by this particular order which came on the day of Kerala Piravi, today is also the founding day of Kerala, and on this day this has happened. So the Youth Congress is taking out a protest. There were 2 rounds of water cannons were used. They clearly blocked the traffic. As you can see behind them, the entire load of traffic, this is the main road, this is the MG road, and the entire road is completely blocked by the Youth Congress protesters. In a short while from now, we can expect the police also to take rigorous action. 2 rounds of water cannons have already been used against them. The intensity of it is quite big, but at the same time, the police is keeping a vigil of the development that is taking place. The water cannons were used earlier. There is a large number of police which has gathered over here. Perhaps they would use some kind of tear gas if the crowd does not disperse. So that the issue is basically increasing the pension age. As you can see, the entire approach road has been blocked by the protesters. The police is right now just keeping a watch, but if they do not move from here, then in a short while from now, the police will take stern action to remove the protesters, because right now the roads are completely chock-a-block. Today is a very important day for Trivandrum also. There is a very important religious function also associated with the Padmanabha Swami temple. So all in all, the police have to increase vigil on this particular day. At this moment, the police is right now not doing anything, but 2 rounds of water cannons were fired, and after which the Youth Congress workers are protesting outside the secretariat. These are the visuals that are coming from outside the secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram. Back to you.
Right. All right. So, Ashwin, you're getting us all the details, and you're on ground right now. Let's tell our viewers exactly what's happening as Ashwin is showing us the visuals, exclusive visuals coming in from Thiruvananthapuram. Now, what has happened, viewers? Youth Congress is protesting against increasing pension age to 60. Now, those protests are getting violent in Thiruvananthapuram. And Ashwin, you are right over there with us. I'm coming back to you. Now, we know the government, Kerala, has raised the pension age of PSU employees to 60 effective from October 29th. Now, after this, we knew, and there were a lot of speculations that the youth wing, the youth organizations will not, take it very easily. There was, in fact, very little doubt that they would go ahead, come forward with protests, as a raising of the pension age, Ashwin, will pose a challenge to new job opportunities there. All right, we just lost a connection to Ashwin. We will be getting back. Getting back to him. All right, let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking right now. Republic is on ground, and Republic is getting you all the details after the Morbi tragedy. Republic tracking all the properties of Oreva owners, from townships to headquarters to residences. Watch how all Oreva premises are now deserted. We're getting you all the updates from the Morbi tragedy. In fact, we can also tell you is that the PM Modi will be visiting the disaster site today. The Supreme Court hearing on it will happen on November 14. Remember, a nearly century-old suspension bridge in Gujarat's Morbi city collapsed on the evening of October 30th, due to which several people standing on it fell into the river. And now, at least 135 people have lost their lives. Multiple agencies are still undertaking rescue operations. PM Modi will visit Morbi today afternoon to personally take stock of the situation. So the big update on the story is, viewers, is that PM Modi will be visiting the disaster site today. He will be going ahead and surveying exactly what happened. He will take a stock of the situation. At the same time, Republic TV's crew is on ground in Morbi in Gujarat, tracking every detail. Republic is trying very hard to track down the Oreva owners as questions over the Morbi bridge tragedy intensify. Now, gates were locked at the headquarters, residence and farmhouses of Oreva owners. Let's have a look at the reports which have been filed by our correspondents.
Outside the residence of Jaisukh Patel. Jaisukh Patel is the owner of Ajanta and Oreva company. Remember, in the tragic bridge collapse in Morbi, the Jaisukh Patel and his family is hiding out, and in fact this is the very flat located in Morbi wherein he was present there till the day of inauguration of the bridge. And in fact what we've been told is that Jaisukh Patel and his family are hiding out and running away from police and administration, and in fact they are running away. And in fact one of the most important thing out here is that despite all the facts and evidences, Gujarat police is yet to name Jaisukh Patel in the FIR. Remember, this is the very flat wherein Jaisukh Patel was present till the day of Diwali and the day after of Diwali, and also the Gujarati New Year he was there. But now he is running out, and in fact he is hiding out from Gujarat, and in fact he is not yet out till now. But yes, Republic TV is giving you the exclusive visuals of the same very flat where he was present last time. Reporting from Morbi, Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
We are out now at Bhopal, which is in Ahmedabad. And Bhopal, remember, is about 20 to 25 kilometers from the main city of Ahmedabad. Where we are right now is very exclusive to only Republic. Republic is the only channel who has been tracking the CEO of the Oreva company, the CEO of that very company who put at risk lives of 500 innocent people. We have been tracking the directors, we have been tracking the employees, and we have been tracking everybody else possible, from accountant to their managers to even their house helps. But yet everybody has gone underground. Nobody is to be seen anywhere. Right now, where I am and where I'm taking you to is a very exclusive location. This location is the very location that the CEO of Oreva company stayed before Diwali. Yes, this exclusive location is the Oreva farmhouse. This very Oreva farmhouse that belongs to the CEO Jaisubhai Patel, the CEO of Oreva Manufacturing Limited. Oreva Ajanta, remember, are the same company which took the responsibility of maintaining and securing the bridges. We were at the headquarters yesterday. Today Republic has tracked their farmhouse. Their hideout is what we're getting to understand is this, but unfortunately, they're not here. We were getting to learn that the guards were present, but the only thing that we see today is a big fat lock. Everything is sealed. Nobody is to be seen. No presence of human here. There is nobody to be seen here, not even the guards, not even house helps. We were getting to learn that guards were here at least till 6 in the morning. But today, as soon as they got information that there was some media and there were some policemen who could come here and interrogate them, they flew away. Right now, we are at this exclusive location. As you see here, it's written, it's Oreva farmhouse. This farmhouse, as I told you, is in Bhopal, which is in Ahmedabad. It is about 20 to 25 kilometers from the main city of Ahmedabad. We are at this very exclusive location. We're getting you live updates every now and then. We're keeping a track of those culprits who put 500 lives at risk. And times to come, we will not bow down. In times to come, we will fight for justice. We will fight for those innocent people who lost their loved ones, who lost their families, kids who lost their lives at a very young age where they could not even see what was coming through them. Republic is reporting at a very exclusive location. Republic is tracking the culprits of Morbi scam, and we will continue to report till we get those answers of why were the innocent lives put at risk at the cost of greed. This is Tanisha Avasti with Vijay Manish reporting from Bhopal and Ahmedabad for Republic TV.
All right, let's go straight to Alicia. Alicia is joining us live from Morbi. Alicia, you have been tracking the story, getting us top updates and also trying to investigate the reason behind this kind of tragedy. What are the top updates that you have picked up so far?
Well, Shivang, it's very important, and the question that we have been raising since yesterday, whether it is to the Chief Minister or whether it is the police officials, specifically when it comes to the accountability, because it's 135 people who lost their life, and moreover, there are the children and the woman who has lost her life. First, let me show you the pictures, because it's a rescue operation which is still underway by NDRF, SDRF, Indian Army and Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, who has been present, because there are some of the people it's still missing. The complaints that has been given by the family members to the administration that the family members are still missing. While coming back to the investigation, well, of course, we have been asking the same question since yesterday, since the incident, that who is exactly the accountable, because the police has registered the FIR and 9 people have been arrested. But who are those people? They are the managers, the ticket checker. These are the people, the clerk, they have been arrested. But what important to know is, where are the owners? We have been tracking even the owners of the Oreva Ajanta Manufacture Private Limited, but they are not been present even at the residence, nor even at their office. They did the inauguration in the space, specifically if we talk about the contract that was given to Oreva, which clearly mentions that they have to renovate the bridge, and that should be open for the people only after getting the fitness certificate, and as well as it should open only after 8 to 10 months. But what the company did, they opened right after the 5th month on specifically mentioning that it's a Gujarati New Year day. So they opened the bridge for the people. And what important to even point it out, because the capacity of the bridge is 100 people, but there were more than 400 people who were present in the bridge, and also there was no authority and to check as the bridge which is overloaded, so they could have managed. So this is something have been overlooked, because some of the people we have spoken to, they also mentioned that some people even went to the administration, clearly mentioning that they have informed to the people who were present, the administration who were present at the same location, informing about the overbridge. But no action has been initiated. So as I mentioned, that this is something, a point of the investigation that we'll see how far it will lead to, because today is also very important, and all eyes on the visit of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where at first he is going to visit the same site where I am reporting from, and then later he is going to meet the survivors in the civil hospital, the people who have been injured and been treated in the civil hospital in Morbi. He is also going to visit there, and later he is going to go to the SP office
office where the review meeting with the senior police officials is going to be happen. So we'll see what exactly the outcome will come, because here are the people who have been asking for the justice, and specifically the action that the demand from the people is also, while is coming that the owner should be booked. And that is when yesterday we spoke to the police officials in the press conference as well, and we actually questioned them why the accused of the Oreva company has not been booked, why their name haven't been mentioned as an accused. So that something has not been answered, but we'll continue to ask those questions even to the police official, and also we'll wait what exactly the investigation will go so far, because we have been trying the team has already been deployed right outside the resident and the office of the Oreva owners, but they are not been present. So they are not at the location, they are not at the resident. So where exactly they are is something the point we'll see. And but today, as I mentioned, that there will be a review meeting where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is first going to visit the Morbi incident site and later to the hospital, and there in the review meeting where he'll get all the information, what exactly the action that has been initiated and what will be the further course of action.
Right. Well, thank you, Alisha. Alisha is keeping us ahead on the story. Very soon, viewers, PM Modi will be visiting Morbi today in just a short while in the afternoon, and we will get you every update coming in from Gujarat.
Air quality for the people of the national capital and the adjacent area is getting more trouble for the people who are residing over here. Let me tell you that today, if we talk about the latest, Delhi has been stated as the most polluted. If we talk about in terms of the air quality index, then it is said to be the most polluted, number second, if we talk about this particular pollution. On the other hand, let me tell you that if we talk about the latest report, then this was stated that in Noida it was 444. In some part of the national capital, this was reported to be more than 500. And I am reporting from the Lodi Road area of the national capital of the New Delhi. And there, as you can see, 294. This is a display over here at the Lodi Road, where it has been clearly seen that here the air quality index is 294. So that's something which the problem which has been faced by the people of the national capital. The issue remains the same. This is something what we see.
Viewers, time for some quick updates right now as a mega coverage on Morbi Bridge collapse tragedy continues. Republic tracked down all properties of Oreva owners. Meanwhile, the owners of Oreva are on the run after questions on negligence escalates. The Supreme Court is set to hear a PIL on Morbi tragedy on November 14. The PIL requests the top court to form a judicial commission headed by a retired Supreme Court judge to investigate into the Morbi Bridge collapse tragedy. A major controversy broke out over Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar's claim. BJP hits out at Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that Sukesh paid 10 crore rupees to Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendar Jain as protection money.
₹10 crore was extorted by Satyendar Jain, Arvind Kejriwal's most dearest minister, who is in jail for the last 4.5 months, who has got no relief on the Hawala charges, was extorting 10 crores as protection money from Conman Sukesh Chandran.
Prime Minister Modi arrived at the district of Rajasthan to pay homage to unsung tribal heroes. At the event, the Prime Minister also addressed a gathering of tribals. The killer pothole continues to haunt Bengaluru as another innocent life was lost. 24-year-old man was killed while two others were injured after his bike hit a car while they were trying to avoid a 4-meter deep pothole. Heading out at Aam Aadmi Party government, BJP's Amit Malviya said that the national capital has become like a gas chamber. Further raising questions on worsening air pollution, Amit Malviya said Aam Aadmi Party's model has failed in Punjab as well as Delhi. Delhi's AQI continues to worsen further as the pollution climbed to severe category. The AQI in Delhi is worsening as residents continue to bear the brunt of it. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking. Kejriwal's minister is in the dock once again. BJP launches scathing attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. Plus, no end to the porthole menace in Bengaluru. Another life lost. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जाता है?
सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहती है जनता, आपको बताइए सर।
सर लोग से जानना चाहते हैं। सर इनॉग्रेशन क्यों की गई इतनी जल्दी? एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना? दीजिए आपको, आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा। मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ। पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? इस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस
that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आज जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
Viewers, grave negligence and shocking unaccountability leads to the death of 135 innocent lives in Gujarat's Morbi. PM takes stock of the biggest man-made tragedy to visit Morbi today. "50 hours on, distraught kin await their missing loved ones. But India asks, where are the owners of Oreva Group?" Tihar Vasuli Gate charge hits Kejriwal's minister did Conman pay Satyendar rupees 10 crore as protection money.
ठग के घर में ठगी हो गई और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है।
Kejriwal's minister is in the dock once again. BJP launches scathing attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. No end to pothole menace in Bengaluru. Another life lost. Viewers, we are live and breaking this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shokla, and today we'll get to all the top stories from Gujarat to also what's happening in the national capital and with the Aam Aadmi Party government. Let's go ahead to our top story right now. This is Tihar Gate. This is the Vasuli Gate story that we have for you right now, where extortion complaint report sought from the Delhi administration by the LG. That is the top update right now. And the story started when a major controversy broke out over Conman's claim. BJP claims Aam Aadmi Party minister took protection money from the Conman. And the big question is, did Conman Sukesh pay 10 crore rupees to Satyendar Jain as protection money? So this is a top update we have for you right now, viewers. And this all started when Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who was arrested by Delhi police in the 200 crore extortion case, said he paid money to the Aam Aadmi Party minister's protection money. All right, let's have a look at the reactions coming in on this developing story.
मैंने पढ़ा, आपके चैनलों पे भी देखा, पंजाब चुनाव के पहले ये लोग कुमार विश्वास को लेके आए थे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जब देखा था कि पंजाब चुनाव वो हार रहे हैं तो कुमार विश्वास के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चलाई। अब गुजरात के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इतनी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है कि उनको सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के कंधों के सहारे की जरूरत पड़ रही है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, मतलब वो तो कहते हैं कि बहुत पॉपुलर हैं, तो अगर बहुत पॉपुलर है तो उन्हें तिहाड़ में लॉज्ड एक कॉनमैन, आप ही कह रहे हैं कॉनमैन है, मैंने सुना वो एक बार उसने किसी मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे को बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने कोई सीबीआई ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने लॉ सेक्रेटरी बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने सीबीआई ऑफिसर पीएमओ का ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे। तो वो जो कह रहा है उससे कुछ लिखवा के और मतलब उसके ऊपर उसके सहारे इनको अपना गुजरात चुनाव लड़ने की जरूरत पड़ रही है। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, परसों मोरबी हादसा होता है, कल 24 घंटे सारे टीवी चैनल्स मोरबी का मुद्दा उठाते हैं और आज अचानक टीवी चैनल से मोरबी गायब हो गया और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के आरोप जो हैं वो आ जाते हैं। तो लगता नहीं कि मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये एक कंप्लीटली फिक्टिशियस, कंप्लीटली फर्जी स्टोरी एक प्लांट की गई है और सारे चैनल अब बस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और सत्येंद्र जैन की बात कर रहे हैं। तो ये मतलब इससे ज़्यादा ब्लेटेंट और क्या हो सकता है कि मोरबी के मुद्दे को दबा के उसको डाइवर्ट करने के लिए, और सक्सेसफुली डाइवर्ट कर दिया उन्होंने। सारे चैनल इस टाइम इस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर की बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि 150 लोग जिनकी मौत हो चुकी है उसका सब भूल चुके हैं। और तीसरी चीज, इन्होंने कहा कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने शराब घोटाला किया। 2 महीने तो हो गए, 800 अफसर लगे हुए हैं, एक कुछ नहीं मिला इनको। इन्होंने कहा बसों में पैसे खा गए हम, उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला। इन्होंने कहा सड़कों में घोटाला हो गया। इन्होंने पता नहीं कितने आरोप लगाए, अभी तक तो किसी आरोप में कुछ नहीं निकला। तो सारे आरोप इनके मनगढ़ंत हैं, सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं इन लोगों के। ये सारी चीजें गुजरात चुनाव के पहले हो रही हैं। कभी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात करते हैं, कभी अच्छी बात है देनी चाहिए, उसमें हम उसका विरोध नहीं करते, पर ये अचानक 27 साल के बाद इस 2022 के गुजरात चुनाव के पहले क्यों याद आ रहा है? क्योंकि अभी तक इनको गुजरात में कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती थी। बीजेपी और कांग्रेस के अंदर ऐसी अच्छी सेटिंग थी कि दोनों को चुनाव तो लड़ते ही नहीं थे, दोनों सेटिंग करके। इस बार इन लोगों को चुनाव के पहले संघर्ष।
Alright, let's go straight to Anuj. Anuj is joining me live. Anuj, take us to the latest development we're getting right now. What we know so far is that there has been an update. The update is that a report has been sought from the Delhi administration by the LG, and also we are seeing that the BJP is saying it's a scam between scamsters as well. What are the latest developments coming in, Anuj?
Is now the LG intervenes. LG has sought a report from the administration, from the Chief Secretary of the National Capital about this particular letter which was written by the Conman. That is something what has been stated in the letter, I beg your pardon, that what exactly were the point, what all has been stated in that particular letter, what exactly are the reasons, what exactly are the truth behind that particular lines which has been written in the letter. On the other hand, we are seeing this war of word which has started. This was none other but Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi, who came out with this line that he has been targeted, this is political vendetta, and this is the line which has been ever taken by Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, whether being it in the case of Satyendar Jain, whether being it in the case of Manish Sisodia. So this is repetition of the saying. Earlier, as pointed out by Arvind Kejriwal, he stated that he was targeted before the Punjab election, and as everything is now centric toward Gujarat election, that's something what has been stated by Arvind Kejriwal, because very much near to Gujarat election. That is why all these things
Right,
are
Anuj.
happening, because
Stay on with us.
it happened.
Stay on with us, Anuj. Stay on with us, because we're getting many reactions coming in as well. There was a press conference held by the BJP a short while back. Let's listen in to what Sambit Patra had to say.
ठग के घर में ठगी हो गई है और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर। और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है। आप सबने अखबार में पढ़ा होगा कि सुकेश चंद्रशेखर आखिर कौन है, हु इज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर। अगर पटकथा पे जाए और बहुत ही संक्षेप में कहा जाए तो सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक कॉनमैन है। कॉनमैन का अर्थ होता है एक ठग है, जिसने तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर रहते हुए भी जेल के चार दीवारी के अंदर से 200 करोड़ रुपए की ठगी की, एक्सटॉर्शन किया। बहुत लोगों को एक तरह से ठग करके एक्सटॉर्शन, जिसे एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट कहा जाता है, यह सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है। और आज ये कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से एक्सटॉर्शन कर लिया है। लगभग 15 एफआईआर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसियां सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ जांच कर रही है। घूसखोरी, उगाही, फॉर्जरी, जालसाजी, ये सारे चार्ज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। और आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा, ऐसे महान सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के मित्र, आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री जो वर्तमान में जेल के चार दीवारी में बंद हैं, तिहाड़ में बंद हैं, वैसे सत्येंद्र जैन स्वयं थे। And I would not hitch to say that there is this person called Sukesh Chandrasekhar who is a conman, who was running a syndicate, a crime syndicate from inside the jail, while we have the Aam Aadmi Party and its ministers who are running a crime syndicate outside of the jail. दोनों क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहे हैं। एक जेल के अंदर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है और दूसरा जेल के बाहर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है। आप सोच के देखिए, अन्ना हजारे जी ने चंद हफ्तों पहले जो चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लिखी थी, वो कितना सार्थक है। यह पार्टी जो चाल, चरित्र और स्वरूप राजनीति का बदलने आई थी, किस प्रकार से आज यह पार्टी एक कॉनमैन पार्टी के रूप में, इट वुड नॉट बी एन एग्जैजरेशन इफ आई से कि आम आदमी पार्टी इज अ कॉनमैन पार्टी टुडे। यह एक ठग पार्टी के रूप में उभर के आई है। और बंधुगण, जरा सोच के देखिए, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कह रहे थे कि ये सत्येंद्र जैन इतने अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं, इतने महान व्यक्ति हैं कि इनको भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी से 10 करोड़ लेने वाले व्यक्ति को, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से उगाही करने वाले व्यक्ति को, भ्रष्टाचारी के घर में भ्रष्टाचार करने वाले व्यक्ति को भारत।
All right, viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. This is a Jorno gift gate controversy, which we had broken earlier. It's getting bigger and bigger right now. Getting some more details. A lot of cash, watches, and now gold coins. Congress claims cash gift boxes. BJP calls it toolkit. Top ministers silent on the Jorno gift gate. All right, this is the big news we're getting for you right now. And this all started when a huge row had erupted in Karnataka following allegations that the Karnataka government tried to bribe some journalists by giving lakhs and lakhs in cash as Diwali gifts. I repeat, as Diwali gifts. So this is what we can tell you. These are the visuals coming in on this story as well. Some more visuals coming in. And what we can tell you, a lot of cash, watches, and now on your screen right now coming in. And Congress is claiming that cash gift boxes. BJP is calling this a toolkit, and at the same time, top ministers are silent on Jorno gift gate. Remember, when this entire controversy had erupted, we're talking about allegations that the Karnataka government had tried to bribe journalists. That time, the opposition parties had slammed the BJP and demanded strict action. And right now, the controversy is getting bigger and bigger now. the row, the Giorno Giftgate row is getting bigger, where we are also learning is that a lot of cash and now gold coins are on your screen, which you have seen right now.
One, that Chief Minister Mumbai's office is giving gifts to journalists. Secondly, now Sudhakar's office, Mr. Sudhakar, who is the medical education minister, his office is also giving gifts to journalists. We see an alleged picture which is released by the Congress only, which shows scotch, watch and gold coins in it.
If such being the case, see, those who have offered chain, gold and other money, a coin, gold coin, see, it amounts to corruption. They are offering not with love and affection, and it is not a money which is tax-paid money, unaccounted money. See, you must show how this money has come, number one. Number two, offering money to a journalist who is supposed to expose this government, its corruption, its maladministration. See, they, in order to shut their mouth, they are giving this gift. So,
but journalists came out openly, sir.
Journalists came out.
Sir, does Congress have any list of these journalists who have taken the money, sir? Because it first came officially from the Congress.
No, I do not.
Any list, sir?
I do not know. I have to check up with our party workers.
Okay. Sir, they also told, Chief Minister told, during your regime, during Mr. Siddaramaya's regime, he had gone on to give iPads, iPhones, laptops, computers as gifts.
Why they were keeping quiet? Why they were keeping quiet? Did they raise all these questions when we were in power? So can we believe this now?
Sir, every time when you make allegations, they say it was also done in the Siddaramaya regime.
That is no answer at all. In order to divert the attention of the people, they are making this type of statement. They are all false statements.
Sir, now there are two allegations made.
All right, so we are just hearing that bite coming in right now. Prajwal is joining us live. Prajwal, Congress is repeating its claims, saying that the allegations are baseless right now when it comes to the Congress. The Congress saying that this is something which should be looked at. The Congress is saying that we are seeing an ugly political fight. At the same time, BJP calling it a toolkit. Prajwal, take us to the details.
Now going ahead and looking at the entire information, this entire journey for Cashgate controversy, which has gone on to rock the state of Karnataka, especially in Bengaluru, because now very senior editors and senior chief reporters of multiple organizations, mainly from the print media, are the ones who had gone on to receive this, is what the Congress alleged, and many of them have also returned it back, is what the Congress has gone on to state, because this officially broke out on the Congress's Twitter handle in Karnataka, where they claimed that they had a list of over 100 journalists who had received bribes from the Chief Minister's office. But the Chief Minister has gone on to deny it, and he stated that he has not instructed anyone from his office to give any sort of gifts in terms of cash or anything, is what the Chief Minister stated. But now the Congress have not stopped at this. The Congress have also now started posting pictures on their official Twitter handle of liquor as well as gold and some expensive watches, which was given out to journalists by the office of Mr. Sudhakar, who is the medical education minister as well as the health minister in Karnataka. And now they are going on to question the Chief Minister, saying it is not only your office, but even your minister's office is also being involved. And now pictures are widely being circulated on social media stating that it is from Dr. Sudhakar's office, and therefore the leader of the opposition, Siddaramaya, tore into this and stated that this is not a Congress toolkit and it is being seen by everyone, and this is the shameless BJP government. He went went on to state that this is a shameless government which is trying to buy the freedom of the press in Karnataka, and the people need to know. And even he went on to deny the fact that there were baseless allegations being made by the BJP that money or else even in the form of any sorts of expensive gifts were doled out to the journalist during his regime as well. And he stated that there will be a list which will be released by the Congress after he gets the list from the party office.
Right. All right. So we are also seeing that, Republic was questioning the Congress as well. And he is saying, Siddaramaiah just spoke about it because he was facing questions about a very, very expensive watch there. But he is saying that he has returned it, Prajwal.
Absolutely. This particular Hublot watch controversy that rocked the entire state of Karnataka, especially when he was the chief minister, because this particular watch costed anywhere between 75 to 80 lakh rupees. And he stated that once a probe was ordered, he returned back the watch to the government and there is nothing in it. And these are baseless allegations. And he also stated that it is not in his knowledge that somebody came and put on the watch to him and he did not even know the company or what the cost of the watch was. And the BJP just cannot stick on to it and harp on to it, because the Congress says they have, they clearly go on and have proof that the CM's office has gone on to state this. And now the Congress is also saying that the Chief Minister's office has gone on to gift it to the journalist, irrespective of whether the CM has sanctioned it or not. And now the source of the money is also being questioned, because if the CM feigns ignorance, if the CM is saying that he has not instructed to give 2.5 lakhs each to 100 journalists, which will cost about 2.5 crores, who are these officials in the Chief Minister's office who are going on to gift out such expensive gifts which is worth 2.5 crore rupees to all in all? So from where did this particular money come to those people who are working in the Chief Minister's office is what the Congress is questioning, especially Mr. Siddaramaiah. He's also stated that there should be a probe which should be ordered regarding the source of income and where this particular money has come from, and the details of the money trial will have to be questioned here is what the Congress are claiming, and so does Mr. Siddaramaiah.
Right, and Prajwal, CM Bomai has been calling it a lie, a part of Congress's toolkit. But have we seen any kind of statement come out, official statement come out from CM Bomai?
Chief Minister Bomai did speak on Sunday. He also spoke to Republic. He stated that this was just a Congress toolkit to malign his image and malign the state of Karnataka. But this has been a sort of parroted response by the Chief Minister of Karnataka, because so far openly the BJP has not come out to make any sort of allegations, be it the Chief Minister or his cabinet ministers. They had a press meeting on Sunday where they stated that during the Congress regime, then Minister Priyank Kharge had gone on to give 40 laptops to the journalists in Karnataka. But then the Congress also provided proof for stating that this was done under the Varta Ilake, where journalists who were coming from scheduled caste and scheduled tribe were given laptops, and this is a government scheme as well. So it has fallen flat. But so far the Chief Minister of Karnataka has not come out with a stable and a solid response in this regard, and he has been repeatedly evading questions. And the BJP is supposed to be addressing a press conference, which they have postponed it to tomorrow because on account of Karnataka Rajyotsava celebrations.
All right, I'm being joined right now by Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS with us. Thank you for joining us, Tanveer Ahmed. So we're getting these visuals, and we're also showing our viewers the top updates. A political fight has broken out at this point of time. Mr. Ahmed, how do you think, what is the first reaction coming in at this point of time? All right, we will just connect with Mr. Tanveer Ahmed again. We just lost him. Let's have a listen into what Siddaramaiah has said. Just let's play that bite again for our viewers.
Sir, now there are two allegations made by Congress. One, that Chief Minister Bommai's office is giving gifts to journalists. Secondly, now Sudhakar's office, Mr. Sudhakar, who is the medical education minister, his office is also giving gifts to journalists. We see an alleged picture which is released by the Congress only, which shows Scotch, watch and gold coins in it.
If such being the case, see, those who have offered chain, gold and other money, a coin, gold coin. See.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead to Vivek Reddy from BJP Karnataka. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Reddy. Now we are seeing that Siddaramaiah has given a statement right now. He's saying that he returned his expensive watch, and the opposition is sticking to, what they were saying earlier, that some kind of action should be taken. How would you like to respond to that, Mr. Reddy?
First of all, when Mr. Siddaramaiah accepted the Hublot watch many years ago, I don't think he was in a state of returning it for a long time. The defense that he has returned this watch is what is an afterthought. It was made after a hue and cry was raised in the press, in the media, regarding his acceptance of the watch. So the initial justifications were that somebody from Dubai gave the watch. There was another justification that another person who wanted to curry some favors from the government, he gave the watch. So amidst all these diverse reports, he finally took the stand of returning it. Well, the point is here, the ethics of this position taken by Mr. Siddaramaiah. He is reversing his position. But when he happily accepted the watch, he never had any qualms about it. So this is how the Congress and Mr. Siddaramaiah have taken dual stand, double-edged, and they speak with a double tongue. And that is very unfortunate. The stands taken by the government that no such gifts were given, that stands very clear. In contrast, what Mr. Siddaramaiah has done is extremely damning. Now to say that he has returned it after he was forced to do it by the public, well, what sort of ethics does it prove? Isn't it,
Tanveer Ahmed is also joining us on the phone line. Vivek Reddy, please stay with us. Tanveer Ahmed, would you like to reply to what Mr. Reddy is saying? Would you like to comment on this controversy?
Mr. Vivek Reddy, poor man, I just want to tell you that pen is mightier than the sword just because, pen can't be bought. Pen shouldn't be bought. And a journalist is an absolute mirror of the society. They could really show what is the society doing just because, they are free. Absolutely, they cannot be corrupted and they shouldn't be corrupted. Just because Siddaramaiah did and today Mr. Bommai doing it and absolutely this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Mr. Reddy, you're a very learned lawyer. You're the president of Bar Council and you come here and speak like this, and rather than, showing a mirror to your government just because putting a blame on Siddaramaiah or anything, this is definitely not going to resolve the problem. The journalists were free and we would like to hope the journalists in future also going to be free.
Mr. Tanveer Ahmed need not hope that they will be free. They are always free. They are always ethical. I think
not in the 40% government which is run by you, not in the 40% government which is run by you, which is eating people's rights, which is absolutely messing up on the roads, which is absolutely cutting trees without any reason, which is absolutely taking away the IT capital city into the garbage city, and people like you have absolutely messed up, and people like you absolutely deserve to be booted out of Karnataka. The beautiful state of Karnataka is ruined, spoiled, absolutely because of the corruption and misgovernment of people like you, Mr. Reddy.
Reduced to single digits. You will be reduced to single digits this time.
What JDS will happen, what BJP will happen is absolutely not an issue. What will happen to the people of Karnataka is an issue. And people like you should be ashamed when they see their face in the mirror. Because you absolutely, after killing the aspirations of youth, absolutely ruining and making Karnataka the most corrupt place. You should be ashamed. I don't know how you have guts to come on the national television and speak on the national platform, Mr. Reddy.
When your party has totally lost in Karnataka, lost its base, lost its
Mr. Reddy, forget about politics of parties. Worry about people of Karnataka who you are really killing. Your mismanagement have through potholes of people. Your mismanagement has taken away jobs from people. The education system is absolutely in horrendously horrible time.
This government has introduced such number of reforms brought in such infrastructure, opened
Please write it to me and to the people of Republic who are watching this. What are the reforms you have got?
That you can hardly imagine what has been done.
You're a son of a great man.
You must
Mr.
go
Security was a great leader.
see the report
You are
card.
also an absolutely. I understand. Your intentions are clear, but your actions are not free, Mr. Reddy.
Unfortunately, your leaders, your party has lost its base here in Karnataka. I wonder, I think you must go.
Mr. Reddy, forget about JDS, Congress and BJP. Worry about the apathy of people of Karnataka with whom you are playing. Absolutely, Mr. Reddy. You should be ashamed and your party should be ashamed for making Karnataka a horrible place, Mr. Reddy.
Nobody is ashamed of anything. You must be ashamed of JDS. Please go and look at yourselves in the mirror where your party is. Then you will understand the will of the people.
Ma'am, unfortunately, Mr. Reddy is a nice man. He is protecting the unprotectable. His intentions are clear, but his actions are not free, as I said.
Don't talk about journalism.
All right, Mr. Reddy, Mr. Ahmed. Mr. Reddy, Mr. Ahmed, thank you for putting your views out here, Republic TV. I thank both of you, BJP leader and the JDS spokesperson, for joining us here on Republic TV. On that note, we are taking a short break, viewers, but the Jorno gift gate controversy is getting bigger right now as the political fight breaks out between the opposition and the BJP.
Ahead and looking at this entire controversy which has gone on to rock the entire state of Karnataka, where there are allegations that over 100 journalists were bribed by the Chief Minister's office. It is only getting bigger and bigger now, with the Medical Education Minister's office also allegedly being involved in it, which the Congress is going on to state. On this quick note, we will slip into a short break, but more news and updates on the other side, only on Republic. Stay tuned.
વોકેશનલ સેન્ટર, ITI, કિસાન વિકાસ કેન્દ્રો એના માધ્યમથી 18 લાખ આદિવાસી.
It's raring for adventure, a fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
सब एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था,
वो अलाउड नहीं है. आप समझ सकते हैं ना.
जाने दीजिए.
आपको
आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा.
मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ.
पकड़ सकते हो मेरा. Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है. देखिए आप किस
ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रख. नाम क्या है? चलो नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है. देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है. ये बर्ताव है हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ.
Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. In the next half hour, we'll get you all that's making news from across the country. First up, a quick check of the top headlines. "50 hours on, distraught kin awaits their missing." So we begin with our top focus this hour, which is the Morbi fire or scam. In fact, Republic tracking down the properties of all those who are linked to the Morbi scam. In fact, the properties relating to the Oreva group have been tracked down by Republic. We'll go across to Alisha, we'll go across to Sandeep as well as Tanisha, who are reporting live from the locations that are linked to the Oreva group. First up, let's try and understand what is known so far. Remember, there are glaring lapses that have been exposed when we talk about all that is known in this case. 9 arrests that have also been made, but so far the owners of Oreva group, the top brass of the Oreva group are still missing. They are on the run. All right, we'll try and go across to Alisha and Sandeep as well as Tanisha, who are reporting live from these premises that are linked to the Oreva group. But first up, let's take a look at this report that was filed by Sandeep from one of the residents of the owners of the Oreva group.
Outside the residence of Jaisukh Patel. Jaisukh Patel is the owner of Ajanta and Oreva company. Remember, in the tragic bridge collapse in Morbi, the Jaisukh Patel and his family is hiding out, and in fact this is the very flat located in Morbi wherein he was present there till the day of inauguration of the bridge. And in fact what we've been told is that Jaisukh Patel and his family are hiding out and running away from police and administration, and in fact they are running away. And in fact one of the most important thing out here is that despite all the facts and evidences, Gujarat police is yet to name Jaisukh Patel in the FIR. Remember, this is the very flat wherein Jaisukh Patel was present till the day of Diwali and the day after of Diwali, and also the Gujarati New Year he was there. But now he is running out, and in fact he is hiding out from Gujarat, and in fact he is not yet out till now. But yes, Republic TV is giving you the exclusive visuals of the same very flat where he was present last time. Reporting from Morbi, Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
And Republic also tracked down one of those premises that are linked, that is linked to the owners of Oreva group. In fact, that's the farmhouse that we tracked down in Gujarat. There is absolutely no clue about the top brass of Oreva group. Let's take a look at this report that was filed by my colleague Tanisha just a short while back.
We are out now at Bhopal, which is in Ahmedabad. And Bhopal, remember, is about 20 to 25 kilometers from the main city of Ahmedabad. Where we are right now is very exclusive to only Republic. Republic is the only channel who has been tracking the CEO of the Oreva company, the CEO of that very company who put at risk lives of 500 innocent people. We have been tracking the directors, we have been tracking the employees, and we have been tracking everybody else possible, from accountant to their managers to even their house helps. But yet everybody has gone underground. Nobody is to be seen anywhere. Right now, where I am and where I'm taking you to is a very exclusive location. This location is the very location that the CEO of Oreva company stayed before Diwali. Yes, this exclusive location is the Oreva farmhouse. This very Oreva farmhouse that belongs to the CEO Jaisubhai Patel, the CEO of Oreva Manufacturing Limited. Oreva Ajanta, remember, are the same company which took the responsibility of maintaining and securing the bridges. We were at the headquarters yesterday. Today Republic has tracked their farmhouse. Their hideout is what we're getting to understand is this, but unfortunately, they're not here. We were getting to learn that the guards were present, but the only thing that we see today is a big fat lock. Everything is sealed. Nobody is to be seen. No presence of human here. There is nobody to be seen here. Not even the guards. Not even house helps. We were getting to learn that guards were here at least till 6 in the morning. But today, as soon as they got information that there was some media and there were some policemen who could come here and interrogate them, they flew away. Right now we are at this exclusive location. As you see here, it's written, it's Oreva farmhouse. This farmhouse, as I told you, is in Bhopal, which is in Ahmedabad. It is about 20 to 25 kilometers from the main city of Ahmedabad. We are at this very exclusive location. We're getting you live updates every now and then. We're keeping a track of those culprits who put 500 lives at risk. And times to come, we will not bow down. In times to come, we will fight for justice. We will fight for those innocent people who lost their loved ones, who lost their families, kids who lost their lives at a very young age where they could not even see what was coming through them. Republic is reporting at a very exclusive location. Republic is tracking the culprits of Morbi scam, and we will continue to report till we get those answers of why were the innocent lives put at risk at the cost of greed. This is Tanisha Awasthi with Vijay Manish reporting from Bhopal and Ahmedabad for Republic TV.
And my colleague Sandeep reporting live from Morbi Township, from that very particular flat that is owned by the Oreva group owner. Sandeep, anything that you are learning from your sources on the whereabouts of the Oreva top brass?
See, there are several, manufacturing company as well as several farmhouse located across Gujarat. Now, in fact, as Tanisha was also mentioning that she also went on there in Ahmedabad, the head office of Ajanta and Oreva. And in fact, we are also trying to find out the owner of Oreva, Jaisukh Patel, and his family are in fact on a run since the incident has taken place. And in fact, as we also reported from the very flat wherein Jaisukh Patel and his family were in fact residing. But ironically, despite of 135 people losing their life in that tragic incident, and as the decision was solely taken to open the bridge by Jaisukh Patel, but ironically, Gujarat police and the Morbi police have not in fact filed an FIR, in fact not named Jaisukh Patel in the FIR that has been registered by Morbi police. And in fact, remember, 135 lives have gone, and so far 9 arrests have been made, Samiksha. And the tragedy is the people like clerk, the people like Pune, the people like manager in Oreva have been arrested by Morbi police. So the question out here is, what is something that is stopping Gujarat police to act upon the owner of Oreva? In fact, remember the owner, Jaisukh Patel, he took a press conference, and he on the same very day he inaugurated the very bridge, as stating that he is opening this for the people. So if everything and the facts and evidences are on record, then what is that is stopping Gujarat police to make an arrest or finally put the name in the FIR of Jaisukh Patel? Samiksha.
Yes. Sandeep, stay with us. And also for our viewers, also just to tell our viewers, it is in fact a man-made tragedy given the fact that there were so many lapses that have come to light. Let's listen into one of the survivors, what he has to say. Remember, 135 lives have been lost. Most of those lives that have been lost were children.
हम तो ये बोलते हैं कि जो 15-20 जना वो पुल के बीचों बीच हो गया, वायड़े मस्ती कर रहा, सेल्फी पार रहा था ना, वो ये घटना का जवाबदार ये लोग 15-20 लोग हैं।
इतना ओवर क्राउडेड दिखाई दे रहा था, इतने सारे लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे। क्या वहाँ पर निगरानी के लिए कोई वहाँ पर व्यवस्था की गई थी?
नहीं, कोई हद कोई सिक्योरिटी के कोई गार्ड था नहीं, कोई बोलता नहीं कि चलो चलो, कोई बोलने का तो बोलता नहीं था। सभी लोग एक जगह हो गए और आवाज़ आने लगी पुल पर। हमको ऐसा लगा कि पुल हिल रहा है, पर हिल नहीं है, पुल टूट रहा है। हमको पची तीसरी बार जब आवाज़ आई तो पुल टूट के नीचे पानी में गिर गए। जो गिर गए ना, हमारे सामने से सभी लोग गिर गए। और 4 हड़िया हुक था ना, हुक से हमने पकड़ लिया ना झाड़ी में, એટલે हम बच गए। मैं मेरा दोस्त दोनों हम बच गए। पर हमारे जो ऊपर 40-50 लोग थे ना, भटका के सभी लोग पानी में गिर गए। तो कितना भी मृत्यु हो गई, मर गए। छोकरा भी, बच्चे वही भी मर गए। कितने पानी में डूब गए, हमने सामने भी देखा झाड़ी पकड़ के। कोई बचा नहीं सका, हमारा दोनों हाथ जारी में था, हम क्या बचाएंगे, नीचे गिर गए थे सभी लोग।
पूरी सिचुएशन पे क्या लगता है, क्योंकि आप कह रहे हैं कि वहाँ पर कोई सिक्योरिटी गार्ड मौजूद नहीं था, क्या अरेंजमेंट्स में कोई कमियां दिखाई दे रही थी?
नहीं वही नहीं होगा तो जो ऐसी भीड़ हो जाती है ना, जो कोई सिक्योरिटी गार्ड होता तो सभी लोगों को बोलते हैं कि चलो चलो चलो, कोई चलने का नहीं बोले, इसलिए तो भीड़ हो गई ना।
Well, there you heard, those are some of the harrowing tales being narrated by those survivors of the Morbi tragedy that has claimed lives of 135 people. It is sheer carelessness, absolute apathy, and yes, it is greediness that has really led to the loss of lives in this particular incident. We'll continue to keep you ahead on all that we are getting to know with regard to the investigation into this big scam. For now, moving on to big story that is coming in, the breaking updates coming in on the extortion racket charge that has been levelled by the BJP on the Aam Aadmi Party. Latest what we are given to understand is that the Delhi LG has taken cognizance of the letter that was written by Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar to the Delhi LG, as the Delhi LG has now sought an extortion complaint report from the Delhi administration. Now remember, BJP has claimed that AAP minister took protection money from the conman, and the question here arising as to whether the conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar paid 10 crore rupees to Satyendar Jain as protection money. Also to talk more about the letter that has been written by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar to Delhi LG, where he has clearly stated that he was asked by the AAP minister to pay 1.5 crore rupees to the DG prisons for protection inside the prison. He was asked to pay 10 crore rupees in 2 to 3 months time. In fact, let's listen into the first reaction as well coming in from the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal when he's called these charges completely bogus and fabricated.
गुजरात के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इतनी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है, इतनी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है कि उनको सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के कंधों के सहारे की जरूरत पड़ रही है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, मतलब वो तो कहते हैं कि बहुत पॉपुलर हैं, तो अगर बहुत पॉपुलर है तो उन्हें तिहाड़ में लॉज्ड एक कॉनमैन, आप ही कह रहे हैं कॉनमैन है, मैंने सुना वो एक बार उसने किसी मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे को बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने कोई सीबीआई ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने लॉ सेक्रेटरी बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने सीबीआई ऑफिसर पीएमओ का ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे। तो वो जो कह रहा है वो उससे कुछ लिखवा के और मतलब उसके ऊपर उसके सहारे इनको अपना गुजरात चुनाव लड़ने की जरूरत पड़ रही है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, परसों मोरबी हादसा होता है, कल 24 घंटे सारे टीवी चैनल्स मोरबी का मुद्दा उठाते हैं और आज अचानक टीवी चैनल से मोरबी गायब हो गया और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के आरोप जो हैं वो आ जाते हैं। तो लगता नहीं कि मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये एक कंप्लीटली फिक्टिशियस, कंप्लीटली फर्जी स्टोरी एक प्लांट की गई है और सारे चैनल अब बस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और सत्येंद्र जैन की बात कर रहे हैं। तो ये मतलब इससे ज़्यादा ब्लेटेंट और क्या हो सकता है कि मोरबी के मुद्दे को दबा के उसको डाइवर्ट करने के लिए, और सक्सेसफुली डाइवर्ट कर दिया उन्होंने। सारे चैनल इस टाइम इस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर की बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि 150 लोग जिनकी मौत हो चुकी है उसका सब भूल चुके हैं। और तीसरी चीज, इन्होंने कहा कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने शराब घोटाला किया, 2 महीने तो हो गए, 800 अफसर लगे हुए हैं, एक कुछ नहीं मिला इनको। इन्होंने कहा बसों में पैसे खा गए हम, उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला। इन्होंने कहा सड़कों में घोटाला हो गया, इन्होंने पता नहीं कितने आरोप लगाए, अभी तक तो किसी आरोप में कुछ नहीं निकला। तो सारे आरोप इनके मनगढ़ंत हैं, सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं इन लोगों के।
Meanwhile, the BJP has sharpened its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party, demanding answers on the letter that's been written by Conman Sukesh, where he has clearly stated that he was visited by Satyendar Jain inside the prison multiple times. Not just this, he was asked to pay extortion money to the AAP leaders. He also goes on to mention in this letter that he was promised by the Aam Aadmi Party that he would be given a Rajya Sabha seat if he would give that money to the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's listen into that reaction coming in from the BJP.
ठग के घर में ठगी हो गई है और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है। आप सबने अखबार में पढ़ा होगा कि सुकेश चंद्रशेखर आखिर कौन है, हु इज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर। अगर पटकथा पे जाए और बहुत ही संक्षेप में कहा जाए तो सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक कॉनमैन है। कॉनमैन का अर्थ होता है एक ठग है, जिसने तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर रहते हुए भी जेल के चार दीवारी के अंदर से 200 करोड़ रुपए की ठगी की, एक्सटॉर्शन किया, बहुत लोगों को एक तरह से ठग करके एक्सटॉर्शन, जिसे एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट कहा जाता है, ये सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है। और आज ये कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से एक्सटॉर्शन कर लिया है। लगभग 15 एफआईआर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसियां सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ जांच कर रही है। घूसखोरी, उगाही, फॉर्जरी, जालसाजी, ये सारे चार्ज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। और आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा, ऐसे महान सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के मित्र, आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री जो वर्तमान में जेल के चार दीवारी में बंद हैं, तिहाड़ में बंद हैं, वैसे सत्येंद्र जैन स्वयं थे। And I would not hitch to say that there is this person called Sukesh Chandrasekhar who is a con man, who was running a syndicate, a crime syndicate from inside the jail, while we have the Aam Aadmi Party and its ministers who are running a crime syndicate outside of the jail. दोनों क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहे हैं। एक जेल के अंदर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है और दूसरा जेल के बाहर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है। आप सोच के देखिए, अन्ना हजारे जी ने चंद हफ्तों पहले जो चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लिखी थी, वो कितना सार्थक है। यह पार्टी जो चाल, चरित्र और स्वरूप राजनीति का बदलने आई थी, किस प्रकार से आज यह पार्टी एक कॉनमैन पार्टी के रूप में, इट वुड नॉट बी एन एग्जैजरेशन इफ आई से कि आम आदमी पार्टी इज अ कॉनमैन पार्टी टुडे। यह एक ठग पार्टी के रूप में उभर के आई है। और बंधुगण, जरा सोच के देखिए, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कह रहे थे कि ये सत्येंद्र जैन इतने अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं, इतने महान व्यक्ति हैं कि इनको भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी से 10 करोड़ लेने वाले व्यक्ति को, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से उगाही करने वाले व्यक्ति को, भ्रष्टाचारी के घर में भ्रष्टाचार करने वाले व्यक्ति को भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। ये भारत के प्रत्येक नागरिक के प्रति अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का जिस प्रकार का असम्मान का भाव है अपने महत्वाकांक्षा के कारण, यह इस सेंटेंस से कि सत्येंद्र जैन डिजर्व्स अ भारत रत्न।
So BJP there, of course, sharpening its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. Well, let's also listen into what Sukesh Chandrasekhar's lawyer had to say, in which he's clearly stated that Sukesh was asked to pay. In fact, Sukesh Chandrasekhar did pay 10 crore rupees to the AAP minister Satyendar Jain, and not just this. In total, 50 crore rupees was paid to the Aam Aadmi Party, as he was promised to be given an important position within the Aam Aadmi Party.
कोर्ट में जिक्र हुआ था, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पर्पस दूसरा था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सिर्फ ट्रांसफर का इशू था कि मुझे दिल्ली के जेल से शिफ्ट कराकर किसी और दूसरे स्टेट के जेल में शिफ्ट करा दिया जाए। पर्पस उसका सिंपल था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमको इंक्वायरी कराने नहीं गए थे। अभी जो एलजी को चिट्ठी लिखी गई है, इसका जो पर्पस है कि इस मामले की एक इंडिपेंडेंट जांच होनी चाहिए, एक इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए। अभी का पर्पस अलग है।
So closely tracking all the updates coming in, the response coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party as well. They've called these charges completely bogus and fabricated, and an attempt to divert attention from the Morbi tragedy scam. Of course, Sukesh Chandrasekhar's lawyer also went on to add that they would move the High Court if no reaction, no response is taken, if no action is taken by the administration. But for now, let's take a look at this quick 1-minute report. In fact, Union Home Minister Amit Shah there addressing a rally in Himachal Pradesh ahead of elections in the state of Himachal.
हिमाचल सरकार की केंद्रीय योजनाओं के लिए अटल जी ने शुरुआत की थी 90-10 के रेशियो की। 100 रुपये की योजना होती है तो 90 रुपया केंद्र सरकार निकालती थी और 10 रुपया हिमाचल सरकार निकालती। ये कांग्रेस की सरकार आई, उसने 60-40 कर दिया। जरा हिसाब पूछना, कि भाई हिमाचल वासियों ने आपका क्या बिगाड़ा था कि 90-10 से आपने 60-40 कर दिया, और आज मोदी जी की सरकार आते ही मोदी जी ने फिर से 90-10 करने का काम कर हिमाचल के विकास को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। गुजरात में भी, मैं तो गुजरात से आता हूं, कई बार पूछता हूं गुजरात में कि मोदी जी कहां के हैं, आधी सभा कहती है गुजरात के हैं, आधी सभा कहती है हिमाचल के हैं। मोदी जी ने यहां सालों तक काम किया है और हिमाचल के चप्पे चप्पे को जाना है।
उनसे बात भी कर रहे, धमका भी रहे उनको, जो को एक्यूज्ड हैं इस मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग केस में, जिसमें खुद सत्येंद्र जैन जी बंद हैं, उनसे वो पार्टी भी उनके साथ कर रहे हैं। और वो सारे वीडियो फुटेज सामने जब आए तो ये पता लगा, जो सुकेश चंद्रशेखर ने जब 7 अक्टूबर को माननीय एलजी साहब को पत्र लिखा कि जेल में हम ऐशो आराम से रहे, इसके लिए वो 2 करोड़ रुपया पर मंथ ले रहे, 10 करोड़ ले चुके अभी तक, 10 करोड़ वो दे चुके हैं। और ऐसे बहुत सारे कैदी हैं जो वहाँ मोबाइल फ़ोन चला रहे हैं, जो वहाँ पर ऐशो आराम से रहना चाहते हैं, वो सब रह सकते हैं। सत्येंद्र जैन जेल से, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खास है, वो वहाँ से अपना जेल से कारोबार चला रहे हैं। जैसे सत्येंद्र जैन हवाला के अंदर उनको महारत हासिल हुई है कि किस तरह से उन्होंने फेक अकाउंट खुलवा के, शेल अकाउंट खुलवाकर हवाला कारोबार को अंजाम दिया। दिल्ली में तमाम प्रॉपर्टी उस पैसे से खरीदी गई, जिसके आरोप में वो जेल में बंद है। अब जेल में उनकी सरकार चल रही, जेल में सत्येंद्र जैन जी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के इशारे पर वसूली कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली सरकार के जेल मंत्री अब वसूली भाई बन गए। वसूली भाई सत्येंद्र जैन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के लिए वसूली करने का काम जेल में कर रहे हैं, और ये गंभीर आरोप है। ये कोई साधारण आरोप नहीं है। जिस तरह से पहले उन्होंने मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग केस में बंद है, 6 महीने से जमानत नहीं मिली, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और सत्येंद्र जैन ने सोचा कि जमानत तो मिलने से रही तो अपना धंधा ही शुरू करते वहाँ, क्योंकि सरकार उनकी है, प्रशासन उनका है, जेल मंत्री खुद जेल में बंद है, तो वहीं से उन्होंने जेल में जो लोग प्रोटेक्शन चाहते हैं, प्रोटेक्शन मनी दो और जेल में सुविधाएं लो। प्रोटेक्शन मनी दो, जेल में मोबाइल चलाओ, प्रोटेक्शन मनी दो और जेल में मन मर्जी जिसको बुलाओ उससे मीटिंग करो, बात करो, और जेल से ही प्रोटेक्शन और एक्सटॉर्शन का धंधा सत्येंद्र जैन, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार के खास मंत्री है, वो कर रहे हैं। यही कारण है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, यही कारण है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अभी तक उनको मंत्रिमंडल से बर्खास्त नहीं किया। दोस्तों, मैं साथियों यही कहना चाहता हूँ कि दिल्ली के अंदर सत्येंद्र जैन का ये तीसरा आपराधिक मामला है, तुरंत बर्खास्त होना चाहिए। ऐसे मंत्री को 1 मिनट भी पद पर रहने का अधिकार नहीं है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय प्रवेश साइंस वर्मा जी से मैं आग्रह करूंगा वो प्रेस वार्ता को संबोधित करें।
अभी आदेश जी ने आपको
बताया कि आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री जेल में रहकर भी क्या काम कर रहे हैं। एक बहुत बड़ा खुलासा आज हमारे सामने आया है और अब ये सोचकर लगता है कि अब ना जाने सत्येंदर जैन कौन सा अपराध करे, इसके बाद कौन सा अपराध बच गया है कि कब उसको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अपने पद से हटाएंगे। अब ऐसा कौन सा अपराध बचा है? हवाला के कारोबार के आरोप में वो अभी जेल में सड़ रहे हैं पिछले 5 महीने से, मगर वो हम तो ये सोचते थे कि सड़ रहे हैं, वो अंदर सजा काट रहे हैं, मगर आज हमें पता लगा कि वो अंदर मसाज करा रहे हैं, उनको सारी सुविधाएं अंदर मुहैया हो रही हैं। मैं आपके माध्यम से आज सबसे पहले आप सभी को ये बात और दिल्ली की जनता को ये बात बताना चाहता हूं कि वो जो तिहाड़ जेल है, हमको सुनने में लगता होगा और एक आम आदमी को लगता होगा सुनने में कि तिहाड़ जेल, जेल यानी कि पुलिस, पुलिस यानी कि दिल्ली पुलिस, दिल्ली पुलिस यानी कि एमएचए, एमएचए यानी कि भारत सरकार, कि भारत सरकार के अंडर में जेल आती होगी। और जब भारत सरकार के अंडर में जेल आती है तो ये अपराध वहां पे कैसा चल रहा है?
Ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था,
वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना?
दीजिए
आपको,
आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा।
मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही
हूँ। पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस
Zone distraught kin awaits their missing loved ones, but India asks, where are the owners of Oreva Group? Ugly political fight breaks out over Journo Givegate. Vadra Congress in denial over Congress toolkit claim. BJP fires fresh questions. Tihar Vasuli Gate charge hits Kejriwal minister. Did Conman pay Satyendar rupees 10 crore rupees as protection money?
कि ठग के घर में ठगी हो गई है और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है।
Kejriwal's minister is in the dock. Once again, BJP launches scathing attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. And no end to pothole menace in Bengaluru, another life lost.
वो सुकेश ये भी बताता है, ये वो पत्र है, ये वो लेटर हैं जो उन्होंने दिल्ली के एलजी को लिखे हैं, सुकेश ने, जो एक बहुत बड़ा ठग है, जेल में है। वो ये कहता है अपने पत्र में कि मैं सत्येंदर जैन को 2015 से जानता हूं और मैंने सत्येंदर जैन को अभी तक 50 करोड़ रुपया दे चुका हूं। किस बात का, वो इसका भी खुलासा करता है। वो कहता है मैंने 50 करोड़ रुपए दिया ताकि ये मेरे को साउथ इंडिया में, जहाँ का मैं रहने वाला हूँ, वहाँ के किसी राज्य का, अपनी पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा पद दे देंगे और एक मुझे राज्यसभा की सीट देंगे। अगर मैं उसकी बात को पढ़ूँ यहाँ पर, आई हैव नॉन मिस्टर सत्येंदर जैन ऑफ आप सिंस 2015 एंड have contributed more than 50 crore to AAP in promise of giving me important post in party in South Zone and also helping me to nominate it in Rajya Sabha following the expansion. तो एक उसको राज्यसभा की सीट और एक पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा पद, उसके बदले में सत्येंदर जैन ने सुकेश से 50 करोड़ रुपए लिया। उसके बाद क्या होता है? अब जो दिल्ली के सत्येंदर जैन जी जेल मंत्री हैं, वो कई बार जेल जाते हैं। जब इस सुकेश को जेल की सजा हो जाती है, वो जेल में रहता है, तो सत्येंदर जैन उनसे मिलने कई बार गए और उससे कई बार बोला, ये ऐसा मैं नहीं बोल रहा, ऐसा सुकेश अपने पत्र में बोल रहा है कि सत्येंदर जैन और उसका सेक्रेटरी और एक व्यक्ति है सुशील, जो सत्येंदर जैन का
We are cutting across to more breaking updates. That's in fact the next story is coming in from the state of Karnataka, where this is the Tumakuru district where you have the DYSP, P. Srinivas, who is slapping and he's sending away victims of the PSI, that is the police sub-inspector recruitment scam earlier today. That image is on your screens. The victims had come to speak with the state home minister about the difficulties that they were facing because of the scam, and you have the DYSP who ends up slapping the recruitment scam victims. So not the first time that, remember again, a case of VVIP racism really has come to fore, and people who are in power, whether these are netas, whether these are cops or even bureaucrats at times, remember, do not think even once before exerting their influence, before trying to prove to the other person that who is more powerful. The reason why you have this story once more playing out in the state of Karnataka, this is a scam victim who's slapped by a senior cop, in fact, the DYSP. Prajwal is tracking that story and he joins us right now on the broadcast. Prajwal, first up, for viewers tuning into the broadcast, help us understand the entire sequence of events.
What had happened was today there were Karnataka Rajyotsava celebrations which was being conducted and therefore many of the victims of the PSI scam had tried to approach the Home Minister, Mr. Aragagnanendra, who was present there for the flag hoisting ceremony. And at this point of time when the victims went on to go and approach the DYSP, Mr. Srinivas, he's gone on to slap and he sent away the victims. This was mainly in regard to the fact that there were around 500 to 700 victims of the PSI scam who had actually approached the Home Minister asking him to increase the age limit as well as the time limit for going on and again applying for the post of police sub-inspectors. So all said and done, this has created a lot of furor now. because earlier in the morning too, it was alleged that Araga Gyanendra, who was the Home Minister, has gone on to push he's gone on to push one of these victims who had come to approach him requesting help. But seems like all is definitely not well, and the Home Minister has also stated that he will be taking action against the DYSP, and he will make sure that the problems are sorted.
And Prajwal, why don't you tell us if we heard absolutely anything from the DYSP in question? And, as we look at this image, Prajwal, not the very first time, not the last time that we'll be looking at someone in a position of power who's trying to tell that he's the boss. But has he apologized? Has he reacted? Has he said absolutely anything?
So far, there has been no sort of apology or there has been no sort of clarification that is come in from the district officers, either the SP or the DYSP. And the DYSP here in question has not apologized. And in fact, he not only went on to chase this particular candidate, but several other candidates too were chased out of the ground. So the victims and mainly the PSI candidates are questioning as to who they have to approach because somewhere the government as
Prajwal,
well as
I'm just going to come back to you. I want to get in the first reaction from Brinda Adige, Prajwal. She's joining us on the broadcast. Brinda, good afternoon. How do you respond to these images? This is a DYSP who believes that he's above questioning. And clearly, Brinda, because there is no action against such people, they get away with absolutely anything.
You're absolutely right. This is atrocity in uniform. He has a uniform and he thinks that he can do anything that he wants. He has slapped this candidate. Who is he? He himself is a public servant and he has to be there to protect people, to safeguard the rights of citizens, and he has no right to slap anybody. I hope the DGP would immediately suspend this man, take off his posting and ensure that he is penalized for physical assault. Nothing short of it. Because these people also get away with it. You know, they'll have a departmental inquiry and nobody knows the end of that departmental inquiry, and he will continue to get half his salary. He will enjoy wherever he is. This is unacceptable. This colonial police force is not what we want in free India. This man must be immediately punished. Of course, he has to apologize to the candidate and to everybody else. I hope the Home Minister will ensure that this fellow is not only suspended, but is penalized by law.
Oh, absolutely, Brinda. But you and I both know that that does not happen. That does not happen this easily in the country, Brinda. But yes, we have to keep fighting, and we have to keep fighting the good fight. Thank you for speaking to us. I also want to get in Dr. Guha of the Congress, who's joining us on the broadcast right now. And Dr. Guha, before I come to you, I just want to talk a little bit more about these two images playing out on our screens. On the left of our screens, I think, is the moment where you have a lot of these scam victims who are wanting to speak to those concerned. In fact, they were trying to speak with the State Home Minister about the difficulties that they had faced because of the scam. This is the police sub-inspector recruitment scam. And on the right of your screen, in fact, is the moment where you have the DYSP losing his cool, trying to show that he is the boss, and he ends up slapping one of the victims. Dr. Guha, what should be done? What needs to be done?
If the Home Minister has any sense left in him, I repeat this, any sense left in him, he should come out, apologize, and immediately suspend this high-headed police official who was there in protection of the Home Minister. His absolute high-headedness and arrogant behavior. You know, you have a set of people who are suffering. They are in the receiving end. They want to meet the minister. Now, what is wrong in that? Who else should they go and meet? Agreed, the minister is very busy. He cannot meet common people. He has his own way and style of meeting people whom he wants through his confidants. In spite of that, this particular police official who is in the department serving, and the set of people against him who are the sufferers of this whole PSI scam, who also wanted to get into the system, shouldn't he have some sympathy on them?
forget that. It has this entire thing. If you see, it shows the high-headedness of the BJP government and the officials. They have all paid and come. So it's like they literally don't care to anyone. This is just one episode that has come into the open, and you are showing it. But day in and day out, there are similar episodes, high-headedness of police behavior. Literally every police inspector, whether it is a BJP MLA, behaves like.
But Dr. Guha, if I may just interrupt you here. The point is, this isn't clearly only and only about politics, because netas will end up playing politics, but that is not the story. Netas are the first one when it comes to instances of VVIP racism, and it really, it's a long list. It's a long list. If you lead by example, perhaps people like this DYSP will also get a message, but you never do that.
He has to get a message. We are going to fight for it. He has to be put into his place, whether it could be Minister Somana who slapped, it could be Arvind Limbavoli who slapped somebody from his constituency. Now it is this person. There are many incidents like this. Politicians in BJP, I don't know.
I very clearly remember, though, again, I just want to put that point forward. I remember because while I was on another channel also, I do remember people like D.K. Sivakumar, people like Siddaramaiah. Whenever you go ahead and ask them tough questions, they want to show you away. They have a circle that pushes you away, their security entourage. They do not believe they are answerable, and this DYSP clearly is watching all netas, whether it's Congress, BJP, the JDS, everyone is the same here, Dr. Guha.
Clearly, new age politics will not run like this. Every single politician, every single lawmaker is answerable. Has always been answerable, and they are answerable to every single citizen of this country. New age politics will not run with showing away and pushing away. Especially in the rank of an SP, they should have some dignity, and they should learn behavior first with the common public. This is not the way. You cannot show high-headedness with somebody who has come to cry on your shoulders. He should be immediately suspended pending an inquiry. He should first come out and apologize. And the Home Minister himself
all right. We hope you walk the talk. We hope that all parties walk the talk. Dr. Guha, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. I also want to say good afternoon to Syed Aslam. He's also a political analyst and he's been holding the phone line. Syed, thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic. How do you read into these images? And the lack of action, I think. This entire attitude that I am above questioning, I am above absolutely anything, and I can end up slapping someone who's just trying to speak to the State Home Minister.
So you're absolutely right in saying that. The arrogance of the government, you've seen that happening with Mr. Arvind Limbavoli, you've seen that happening with multiple other ministers, you've seen that happening with Somana. There is no dignity for women. Now, today, what is happening is the same arrogance is continuing with the government officials as well, right? When the victims come to you, you need to give a crying shoulder. You need to understand what they're going through. They're suffering for more than a year, and this scam has, the 40% Sarkar of BJP, it is not giving any compassionate ground, or it is not taking care of the people who are suffering. In fact, they're abusing, they're in fact assaulting the people of Karnataka. Now, this DYSP should immediately be suspended. Such action, I don't know if the BJP government will take action, because they're also hand in glove with such officials. The 40% corrupt Sarkar of BJP, they have failed miserably in the governance, and the people of Karnataka are suffering because of this government.
What about the cops? What about the cops, Syed, before I let you go? How is it that a DYSP believes that he is above everything else? Does he watch all netas cutting across political quarters?
See, I'll tell you, the police department or any department acts on the behest of the ruling government. When the ruling government itself is corrupt and there is no action taken against the ministers, obviously the other departments also act in the similar way. Instead of supporting the people, instead of supporting the victims, the cops also act like this. The people are literally suffering in this government. So we demand for an immediate suspension of this officer, and definitely an investigation needs to be done. They have to be compassionate. They have to be with the victims.
All right, Syed.
Instead of being with the victims, they are They are torturing the victims, which is absolutely unacceptable.
Sayed, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. Let's again play out those images full frame. And I want to get in Prajwal, who actually has been able to access those images for us, and he also has more inside track of what has happened so far. Prajwal, did we try to confront this DYSP? Has he been questioned? Has he said anything?
So far, Deepthi, there has been no reactions on what the DYSP has done here, because now the police are claiming that this was a security protocol and the candidates had already had their time with the Home Minister, because earlier too we saw a few candidates who had approached the Home Minister Araga Gnanendra, stating that he should make sure that the age limit as well as the time period for again reapplying for the post of police sub-inspectors in Karnataka should be increased, to which he spoke in the affirmative. But some of these victims and candidates also tried to fall at his feet, again giving their memorandum, giving their pleas in person to the Home Minister, which was totally uncalled for over here, because the minister could have been the larger one, trying to state that he would go on and address the crowd because he was free during this particular period of time. And he also went on and spoke to the children and the students who had gathered in particular for Karnataka Rajyotsava celebrations. And at this point of time, sensing an opportunity, the victims tried to approach him, but then the then the Home Minister's security as well as the DYSP who was present over there has misbehaved with them and has gone on to act rudely, which was totally uncalled for, because they were only victims and they had come only with an intention to go on and seek the response of the Home Minister, some sort of assurance so that they can again go on and reapply. But seems like that has not been the case so far with the government of Karnataka, mainly the cabinet ministers too, because they have always found themselves at the wrong end of the law. May it be Mr. Arvind Limbavali, V. Somana, the housing minister who recently slapped a woman, or else even now this particular DYSP who was seen maintaining the security there at Tumkuru. This could have been handled in a much more mature and a sophisticated way. But we are waiting to listen from the government as to what they have to say on this particular issue.
Joel, you've spoken about so many cases, but we haven't seen action, I think, on any of such cases here. Madhu Rao is a BJP spokesperson also right now. Prajwal, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. Madhu, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we've just lost that phone line, but we will try to repatch Madhu back, spokesperson for the BJP from the state of Karnataka. Now, let's quickly recap what we know about the story and go full frame to this entire sequence playing out on the right of your screens if possible. This is the Tumkuru DYSP, P. Srinivas, who slaps and he sends away victims of the police sub-inspector recruitment scam earlier today. The victims had only come to speak with the state home minister about the difficulties that they were facing, and look at how they were treated. Madhu Rao, I'm told, is back on the phone line. Madhu, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm able to listen to you now.
Okay, Madhu, have you seen this image of the DYSP slapping a victim only because that victim had come to speak to the state home minister?
No, I am just getting to know the information now. But my initial reaction is this. If anything of that sort has happened, it is highly unfortunate. I think the state will take action. But all that
it is not about if anything has happened. This image has gone viral. This video, Madhu, has gone viral.
Madam, I understand. We are just getting to know of the information. I am just getting to know of the information now. All that I can say is this, that the state has taken all the steps in order to ensure that there is a fair and free trial. Point number one. And secondly, we are the only government where we had arrested the high persons in the police in this case, and we are sure...
Madhu, I don't want to hear all that. Madhu, why don't you come to the story? Why don't you come to what we are watching right now? What you've done, what you've not done is pretty evident. The reason why these victims are not able to, even have an audience with the state home minister.
No.
They go for an audience and they are being slapped by a DYSP.
I'm sure, and my government 100% will take action against it. Such things cannot be tolerated. All that I can tell is that if such thing has happened is highly unfortunate, and surely an investigation will be onto this. But my
No, you remember just about a week ago, V. Somanna slapped a woman. She fell down. Do you remember? Have you taken any action against that minister? Have you?
Madam, there needs to kindly understand there is a due process of law. The due process of law will be followed, and for sure action will be taken. 100% action will be taken, and our government is committed on that. Kindly understand that if
Madhu, I think people have seen this. You always tell us you are a different government. You do not tolerate this. You do not tolerate that. You will form a committee, and that committee can actually go back home. Once the story is over, you believe public memory is that short. People will forget all this, Madhu.
Let me.
Why is there no action against this DYSP, against your ministers who've been caught mishandling people?
It's not about that. What I would say is this. See, there is a rule of law. We will follow the rule of law. And whatever action needs to be taken, we will surely take an action. We never say that we don't take action. Kindly understand, in PSA scam, we were the only government.
That's the point. No, Madhu, you claim here on national television that you're a different party, you will take action. But you never take action. I leave it there, Madhu. And I still know that you will never act against your people. You will never send a message that people like these and instances like these do not occur again. For the moment, Madhu, thank you for speaking to us. We are heading into a quick break right now, but when we come back, it's been over 50 hours. The distraught kin await their missing loved ones, and the country continues to ask, where are the owners of the Oreva group? Why has there been no action against them? Also, the Tihar Gate charge has hit Arvind Kejriwal's minister. Did the Conman pay Satyendar Jain 10 crore as protection money?
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
When hard question asked to the Chief Minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do our reporting. Why should I get off the premises? क्या आपको मना किया गया है? हाँ, मना किया गया है। आप लोग हो कौन? आप लोग आपको मालूम हो जाएगा। सवाल करने के लिए आप लोग हो कौन?
Of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं, सर एफआईआर में सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
सर FIR में किसी का नाम नहीं, आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो, यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जाता है
सर? बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहती है जनता, आपको बताइए सर।
सर लोग से जानना चाहते हैं।
And breaking news that's coming in. Remember, it's been over 50 hours, but is there any action against the company, the Oreva owners? The answer is no. But Republic is the only channel tracking the owners, and top sources, in fact, tell Republic that the Oreva CEO possibly is hiding in Rajkot. Tanisha is on the trail. She's joining us live right now. Tanisha, where about you at this point in time? What more do we know? Have we heard anything from the cops? Are they even on the lookout for the owners?
Well, Dipti, I do not know about cops, but Republic is certainly on the lookout. They are certainly searching for the directors, who put lives of 500 people at risk. And these are the latest exclusive leads that we're getting in from sources that the CEO, Jasubhai Patel, is in Rajkot. Remember, we tracked him at 3 exclusive places. Number 1 is at his farmhouse in Rajkot. Then we tracked him today in the morning at his location at the farmhouse, at the Oreva farmhouse. We also went to the Oreva headquarters in Ahmedabad. These are the 3 exclusive reactions where we have tracked him. He was nowhere to be found. And now the recent information that we're getting through sources, very, very credible sources for Republic TV, is that he is in Rajkot and he fled. He fled soon after the whole incident, the tragic incident happened. We have a lot more coming up next, lot more inside details on where is the CEO who's responsible for the lives of many, who took lives of the many of the tragic incidents that happened. More details, more scathing informations coming on right after a very, very short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
When hard question asked to the Chief Minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do our reporting. Why should I get out of the premises? क्या आपको मना किया गया है? हाँ, मना किया गया है। आप लोग हो कौन? आप लोग आपको मालूम हो जाएगा। सवाल करने के लिए आप लोग हो कौन?
Of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
FIR में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। You cannot touch me. सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है
सर? बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहती है जनता आपको, बताइए सर।
सर लोग सिर्फ जानना चाहते हैं सर इनॉग्रेशन क्यों की गई इतनी जल्दी? सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जो
There were many of the people whom I spoke to, and they were just asking for the justice from the Chief Minister, who actually is the accountable over the incident that has happened yesterday.
The air quality remains the same. India Gate was not visible of that particular smoke, and the residents of national capital is still facing the same kind of problem.
From Punjab, petrol pump guard was shot dead by the robber in this robbery that happened late last night.
Let's get you a quick check of our top stories that we are tracking. The death toll in the Morbi bridge collapse tragedy now stands at 135. You have a total of 14 people who are hospitalized as the rescue operations by multiple agencies are still underway on the Machu River. The Prime Minister shortly is going to be visiting Morbi. He is going to be arriving at the bridge collapse site this afternoon. Later, he is also visiting the civil hospital. The Prime Minister will also be meeting with police officials later in the day. In wake of one of the most horrific tragedy, the statewide mourning in Gujarat is going to be held on November the 2nd. The Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupender Patel took to Twitter earlier to declare the decision, which is coming after a high-level meeting chaired by the Prime Minister, which was held at the Raj Bhavan. The Supreme Court is set to hear a PIL on the Morbi tragedy now November the 14th. This PIL is requesting the top court to form a judicial commission headed by retired Supreme Court judge to investigate the Morbi bridge collapse. Rajasthan's Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has commented on the incident in Morbi, and he says that this tragedy was the result of the Gujarat government being in a hurry, he allegedly says, to inaugurate and lay the foundation of various projects. He's further asked for an investigation in the matter by a High Court judge.
हमारी यात्रा शुरू हो रही थी आज 5 यात्रा एक साथ में, परिवर्तन संकल्प यात्रा, पर क्योंकि हादसा हो गया मोरबी में, तो हमने उचित समझा कि आज के दिन कम से कम हम लोग इसको पोस्टपोन करें। पर हमने पोस्टपोन किए, बीजेपी के प्रोग्राम चल रहे हैं। मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ जब मैंने देखा मोदी जी तो आज प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं। हमें उम्मीद थी कि बीजेपी भी सब प्रोग्राम आज पोस्टपोन कर देगी एक दिन के लिए। बड़ी घटना मानते हैं इनको हम लोग, बड़ी घटना मानते हैं।
The US President Joe Biden has expressed his condolences on the Morbi bridge collapse tragedy. He's issued a statement over the tragedy, and he says that their hearts will always be with India in this time of grief. As the mega coverage on the Morbi bridge collapse tragedy continues, Republic has tracked down all properties now of the Oreva owners. In the meantime, the owners of the company are on the run after questions of negligence continue to escalate. A major controversy broke out over the Conman Sukesh's claim the BJP is hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that Sukesh paid about 10 crore to the Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendar Jain as what he calls was protection money. Referring to Sukesh's letter to the LG, the BJP national spokesperson has questioned the Arvind Kejriwal-led party on why it was not sacking Satyendar Jain from the party.
Crore rupees was extorted by Satyendar Jain, Arvind Kejriwal's most dearest minister, who is in jail for the last 4.5 months, who has got no relief on the Hawala charges, was extorting 10 crores as protection money from Conman Sukesh Chandran.
And BJP's Shambit Patra also took a dig at the Aam Aadmi Party as he's called the party a conman's party. He's also lashed out at Arvind Kejriwal and Satyendar Jain, and He called them to be the biggest thugs.
में ठगी हो गई है और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है.
And speaking on the ongoing Morbi case controversy, the Aam Aadmi Party chief, the Delhi chief minister, has said that this is a sheer case of corruption. He asked that why the project of the bridge was given to a company which produces watches and has absolutely no prior experience.
घायल हैं, भगवान उनको जल्दी से ठीक करे ताकि वो अपने अपने घरों में जा सकें. जो सारे तथ्य निकल के आ रहे हैं वो ये कि ये एक बहुत 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 बड़े भ्रष्टाचार का मामला है जिसको अब दबाने की कोशिश की जा रही है. एक घड़ी बनाने वाली कंपनी को पुल बनाने का ठेका दे दिया गया. उसने कभी पुल बनाया ही नहीं था. ऐसा
The Prime Minister earlier arrived at the Banswara district in Rajasthan to pay homage to the unsung tribal heroes at the Mangar Dham event. The Prime Minister also here addressed a gathering of tribals.
मानगढ़ धाम जनजातीय वीर वीरांगनाओं के तप, त्याग, तपस्या और देशभक्ति का प्रतिबिंब है.
The Congress party has once again hit out at the BJP over the Journo Giftgate controversy. The Congress levels allegations against Karnataka's Health and Medical Education Minister, Dr. Sudhakar, saying that it was him who's given bribes to journalists. The Congress claims that the cash in the gift boxes was given, while the BJP says this is the Congress's toolkit.
We have offered chain, gold, and other money, coin, gold coin. See, it amounts to corruption. They are offering not with love and affection. And it is not a money which is tax-paid money. Unaccounted money.
Away from the politics to a big controversy from the sporting arena when asked about Virat Kohli's hotel room privacy breach, the coach Rahul Dravid says that he is doing absolutely fine and that he dealt with the whole issue in a great way. This, remember, is coming just a day after the former India captain was shocked to discover how a complete stranger had entered his 5-star hotel room and also made a video of it with a smartphone.
Yeah, obviously it's obviously disappointing. It's not very comfortable for for anyone, let alone Virat. I mean, it is disappointing, but yeah, we have flagged it with the relevant authorities. They've taken action, and hopefully, incidences like this will not happen, in the future, and hopefully people are a lot more careful.
A war of words continues between members of the Maharashtra government over tenders of the mega projects not being achieved by the state. Now, the Shiv Sena MLA and the former Maharashtra Minister Aditya Thackeray mentioned one such Tata Airbus project at a recent press conference. The killer pothole continues to haunt Bengaluru as you have another innocent life that is being lost. A 24-year-old man was killed while 2 others were injured after his bike was hit by a car while they were trying to avoid a 4-meter deep pothole. Hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party government, the BJP's Amit Malviya says that the national capital now has become like a gas chamber. Further, he's raising questions on the worsening air pollution, and he says that the Aam Aadmi Party's model has failed in Punjab and also failing in Delhi. The centre now has decided to grant Indian citizenship to Hindus, to Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians coming from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, and currently living in 2 districts of Gujarat under the Citizenship Act of 55. The CAA of 2019, remember, also provides similar provisions, but as the rules under the Act have not been framed by the government yet, no one so far could be granted citizenship under it. To Telangana now, where the election campaign at Munugode is scheduled to end today, with elections to be held on November the 3rd. This, remember, is a crucial by-poll. It's being seen very important for the three main political parties in Telangana: the TRS, the BJP and also the Congress. A triple murder was reported at Budaun in Uttar Pradesh, wherein 3 people of a family linked to the Samajwadi Party were shot dead in the district. An investigation in connection with the murder is currently underway. A robber was shot dead by the security guard of a petrol pump in Punjab's Amritsar amidst an attempt to rob the petrol pump. The incident coming to the fore after you have CCTV footage that you see on your screen that goes viral. The man had arrived with his accomplice in a bid to loot the fuel station when the guard shot the robbers, killing one of them. A fire broke out at a restaurant in Pune in Maharashtra, leading to emergency operations to be undertaken at the site of the incident. No casualties were reported following the fire. Ahead of the Himachal Pradesh polls, the BJP has expelled 5 leaders from the party's primary membership for 6 years. Now, these expelled BJP leaders were contesting the state assembly election against the party nominees. Stoking a fresh row, the National Conference leader and the former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah says that he was denied permission to use a mic at a workers' function, and he says he was unable to stay at the Dras Dak Bungalow during his Ladakh tour. The Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma took to Twitter to announce that the Karimganj police intercepted a vehicle coming from a neighbouring state and it seized about 676 grams of heroin. He's also added that the police seized the narcotics, which were packed inside baby wipes and stacked inside the sound box of the vehicle. The Congress party staged a protest against the Vijayan government in Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram over the raising pension age. Now, this protest turned violent as you had protesters jumping over the barricades and disrupting law and order. The national capital continues to be choked by breathing severe category air. Now, this air quality, remember, continues to worsen with each passing day as residents bear the brunt of it. However, the BJP hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party for the worsening AQI in Delhi.
Have you also done about Delhi's own causes of pollution? Road dust, construction dust, industrial pollution, vehicular pollution. No action has been taken except for blaming others, blaming A, blaming Centre, blaming B, C, D, and then blaming Diwali, making a scapegoat out of Diwali and Hindus who burst crackers. Diwali is long gone, but the pollution is still there. We cannot breathe in Delhi, and the reason for that is Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his complete incompetence.
Heavy rain lashed parts of Tamil Nadu, including the capital city of Chennai. In fact, several schools declared holiday because of the incessant rain. And as per the IMD, Chennai is set to experience cloudy sky with heavy rains even today. The Hyderabad police arrested and booked 2 people for allegedly raping a woman on Sunday night. An FIR against 2 who've been identified as Ibrahim Beg and Mirza Umar Beg have been registered at the Chatrinaka police station. The KKPRHS organization protested in Kalaburgi demanding a separate state in Karnataka, where they also tried to hoist a separate state flag. About 15 people, including MS Patil, who led the protest, have been arrested so far.
It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
Number of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो, यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है
सर? बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर।
Supreme Court will hear a batch of petitions filed by rival groups in Shiv Sena of relation to the Maharashtra political crisis on November 29. Meanwhile, the lawyers were told by the Supreme Court to complete compilation of the case and formulate the features and the issues for consideration within 4 weeks. At least 2 people were killed after a massive fire broke out on the second floor at a footwear factory in Delhi's Narela area. According to police sources, 20 people were rescued from the site and sent to the hospital. There is no relief for Partha Chatterjee in the multi-crore Bengal recruitment scam yet. A CBI special court has extended the West Bengal Education Minister's custody to November 14th. The wire lands itself in bigger trouble as the Delhi police conducted overnight searches at the homes of its founders, Siddharth Vardarajan and Siddharth Bhatia, and editors M.K. Venu and Jahnavi Sen. As per source, electronic devices were seized from the portal's New Delhi office as well as the residences. Almost 80% of Kiev residents face power outages and water cuts as Russian missiles struck key infrastructure facilities in northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. The strike comes days after Russia blamed Ukraine for a...
संजय मयूख जी, सभी पत्रकार बंधुओं को नमस्कार। ये प्रेस वार्ता ऐसे गंभीर मुद्दे पे है जो हर नागरिक को प्रभावित करता है, दिल्ली में भी, पंजाब में भी और जो बाकी प्रदेश हैं उसमें भी। और शुरुआत ही मैं इससे करूंगा। वी ऑल नो अरविंद केजरीवाल and his papi aap is busy looting the people of the country, especially Delhi and Punjab. And what I am going to highlight in this press conference is nothing short of criminal negligence for which Arvind Kejriwal and the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann should resign immediately. आज दिल्ली और पंजाब की जनता, हमारे बच्चे, नागरिक ये कह रहे हैं, दिल्ली और पंजाब की हवाओं में जो जहर है, दिल्ली और पंजाब की हवाओं में जो जहर है, शर्म करो अरविंद केजरीवाल, ये तेरे निठल्लेपन का कहर है। And why do I use these words for Arvind Kejriwal? Let me begin by showing you a news clipping from a very prestigious newspaper, and this was covered in other newspapers as well. हम सब जानते हैं किस तरह से जो दिल्ली की हवा है, सभी मापदंड अगर हम देखें तो वो और जहरीली है। और ये जो हेडलाइन है, पंजाब फार्म फायर्स सरपास लास्ट ईयर्स, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। और ये इसलिए है, the environmental ministry of the center also conducted a study and these figures are very important। ये जो आंकड़े आपसे बांट रहा हूं ये बड़े महत्वपूर्ण हैं। हम सब जानते हैं कि पिछले वर्ष की बात है, अरविंद केजरीवाल भ्रष्टाचारी, निठल्ले, निकम्मे, जब उनसे पूछो कि दिल्ली की हवा इतनी जहरीली है तो पिछले साल तक कहते थे, एंड आई एम कोटिंग फ्रॉम व्हाट ही सेड, कोट, Delhi has turned into a gas chamber due to smoke from crop burning in neighboring states. It is very important that we protect ourselves from this toxic air. And they were protesting at the Punjab and Haryana Bhavan. ये कहते थे कि ये जो हवा प्रदूषित हो रही है दिल्ली में, ये जो पराली जलाई जा रही है पंजाब में, उसका परिणाम है। आज दिल्ली की जनता ये पूछ रही है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, ये जो मामले पिछले साल तक 7,648 थे, ये बढ़कर 10,214 हो गए, करीब 33% की वृद्धि आई है। ऐसे मामलों में जहां पराली जलाई जा रही है, पंजाब में जहां पापी आपकी सरकार है, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ये बताइए, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने भी संज्ञान लिया था, उच्च न्यायालय ने भी संज्ञान लिया है पहले, ये जो अक्टूबर नवंबर का समय आता है, ये पराली जब जलती है तो प्रदूषण में करीब 48% भागीदारी पराली जलाने की हो जाती है। सरकार आपकी पंजाब में भी है। पिछले साल तो आप ये कहते थे कि आपके नियंत्रण में नहीं है, इसलिए नहीं हो पा रही सही। आज ये तो पूछा जाएगा, ये जो हवाओं में जहर है, अरविंद केजरीवाल आपके निठल्ले होने का ही कहर है। और जो रिपोर्ट आज सामने आई है, एक और प्रेस रिलीज में और स्टडीज में, इसके कुछ अंश मैं आपसे बांटूंगा। यह हमारे देश के नागरिकों के भविष्य का सवाल है, हमारे बच्चों का सवाल है। क्या यह सत्य नहीं है? केंद्र सरकार ने आपको अपने राजकीय कोष में से वो सारी सहूलियत और मशीन उपलब्ध कराई जिससे कि पराली जलाने के जो प्रदूषण हो वो कम हो जाए और हवा जहरीली ना हो। और ये रिपोर्ट जो मैं अपने हाथ में पकड़ा हूं, इसमें स्पष्ट लिखा है 1,20,000 ऐसी मशीन्स अरविंद केजरीवाल की जो पापी पार्टी है पंजाब सरकार के पास उपलब्ध थी। केंद्र सरकार ने उनको चिट्ठी लिखी, इसका इस्तेमाल करिए, हवा जहरीली हो जाएगी। लेकिन यह रिपोर्ट कहती है कि इन मशीनों का प्रयोग ही नहीं किया गया। यह सवाल पूछा जाएगा ना, शराब के ठेके देने में व्यस्त हैं, डीटीसी बसेस आए तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में घोटाला करके कमीशन खोरी कर ले। जेल में जो व्यक्ति पकड़े जाते हैं उनसे भी वसूली करने इनके मंत्री चले जाते हैं। हमारे बच्चों को क्लासरूम की जगह टॉयलेट में बैठा के पढ़ाई कराना चाहते हैं। प्रदूषित हवा को ठीक करने का जिम्मा आपका है। केंद्र सरकार आपको यह सब मुहैया कराती है। और आंकड़े देखिए, यह दिखाता है कि केंद्र की सरकार श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में यह नहीं देखती कि किस पार्टी की सरकार है। जो केंद्रीय सहायता दी गई पंजाब को सबसे ज्यादा सर्वाधिक 1350 करोड़ के आसपास, हरियाणा को दी गई 693 करोड़। हरियाणा ने दिखाया करके, श्री खट्टर जी ने दिखाया कि किस तरह से ईमानदारी से काम किया जाए। अगर आप नागरिकों के प्रति समर्पित हैं, कोई काम मुश्किल नहीं है। आंकड़े ये हैं, 2021 और 22 के आंकड़े बता देता हूं। हरियाणा में 2873 मामले आए थे पराली जलाने के पिछले साल। ये कम होके 1925 हो गए। करीब 33% की कटौती हुई, कमी आई। पंजाब में 7648 मामले, ये बढ़ के 10,214 हो गए। 33% की वृद्धि हो गई। और केंद्र की सहायता ऐसी कि आपको 1.5 गुनी ज्यादा राशि दी जा रही है। केंद्र का एनवायरमेंट मंत्रालय कह रहा है
All right, we're being joined by the lawyer of Sukesh Chandrasekhar, A.K. Singh. Thank you for joining us here. Mr. Singh, now, you know, the first thing is that a couple of allegations have been made by Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the sensational claim. Could you tell us a little bit about that letter which has been written first, and why was it written?
Good afternoon to everyone. Basically, this letter has been written to expose the corruption that has been prevailing in the jail. And earlier, this said complaint was also communicated to the file to the CBI, but CBI has failed to take any action. And the case is pending in the Delhi High Court. And thereafter, my client has written a letter to the LG. Only my client wants an independent inquiry and investigation is to be conducted.
So, Mr. Singh, the letter which Republic has to, it's saying that he has contributed more than 50 crore to Aam Aadmi Party until now, 50 crores until now, in lieu of getting a prominent post in the party and getting nominated to the Rajya Sabha. So, does that mean, when it comes to the proof you also have in the case, do you have all the proof as well when the case will be taken forward later?
This is the contents of the complaint.
And what proof do you have, Mr. Singh?
Yes. And today I will not comment on any part of the content and the proof thereof. Simply, I was the instrumental in filing the complaint because this is the handwritten complaint written by my client who had instructed me to file this before the Honorable LG, the esteemed office of the LG. And I was the instrumental in that only. And I cannot comment on the contents and the evidences of the complaint. This is the subject matter of the investigation. If the agency wants to investigate the matter, let it be investigated. And then my client will be summoned or called for the purpose of investigation. My client will give all the details.
Right. And he is saying, can you just take a little us through what Satyendar, what exactly has, Chandrasekhar said about Satyendar Jain? He is saying in the letter, if you could just take us through the letter, he is saying that he has known, Chandrasekhar has known Jain since 2015. 2015, that's around 6, 7, 8 years ago. And he has alleged that he was threatened by the Aam Aadmi Party leader now. So what kind of connection did they have since 2015?
This letter reveals about only connection because they know each other since 2015. But the allegation that has been leveled in the complaint is between 2017 to 19. And the amount was extorted from my client in connivance with the jail authority is between 2017 to 19.
Right. So how much money? How much money in total? Is he saying that he paid to Aam Aadmi Party? Mr. Chandrasekhar has paid to Aam Aadmi Party?
Yes. As per the content of the complaint, total 12.5 crore was paid to the jail authority through DG and 10 crore rupees to Satyendar Jain. He was paid through some Mr. Chaturvedi, a Calcutta-based person. In total, 10 and 12.5. 22.5 crore has been paid as per the allegation leveled in the complaint.
Right. Okay. So this entire letter, I have it in front of me. I'm just trying to read some parts. He's saying, Mr. Chandrasekhar is saying, I humbly request to direct an investigation agency to file a case on my complaint, which has also been given to CBI. I'm ready to give all evidence. So he is saying he has all evidence. Aap bol rahe ho ki, as a lawyer, you're saying that he has all the evidence in this case. And what do you expect next in the investigation? What are your expectations now?
See, evidences are produced at the relevant time. Whenever the case will be registered, my client will be summoned, his statement will be recorded. He will produce all the evidences to the investigating authority.
Right. And what next do you expect to happen, Mr. Singh? I'm asking this because, in fact, the Delhi LG will also said that they will look into this. So what exactly do you expect?
Madam, since we have filed a complaint before the office of the Honorable LG, and since we have not received any communication from the office, we will follow up our complaint. If no investigation is ordered, no probe is ordered, in that case, we'll approach to the constitutional, to the writ jurisdiction of the High Court also. So we want a free and fair investigation to be carried out in the matter, and whatever the truth will prevail shall prevail.
And when Mr. Sukesh Chandrasekhar is saying, I'm being harassed by the Aam Aadmi Party and the so-called honest government and have to be exposed. He's saying they have to be exposed. So when we talk about harassment, what kind of harassment is he alleging coming from the Aam Aadmi Party at this point of time?
Not directly from the Aam Aadmi Party, but my client is being tortured. He is being harassed by the jail officers. Even on 31st of August 2022, a CRPF personnel has assaulted my client. The treatment of genetical part of my client is going on before the RML hospital, and he's under pain. He's having a scrotal support on the genetical part. He's wearing a scrotal support, and that has been that issue has also been raised before the Honorable Supreme Court in a separate writ petition. So basically, my client is being threatened by two things. One, he has been under pressure to withdraw the writ petition filed before the Honorable High Court, seeking an independent inquiry from CBI. And second, my client is being pressurized and threatened to retract from his statement given to the ED and the EOW, basically.
All right, thank you, Sukesh Chandrasekhar's lawyer. Mr. Singh is with us on Republic TV, and he's saying that they will have all the proof and they will go ahead with this. They are claiming that it's a sensational claim being made that Sukesh Chandrasekhar paid more than rupees 10 crore as protection money to Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendar Jain. Thank you for joining us, Mr. A.K. Singh on Republic TV.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, viewers, here's the big story we're tracking right now. Republic tracks down all properties of Oreva owners from township to headquarters to residences. Watch how all the Oreva premises are deserted now. That's a top story right now. In fact, a lot of our correspondents are on the ground at this point of time, and they're getting every update from the ground at this point of time. PM Modi will also be visiting Morbi today after Gujarat witnessed one of its biggest tragedies, where a cable suspension bridge collapsed over the river there that claimed the lives of more than 135 people. Tanisha is joining me live. Tanisha, we know that the Prime Minister will be surveying the disaster spot. What's a quick update you can give us on that?
Shivangi, Prime Minister Modi is supposed to reach Morbi, the accident spot, the area where that happened, around 3:45 is what we are getting to learn, and around about 4 p.m. is when he will reach the civil hospital. Civil hospital, remember, is the same hospital where the injured were shifted soon after this incident had happened. And at 4:15, he will be at the SP office. He'll meet all the officials there. Is what his short itinerary at the Morbi looks like. So this is about a quick update about what Prime Minister's schedule in Morbi looks like. Remember, 132 people have already lost their lives. There are many children, elderly and even middle-aged people who have lost their family members, and about 500 people, Shivangi, it's not just about a dozen, but about 500 people's life were at risk, and among them 132 have already lost their lives. Republic has been keeping a track of all the directors, everybody connected to Oreva. We have been at 3 prime locations, Rajkot, Ahmedabad and Morbi. We've been tracking the directors there. Not just the directors, but also the employees connected to him. We got your report from the headquarters, Oreva headquarters in Ahmedabad, which showed the headquarters were totally deserted. There was nobody there. Then we tracked them at their farmhouse, where the locals say that they had run away soon after this tragic incident had happened. Then our colleagues at Morbi and Rajkot also visited their farmhouse, their residences, but yet again nowhere to be seen. The CEO, Jaisukbhai Patel, is completely untraceable, and all of this because he's shunning away from the responsibility after his company after being greedy claimed the life of about 132 people, Shivangi. But Republic, here we at Republic will continue to ask those tough questions to the directors as to why, even after several lapses, why was the bridge open for public use? Remember, we were the first to get the FIR, then we were first to get the agreement on the part where municipal corporation and this private firm had come to an agreement where it was said that only after 8 to 12 months of proper maintenance of the bridge should the bridge be open for public use. But no, but greed came into the picture, and then is when the pool was open, the bridge that was open for public use in just 5 months. And we have proof where we have showed you that there was rust on the bridge, there was no proper maintenance, and hence one of the major reasons why this bridge collapsed and why so many lives were put at risk is because there was no proper maintenance, there was no proper security. Tickets were sold at a much higher price than quoted in the agreement. So all of these lapses point to only one thing, that is human life so cheap that people, for greed, for money, are putting lives of people at risk.
All right, Tanisha, I have to interrupt you because we're getting some breaking news coming in right now, and let's go to that. On the last off campaign for the Munugode by polls, clashes broke out between the TRS and the BJP supporters. The BJP alleged that stones were pelted at the BJP leader's vehicle, and many people are injured in the clash as both the parties were on a massive campaign rally. Clashes breaking out between the TRS and the BJP right now. Viewers, the visuals of that on your screen. You can see the visuals on your screen right over there. These are first on Republic. We're getting some visuals first on Republic. Clashes breaking out, some violent clashes. We can see that the police is also trying to intervene there. These clashes are coming just ahead of the Munugode by polls. So we are seeing that the clashes break out. And this is a high decibel campaign for the by-election in Munugode. And we are seeing that a lot of clashes happening there. Visuals on your screen. Turning a little bit violent. The clashes there turning a little bit violent. Aneri will take us through what we are seeing on the screen. Aneri, this seems to be a clash between the TRS and the BJP supporters. What are we learning about this incident coming in?
Well, that's right, Shivangi. This has just come ahead of the Munugudu by-elections, which are all set to take place on the 3rd of November. And today being the last day of the campaigning, we had been seeing how both the political parties, let it be the TRS or the Congress, when they were crossing by the rally there, a public meeting and a rally there, as BJP was holding a bike rally and a large number of people were a part of it. We also see that time the TRS rally was also crossing at that point on time. But then there was a clash which had broken out, and also in one specific visual where you can see a few people were seen pelting stones at the BJP's vehicle, and also the BJP MLA Itil Rajendar's vehicle was damaged during this particular incident, where we see that a clash has been broken out, stones were pelted, vehicles were damaged, and also at the same time we see that police forces were used to make sure that no untoward situation takes place. But yes, what we are learning as of now is that many people are said to be injured in this incident, and also at the same time the police officials have now brought the situation under control. But yes, the main clash which started is from the when the BJP MLA Itil Rajendar's vehicle was damaged, and also at the same time we see that large number of people from both the parties, let it be the TRS or the BJP, we have been seeing a massive clash which took place. Sticks were used to hit each other, and during this we also see that few people are said to be injured in this, and also the visuals where you can see the vehicles are damaged in that particular clash which has broken out in Munugudu.
Right. So this is a high decibel campaign that we are seeing for by-election in Telangana's Munugudu, and this has been happening for the past few days. Just take us through exactly what we have been seeing as the by-polls come closer.
That's right. As by-polls come closer, it's on the 3rd of November where we will be seeing the voting will be taking place, and on 6th of November the results will be announced. But before that, we see that massive campaigning has been taking place in the last few days. Right now also we have been seeing that the BJP leaders and the TRS leaders are holding public meetings, road shows at various locations in Munugudu. But yes, now there's a massive clash which broken out between the TRS and the BJP supporters. But BJP says that it's the TRS leaders and the TRS supporters who were seen pelting stones at their vehicles, and also in one video where very clearly it can be seen that the TRS supporters were seen hitting stones at a BJP vehicle. So now we have been seeing that police officials were reached the spot immediately, because we have been seeing that there are election campaigning which has been going on. So police officials immediately brought the situation under control, and later on we will be seeing that a case will be registered and further investigation will also be done into the matter. But yes, it's a bit tough fight between the BJP and the TRS, because it's on the 3rd of November where we will be seeing massive Munugudu by-elections which have been in the last 3 to 4 days. We also have been seeing how there are poaching controversies which have come to light, whereas BJP says it's the TRS who has done it. It's the drama which is being played by the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. But also on the other end, we see that the poaching controversy, TRS hits out at the BJP over buying their MLAs.
Right. So vehicles are being damaged in the stone pelting as well. So we are seeing, Anil, if you could take us through exactly what's happening on ground. There's stone pelting, we are seeing clashes, we are seeing that even people are going ahead and they are hitting each other. They're hitting each other while the police is trying to control the crowd. So what are we learning so far about the clashes right now? Are they still happening, or is the situation under control?
Well, Shivangi, now the situation is under control. This clash broke out just some time back in a constituency, in a mandal in Munugudu, where we are seeing that there is a by-election. But yes, also at the same time, we have been seeing how there's a massive face-off which has been going on between the TRS and the BJP since last few days. And now, when they were both the parties who were doing this election campaigning, because today being the last day, until 6 p.m. only they can campaign as per the Election Commission of India guidelines. Today being the last day, there was a high campaigning which was being taken place. Right now also we are seeing KT Ramarao, who is in other constituency. He is also holding a roadshow, whereas on the other side we see that the BJP leaders are also holding various public meetings and also bike rallies being carried out. Large number of rallies being carried out from both the parties, and so when both the parties were crossing each other, TRS and BJP, that time this clash broke out between the supporters of BJP and the TRS. But now we are learning that few people are also said to be injured in this in this clash, because as you can see very clearly in the visuals also, how people were seen hitting each other, stones were being pelted, vehicles being damaged in this particular clash which has broken out ahead of the Munugudu by-elections, because now it is going to be a very crucial by-elections, and this by-election of Munugudu are said to be the semi-finals, because next year 2023 and Telangana will also be seeing this state assembly elections. So Munugudu by-elections are said to be the semi-finals for the state assembly elections which are due for next year. So high
Aneri, hold on for a second.
campaigning
We'll be
for
joined by
Munugudu.
Kishore Reddy, BJP Telangana, joining us on the phone line. Aneri, I come back to you. Mr. Reddy, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. We are seeing a lot of tension there in Munugudu just before the by-polls. What is happening there? What is your reaction to the events we are seeing there on our screens? There are clashes between TRS and the BJP.
Yeah, today afternoon around 1 p.m., Itala Rajendra Garu, an MLA from BJP, was participating in a street corner meeting addressing the villagers in Pulivela village of Munugodu Mandal from the Munugodu constituency. Meanwhile, from one side, a bunch of TRS guys from one side, led by Palla Rajeshwar Reddy, an MLC from Telangana, and the other side, led by Subhash Reddy, another MLA from TRS. The TRS Karyakartas came in and started pelting stones and attacking with sticks. So in that attack, a lot of
speaking of TRS, Khalikur Rahman of the TRS is joining us. Speaking of TRS, thank you, Mr. Rahman. Thank you, Mr. Rahman. Now Mr. Reddy is saying that TRS started pelting stones. Would you like to react to him, Mr. Rahman? You can go ahead. You both are live on Republic TV.
Yeah, thank you. This is in fact nothing but the frustration which is coming out of the BJP workers, the BJP cadres. BJP is forcing the defeat. And then they thought that they would have a cakewalk, but when they got onto the ground, they realized, how tough it is for them to, win this election. And then they saw the mood of the people there. And that is how they resorted actually to, the violence. They started actually, beating our workers and all. Then, naturally, because what happens is because when you get aggressive, when you get violent, when you start beating, then automatically, you expect some kind of reaction. So this is how it's happened actually. But it's the BJP which in fact is resorting to all kind of, I would say the Gunda Gardi with all their cadre actually.
Ma'am, right now I am in Munugodu police station with some of the Karyakartas, BJP Karyakartas who were severely hurt in the attack by the TRS Gundas, led by one MLC and another MLA. Both of them came from two different sides. This was a sabha that was going on, and the attack came from the TRS sides who were actually going in a rally. So the BJP guys were already there. They were static. They were in the meeting, and the TRS guys were the ones who came from outside and attacked them. And many vehicles, I'm in the police station right now to give a written complaint. I've just finished writing the complaint, and I'm here with a couple of injured BJP Karyakartas as well. Multiple vehicles, including Ital Rajendra Gari vehicle, has been damaged. I mean, the back windshields have been totally broken. And not only that, once Ital Rajendra Garu got into the car, they ran behind him, throwing stones for a few kilometers. They chased them for a few kilometers, and they had to really, get back to safety. And within that, while that was happening, of course, on the ground, not only the BJP Karyakartas, but for some gunmen, police constables, and also police personnel, and also the people attending the Sabha were hurt. So this is what exactly happened. I am on the ground. I am in the Munugodu police station right now giving a complaint.
All right, so basically we are seeing that this is escalating. Mr. Reddy and Mr. Rahman, Mr. Rahman, you can reply back to Mr. Reddy right now. Now, I want to ask is that before these bypolls, why are both TRS and the BJP getting into these fights just before the bypolls? Is this setting a good precedent for a democracy just before the bypolls?
Not at all, not at all. And this is a frustration by the ruling party. See, the ruling party is getting totally frustrated. As you said, this is really a pre-finals, and they see it as the semi-finals. And yesterday too, there was a meeting by KCR, the Chief Minister Telangana here, and this is how prestigiously they are taking. 86 MLAs and 14 ministers are in the constituency for the last 1 month. The total administration has come to a halt, and the entire TRS ministers, MLAs, MPs, MLCs are actually camping in Munugodu and terrorizing people here, pressurizing people here, bribing them, whatnot. Using every tool, even including saying that if BJP comes to power in this one MLA constituency, all welfare measures would be stopped and there would be havoc in this area. That's what they are threatening people with.
No. I differ with whatever my co-panelists saying. Because see, we all believe in very transparent politics, and we all believe in a complete non-violent way of campaigning.
I can send you videos of what has happened.
No. What you are saying, in fact, it's not that, but there is always, as I told you, it all started from the other side, and then there was some kind of.
All right, viewers, we are getting visuals of the Prime Minister arriving at Morbi. Remember, the Prime Minister is going to survey the site. Is going to survey the site and visit the site just after that terrible incident where more than 135 people lost their lives. The Prime Minister is arriving on his chopper. And the visuals of that on your screen right now. The chopper is landing. We can see that on our screens. These are visuals coming first to Republic as the chopper will be making a landing. After that, we can expect the Prime Minister there to personally go and see the spot. And also, he will be visiting the Morbi Civil Hospital at around 4 p.m. where the injured people are undergoing treatment. He shall go to the Morbi SP office at around 4:15 p.m. So we are yet to hit 4 p.m. by our watch. It's around 3:52. So the chopper has just arrived. He will visit first the Morbi bridge collapse site. Then he will go to the civil hospital at 4 p.m. Then Prime Minister Modi will be going to the Morbi SP office at around 4:15 p.m. And this is the plan of Mr. Narendra Modi, a Prime Minister. While he's arriving in Morbi, those visuals exclusively at first on Republic TV as you watch them. In the meanwhile, the death toll has jumped to 135. And we can also tell you, viewers, that there's a PIL in the Supreme Court in connection with the Morbi bridge collapse. A public interest litigation was filed in the Supreme Court in connection with the bridge collapse in Gujarat's Morbi. And a demand has been made to form a special investigation under a retired Supreme Court judge. And as the Prime Minister arrives in Morbi, visuals of that on your screen coming in. The Prime Minister will be having a very long engagement today when it comes to the disaster site in Morbi. At 3:45, after 3:45, actually around 4 p.m., the first thing that we expect him to do, I will get you every visual of that. He will visit the Morbi bridge collapse. He will be followed by his visit to the Morbi Civil Hospital at 4 p.m. where the injured persons are undergoing treatment. He shall go to the Morbi SP office at 4:15 p.m. We're getting some updates of the death toll as well, viewers. At least 140 people have been killed after the suspension bridge. A tourist attraction in Gujarat's Morbi town had collapsed on Sunday. PM Modi is visiting the site just in short a while. Alisha is joining me. Alisha, Prime Minister is arriving in Morbi. We can expect him to first visit the site before he also meets the injured people who are undergoing treatment. Alisha.
Well, yes, Shivangi, we saw that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has already arrived in Morbi, and he's been taking an aerial view. He's been monitoring the aerial view of the site because at a certain point where the rescue operation of NDRF, SDRF, Indian Army, Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, which is still underway because there are some more people who have been missing, is what we've been told. Importantly, there are the family members who has come to the administration clearly seeking help to find their loved one and their family. So I am being reporting from the same incident side, and we can see that here are the police officials who have already been alerted, and moreover there are Indian Army as well. But we have been showing you the exact location from where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to look after the situation here, because we know that PM Modi, while speaking yesterday over where he has expresses his condolence to the people who have lost their life, but also made sure that there will be an adequate forces that is going to be helpful for the rescue and the search operation, which is still underway, because there's been a third day where the rescue and the search operation is underway. And unfortunately, in this entire incident where more than 135 people have lost their life, and still there are more people who have been missing, is what we have been told, which is why the rescue and the search operation, which is still underway. And even when we spoke to the NDRF team, which they have clearly mentioned that the rescue operation will continue till the time they don't find the last people. So here, if we talk about the schedule of a Prime Minister, where in any time from now, where he's going to visit the same location where I've been reporting from, we even saw that he was monitoring the aerial view of the entire site, and in some time where he is going to reach to this very location, the search and rescue operation, which is still underway. He's going to monitor the situation here. Here are the administration who has also been present. After this, he is going to visit civil hospital, where the injured people who have been treated, who is admitted to the hospital, he is going to meet to those injured people. And even earlier we spoke to some of the survivors. They are just appealing to have a fair investigation, because this is something has a tragic incident that has happened on 30th October, after which we saw that more than 135 people have lost their life. And right after that, where the Prime Minister is going to visit even the SP office, where he's going to have a review meeting with the senior police officials, including IG and the SP. So this is the schedule so far of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And as we saw earlier, where the Prime Minister has already reached in a chopper, where he's monitoring the aerial view of the site, and now he is also going to visit the main site, where the police officials and the senior officials
there, getting us a sense of what she's looking all around her right now. Do remember, the Prime Minister is already in Morbi. In fact, what he's doing right now is taking an aerial survey of the area. He remembers going to be visiting the accident site. Not just that, he's also going to be visiting those who are injured in the civil hospital in Morbi. 135 people, remember, are dead. More than 170 have also been rescued by the teams. The Prime Minister, ever since the tragedy unfolded, remember, has been in touch with the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and he has been keeping a very, very close watch on all the relief and rescue operations. The Prime Minister is going to be spending the next few hours in Morbi. You see that chopper there, in fact, right now taking an aerial survey, and he's going to be headed to the accident site just a little later. I think he has landed in Morbi. We'll see if we can also get in our colleague Abhishek, who has more insight into the Prime Minister's itinerary this evening. But a very, very important and a significant visit there by the Prime Minister who remember has been in Gujarat for the last 2 days. He cancelled all his programs yesterday. He's spoken at least twice about the tragedy, and he said that he's really moved, and his heart goes out to the families of those who've lost their loved ones. Alisha and our entire team of reporters has been on the ground trying to speak to a lot of people and also the victims of the tragedy. And I think the Prime Minister now has landed in Morbi. As I said, 135 people have lost their lives, and very shortly we'll be seeing the Prime Minister, who will be at the accident site. Let's see if we can also cut across to our colleague Alisha. Yes, I see her there. Alisha, you've been reporting non-stop from that very site where you've seen this tragedy unfold. The Prime Minister has spoken twice, and he said again and again, Alisha, that the entire focus of the state administration of New Delhi has been on relief and rescue operations.
Well, yes, it's been 3 days where the rescue operation is still underway, and as I earlier mentioned that the administration has clearly mentioned till the time they don't find the last missing person, the rescue operation will continue, whether it is more 2 days, if they will take more 3 or 5 days. But as the request that has been continuously coming in from the family members who are still mentioning that the family of their members are really missing, after which the rescue operation is still underway. But let me just give you the sense of what is happening in the incident site. We know that at a certain point where there is a rescue operation which is continued by the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, NDRF, SDRF. So there is continuously here we can see, as my video journalist Mukut has been showing you the visual of the rescue operation which has been continued since the past 3 days, since the accident, since the incident where this rescue operation has been underway, and still they have been continuing it because there are more, as I earlier mentioned, there are more people who have been missing. The complaint, that is the request that has been given by the family members. So and there is also the police officials who have been trying to coordinate with the family members, because here from the police, what exactly the protocol which has been going when it comes to the rescue operation. So they give the complaint, the family members give the complaint to the police officials, and police officials give this information to the NDRF and the other forces so that they can search, and they can even give the information, and the divers, the expert divers, they have also been instructed. So this is the visuals that we have been seeing, and any time from now where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has already reached Morbi, we already saw that he already completed with his aerial view, has he already monitored from his chopper, but now also where is going to come to the other side of this location, where he is going to see the preparations and specifically the things that has been mentioned earlier by the Prime Minister, that adequate forces and for the rescue will be provided from the state. So it's very important, and we even know that Narendra Modi, which has already chaired a meeting with the representative of the state administration at Raj Bhavan in Gandhinagar to review the relief effort in Morbi, and what also mentioned from the PM office that all aspects relating to the tragedy were discussed, and all the PM emphasizes that the immediate priority was to extend assistance to the affected. So here we know that yesterday, where he already cancelled all his visit and the event after the incident, and also he chaired a meeting. So, but today he's going to actually come in person, and in any time from now, where he is going to reach to the same location and going to review the situation.
Very important. The next few hours are very, very important, as I think a lot of those victims, and especially the people there in Gujarat, are watching this visit also very, very closely. The Prime Minister earlier, remember, has also reached out to them. The Prime Minister has said that his heart is with all those who've lost their near and dear ones. Not just that, the Prime Minister, remember, has been holding non-stop meetings 24/7. He's in fact spent the last 2 days and the third day today also in the state of Gujarat. And do remember, he had cancelled all his programs yesterday. He has been holding those meetings. As I said, the last meeting late last night was also held at the Raj Bhavan. What you see on your screens here, in fact, just behind me are images of the relief rescue operations that still continue, because do remember, still people are missing. There are still loved ones that are to be found out, and the Prime Minister has been reiterating that the emphasis should only be on the relief and the rescue operations. What you see on your screens now again are images of just a little while earlier, where you had the Prime Minister in his chopper, who has now landed in Morbi. That's the image playing out on the right of your screens. And on the left of your screen, in fact, are images, as I said, of the relief rescue operations that continue unabated. The Prime Minister is not just going to be headed to the accident site, where he himself is going to be taking a stock of the entire situation. He will find out how and why this tragedy unfolded. But do remember, he is also later headed to the civil hospital, where he is going to be meeting with those who've been injured in the tragedy. And it is going to be a very, very important visit of the Prime Minister to Morbi. And as I said, a very difficult hour, not just for the people there in Morbi, but the entire country today, standing with those who have lost their loved ones. We'll have to also figure out and see whether there is any kind of movement now when it comes to accountability on responsibility. Because till now, remember, about 9 people have been arrested in the entire case. But what about those who were responsible? I think that is going to be the question and focus as the Prime Minister later will be concluding his visit, because no civic official has been named in the FIR. The Oreva company that was in charge of the maintenance, the repair work, and henceforth the operation of the bridge has also not been named. In fact, the owners, Republic has been tracking them. We've been tracking all their locations. None of them are to be found. And the Prime Minister, I'm sure, is keeping everything in mind. The Prime Minister might also have a message later for those who've been injured. He's going to be meeting with them. Right now, what he's doing is that he's reviewing the relief rescue operations, and this is why you see this image continuously on your screens. The Prime Minister in that chopper. This is the moment where he's taking an aerial survey of the site so that he has a better sense of what we are talking about. Even as it's important to reiterate that we've lost 135 lives in this tragedy that was completely man-made, a tragedy that could have been averted, and a tragedy that still is looking for those responsible. It's looking for accountability. And a lot of that, I think, is going to be fixed once you will see the Prime Minister not just headed to the accident site, but also meeting with those who are injured. I want to see if we can go back to our colleague Alicia, who's been reporting for us, and also see if we can get an Abhishek for a larger big picture here. Alicia, can you see the Prime Minister now? Is he still taking an aerial survey? What more do we know about, where he's headed next? He's headed next to the accident site, Alicia?
Well, yes, according to his itinerary, where we know that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has already reached here, and from his chopper, where he has an aerial survey of the site, and in some time from now, where he is going to come to the same place. So, what we've been told that it is in few minutes where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to look over the situation, the same incident site which took place, unfortunately took place on 30th of October, and where more than 135 people have lost their life, and the rescue and search operation, which is still underway. So this is the very place where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to look over the situation, is going to assess the situation from the very place where my video journalist Mukut has been showing you the visuals. So which is why everything has been put in place as of now, because there are also the NDRF team, there is Indian Army team, Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, and as well as SDRF team as well, and the police authority. So this is something they are going to brief about it. We can even see that at a certain point there is a camp for the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy, because the time Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to reach here, there could be the brief that will be given by the forces of what exactly and how many people have been found, because till now we know that 135, officially that has been given by the administration, that 135 people have lost their life, but there are still people who have been missing. This was the complaint that has been continuously coming in from the family members who are still searching for their members, for their loved ones who are still not here. And of course, the time they got the information that he or she, whether the fact it was, they were also present in the same bridge and they're still missing. So after which the rescue operation and search operation, which is continuing since 3 days. So from now we have been expecting any time from now where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to come to the same bridge, where he will be accompanied by Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, as well as the Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, and the other senior officials, whether from the police the police authority, from the police, as well as from the senior officials who have been present, whether from the Indian Army, Indian Navy, and Indian Air Force, NDRF and SDRF as well.
Okay, Alisha, you're sharing important details, and remember, Republic continues to be live from that very location where we will be looking at images of the Prime Minister shortly at the accident site. But on the right of your screens, in fact, are images of just a little while earlier where the Prime Minister now is in Morbi, and he's actually taking an aerial survey of the mishap site. He's headed to the accident site next, and later he, remember, is also going to be meeting those who've been injured in this horrific tragedy. He's going to be meeting the survivors later in the hospital. The death toll, remember, stands at 135. We also do know that a lot of people are still missing, and a lot amongst the dead are also children. These are all children below the age of 15. Something again that has sent a lot of shock waves, and there is a lot of palpable anger. The Prime Minister himself, remember, has spoken about this tragedy at least about 2 times in the last 48 hours. And he has again and again reiterated that the focus clearly has to be on relief and rescue works. And he said that whatever possible help is required from the centre is going to be standing very firmly right now with the state. The state chief minister on the other side, Bhupendra Patel, remember, rushed to the site along with the state home minister the moments this entire tragedy unfolded. He has been speaking to the district administration and keeping himself abreast with the relief rescue operations. And I think very shortly we'll be looking at the Prime Minister at the accident site. And as I said, the next at least 2 hours, very important, where you had the Prime Minister himself reaching out to those who've been injured, who've lost their loved ones in this horrific tragedy, a tragedy that clearly could have been averted, a tragedy that was man-made, a tragedy that will be looking for answers and also looking for accountability. Even as I speak, we are playing out these 2 images on your screen. The image on the right of your screen is of a little earlier, where you had the Prime Minister in that chopper in Morbi, and I think he is headed now next to the accident site. On the left of your screens are images live of the rescue operations that do continue. There are a lot of unanswered questions. There are questions of accountability. There are questions of why people who were responsible, why the company that was responsible for the maintenance, the restoration, the repair work of the bridge have not been named or booked in the FIR. And I think that is going to be the key focus from here on, once we'll see the relief rescue operations getting over. But at this point, the focus is clearly on the Prime Minister reaching out to those who've been injured, who've lost their loved ones in this horrific tragedy. He's reviewing the Morbi collapse site. We'll try and see if we have more images for our viewers that we'll try to put out on our screens in just a bit. But this is the Prime Minister reaching out personally, trying to reassure those people and trying to tell them that the entire country today stands with them in this hour of grief. A lot of people, remember, are admitted to the local hospitals there in Morbi and in the adjoining districts. A lot of them do need medical care. A lot of them are recuperating in local hospitals. And that is where also the Prime Minister later is going to be headed. And on the other side, there is also the focus on the investigation, because it seems like there is a cover-up at play after collusion, perhaps. And the Prime Minister is going to be abreast about each and every bit of not just the relief rescue operation, also about the investigations, because he did, remember, say that each and every person responsible is going to be brought to book. The Prime Minister is in Morbi, viewers, even as we track that story very, very closely. He has reached the incident site in Morbi, and we'll try and see if we can get those images, the fresh ones, I think coming in on the left of your screen, where you see a portion of that bridge that came crashing down this Sunday evening. You only see remains dangling out of that structure. There has been clear callousness, something that again Republic has exposed time and again through our coverage here. Alisha, any more updates that you have? Where exactly is the Prime Minister now?
Now, what we've been told that he has already landed in Morbi, and importantly, where we know that he has already landed, and specifically from his chopper, where he has taken an aerial survey of the site. I'll just continue with the visuals that I want to show, where the rescue and the search operation, which is still underway, because it's not only the NDRF and the SDRF, but it's also Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and Indian Coast Guard, which are been continuing with the search and rescue operation. So here's are the visuals from the exact site where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi first is going to visit this location, where he is going to check the arrangements that has been made, because it's very unfortunate incident. And as you already mentioned that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he already mentioned about this unfortunate incident twice while addressing to the people. So even he chaired an important meeting while in Gandhinagar. He chaired a meeting with the representative of the state administration at Raj Bhavan in Gandhinagar to review the relief effort in Morbi. So all aspects relating to the tragedy were discussed, but the Prime Minister emphasizes that the immediate priority was to extend assistance to the affected. So he also has asked the authorities to extend all possible help to those affected by the tragedy. Not only this, but Prime Minister Modi was briefed on the relief and rescue operation at the accident site. But what we know, as we even saw the visuals earlier, where he already taken an aerial survey of the site. Now, anytime from now, where he is going to reach at this very location to look at the situation as of now, because there are some people more who have been missing. The request which has been given by the people who have been coming through to the police officials, the administration are clearly mentioning that some of the family members are still missing, which is why it is the rescue and the search operation which is still underway. And we even spoke to the NDRF officials who are clearly mentioned till the time they don't find the last missing person, the rescue operation will continue. So the incident which happened on 30th of October, after which 135 people unfortunately has lost their life. I'll also ask my video journalist Mukul to show you the visuals from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to look over the situation of this site. He is going to monitor the situation from the very place where we have been showing you the visuals, and right after that he is going to visit the civil hospitals where the survival, the injured people who have been shifted to the hospital, the civil hospital, and the treatment which has been underway. He is also going to speak to some of the survivor, and even we spoke to those injured people as well. So what is the only demand? The only demand is to get a justice, because where is the lapses that has come across? Who is actually the accountable for the entire incident is something the police has to investigate. Whether the fact, we know that there are 9 people who have been arrested, but those 9 people are the managers, the clerk and the ticket person who was providing the ticket. So these are the people who have been arrested in the entire case, and we continuously ask the question over why the name of the Oreva owners has not been named, because it could have been, this could have been avoided, because on 30th October, what happened is there were people, in the contract that was given to Oreva firm by the administration for the renovation. But what has been mentioned in the contract that it should be renovated and should be open for the people for after 8 to 10 months. But what they did, there was a no fitness certificate that has been issued, no information that was given to the administration as per the civil, the chief officer who mentioned that there was no information that was given of the inauguration that took place. So on the day of Gujarati New Year, there was an inauguration which took place, and in that inauguration, without getting a fitness certificate, without informing the civil administration, it was open for the people. And the capability, the capacity of that bridge was only for the 100 people. But what we saw that it was for more than 400 people who were, okay, well, let me first show you the visuals. Here are the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has been looking after looking over the situation, and we can even see there is a Chief Minister, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, and as well as the Home Minister of Gujarat, Harsh Sanghvi. And here is the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has reached the Morbi incident, and he's looking over the situation. He's speaking to the senior official, the administration who have been present here in Morbi, and he's been taking the assessment of the situation, the rescue, and as well as the rescue and the search operation, because he made sure the assurance, he made sure that the administration should take a...
And as we said later, he's also headed to the civil hospital, Alisha. We'll stay with these images. The Prime Minister, after having completed the aerial survey, now is at that very bridge. The bridge that came crashing down this Sunday. You see the Chief Minister, Bhupender Patel, along with the State Home Minister, there helping him understand what happened. So, the Prime Minister there taking a first-hand account of what happened. Over the last 48 hours, remember, there have been a lot of questions that have been raised. Republic and its team of reporters has also investigated what possibly could have gone wrong. There were questions on the maintenance of this bridge, whether, it was hurriedly inaugurated, no fitness certificate issued, and I think that's exactly what the Prime Minister is also aware of. And he's taking a good amount of time to understand these nuances, along with the State Chief Minister, the Home Minister, who are detailing what we know about the incident so far. So the Prime Minister right now, remembered, is at that very bridge that came crashing down. It snapped this Sunday evening, a tragedy of huge proportion, a tragedy that led to the death of 135 people, including 49 children. The Prime Minister has spoken on this entire tragedy, and he has again and again reiterated how he personally continues to stand with the state, with the people who've lost their loved ones. He's expressed his anguish. He's expressed how disturbed he is, and it'll be important to see what happens next, because possibly we could be looking at some swift amount of action following the Prime Minister's visit. Till now, about 9 people have been arrested. But the company that was in charge for the restoration, the renovation and the maintenance of the bridge, remember, that has not been booked. That company has also not been named in this particular FIR. The Prime Minister is at the accident site. He's at one end of that bridge. The Chief Minister, the State Home Minister, telling him exactly what happened. How there were people more than the capacity on the bridge, how this entire structure, remember, comes crashing down because of very, very poor maintenance. So you're looking at these live images right now in Republic, where the Prime Minister is in Morbi 2 days after the tragedy. But in the last 2 days, he, remember, has chaired multiple meetings. Not just that, he's also spoken out at least twice about the entire tragedy. He's expressed his anguish. He said he really wants to reach out to the people of Morbi, and he said, I continue to stand with you. And this is exactly the message he's going to be sending out later. Remember, to the victims, to those who've lost their near and dear ones, who the Prime Minister is later going to be meeting at the civil hospital. But you do see the Prime Minister there in detail trying to understand what led to a tragedy of this huge proportion. He's inspecting the bridge collapse site along with the Chief Minister Bhupinder Patel and the Home Minister of the state of Gujarat, who've also been stationed for the last 48 hours or so in Morbi itself, keeping an eye on all the relief and rescue operations. And we continue to see the Prime Minister there, I think, getting into the finer details of this bridge and the real reasons behind the collapse of the bridge, who's accountable, who's responsible, and the key question that continues to come up again and again: why has the company not been booked? Why have the owners not been named? Abhishek is also joining us right now with more details. You know, Abhishek, for the last, I think, 10 minutes or so, the Prime Minister personally inspecting the bridge collapse site. He's trying to understand, I think, something that's extremely important right now. Why and how did this bridge came crashing down?
Well, absolutely, Deepti. While investigation goes on, it's a matter of concern that a tragedy of this scale was allowed to be built. So whatever initial investigation has gone deeply, it has made a couple of things amply clear: that there was dereliction of duty on the part of local authorities there. In fact, transfer of all responsibility towards the private company. And in the private company, there was again a case of absolute callousness towards their public responsibility, while they tried to take benefits of public advertising by putting in their boards and names along the bridge, the kind of maintenance and the shoddy job that was done. So reports suggest that now we'll break those that bit of information after the Prime Minister visit gets over. But all these people, 9 people who have been arrested yesterday, their questioning has has helped the police piece together how and the scale of responsibility that went into this tragedy. So, for example, the bridge was the maintenance of the bridge was given over to some local fabricators, not a proper company which would do structural study and everything. Now, in the pictures, of course, we are seeing Gujarat's Minister of State for Home with the independent charge, Harsh Sanghvi, there speaking to the Prime Minister, giving him all details and narrating to him the incident, of course, and telling him how the relief and rescue has gone on. Prime Minister listening intently. But coming back to the information deeply, that's explosive, and that is that the maintenance job was given to fabricators, local fabricators, and not some organized structural engineering company. And that's a big thing. Second, the floor of the bridge earlier used to be wooden, which would be light, and subsequently in the latest aluminum, adding to the weight of the suspension. On its own also contributed to the instability of the structure, apart from, of course, overcapacity of the crowd that was there almost twice or thrice. In the pictures, I can also see Gujarat BJP Chief C.R. Patil and some other officials, even as and the Chief Minister, of course, even as our Prime Minister continues to take a lowdown on what exactly happened. And remember, some element of rescue work is still going on, and that's why we are seeing all those boats there in the water, because a couple of families have still come and said that their kin are, the kith and kin, some of them are missing. So I think parallelly that work is going on. So Prime Minister there deciding not to disturb the relief and rescue operations which go on down in the waters. But coming back to the very important developments, Deepti, that there was absolute lackadaisical conduct on the part of the company to be outsourcing maintenance to local fabricators and allowing them to change the floor of the suspension bridge from wooden to aluminium and apart from that, keeping nobody there from someone senior who could, have who could exercise an oversight, no security, no mechanism in place to, evacuate people in case of any mishap. So all those things are coming out. This is going to be significant, and Prime Minister there being given a briefing on exactly how the tragedy panned out in the presence of the Chief Minister and the Home Minister, of course, himself doing the briefing. And Prime Minister, remember, Deepti has been there for over 10 minutes, and in the same spot, you can see him having an animated conversation. In fact, asking questions to Harsh Sanghvi, and the Home Minister replying. After this, of course, he will be going to the hospital to check on the injured who are still admitted in the hospital. There are not many, because most of those people who survived and did not face much of an injury or injury situation, they were relieved after initial treatment at the hospitals. So even as we speak, Prime Minister has already spoken to the relief and rescue workers before coming to the spot, in fact, and I can get you the pictures, and that's also another aspect of this visit of the Prime Minister. He has personally thanked all those who were part of the relief and rescue operations that panned out.
Yes, Abhishek, there you're detailing what more we know about what the next 2 hours, remember, will entail. For viewers just tuning into the broadcast, let's quickly recap what we know about what's going on right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister is at the exact spot. He's at that bridge. He's personally inspecting. He's taking a stock along with the State Home Minister and the State Chief Minister of the tragedy that unfolded this Sunday, killing 135 people. The Prime Minister, for the last few minutes, remember, has been at the bridge. He's trying to understand. He's been given a full presentation on what possibly has gone wrong, what was the capacity, why are there fears that this entire bridge was overloaded beyond its capacity when it came crashing down and snapped this Sunday. After this, the Prime Minister is going to be headed to the civil hospital. He's going to be meeting with those who have lost their loved ones and those who are injured. But this entire message by the Prime Minister, where he's been remembered in Gujarat for the last 2 days, and today is the third day, the Prime Minister, remember, has spoken about this entire tragedy. He's expressed his anguish. He's again and again also said the centre continues to stand with the state at this very, very difficult hour. I think we are looking at more images on our screens. The Prime Minister with the team of the NDRF that has also conducted the relief and rescue operation, because the story, ladies and gentlemen, is also about the 170 people who've been rescued to safety. The Prime Minister meeting with the rescue operation personnel in Morbi. That is the image that you see right now playing out on your screens. So the Prime Minister is lending that personal touch, I think, where the focus is not just on the relief and rescue operation now, but also on reaching out to those who have worked non-stop for the last many, many hours. And the Prime Minister there has met with the team. I think you see the cavalcade also of the Prime Minister there very briefly there that we had cut to right now. And
में चल रहा है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का ये काफिला जो अभी सिविल अस्पताल पहुंच गया है। प्रधानमंत्री अब सीधे अस्पताल के अंदर है। मैं आपको बताऊं, बहुत ज्यादा दूरी नहीं है, चंद कदम की दूरी है और आप अस्पताल के अंदर उस वार्ड तक पहुंच जाते हैं जहां पर सारे लोग इस वक्त दाखिल हैं जो इस त्रासदी के शिकार हुए। तो मुझे लगता है 2 मिनट के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री उन लोगों के बीच होंगे, क्योंकि बहुत कम दूरी है। सीधे पहले जो माला है वहां पर वो वार्ड है जहां पर ये सारे लोग भर्ती हैं जो इस दुर्घटना के शिकार हुए हैं, और उन सब से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी मिलने वाले हैं। अस्पताल में दाखिल होते हुए ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं सिविल हॉस्पिटल मोरबी का, और ये कहा जा रहा है कि बहुत से ऐसे लोग थे जो राजकोट से आए तो वो राजकोट सीधे चले गए राजकोट, और कई लोग अहमदाबाद चले गए, लेकिन यहाँ पर ऐसे लोग जो कि मोरबी के रहने वाले हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इस वक्त सिविल अस्पताल के अंदर उन लोगों के बीच पहुंचने वाले हैं जिन्होंने इस त्रासदी को देखा, इसे सहा, इसका दर्द, इसकी पीड़ा उन्होंने झेली है और उस रात को देखा है, उस रात के गवाह रहे जब देश ने एक ऐसी त्रासदी देखी जिसमें एक झटके में 134 जिंदगियां चली गई, कैसे पानी में समा गई। प्रधानमंत्री उनसे जानेंगे क्या हुआ था, प्रधानमंत्री उनसे जानेंगे कि वो क्या चाहते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री इन लोगों के बीच पहुंचकर ये संदेश देंगे कि मैं आपका अपना हूं, इस दर्द के समय में, इस पीड़ा के समय में मैं आपके साथ खड़ा हूं। तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का काफिला जो इस वक्त सिविल अस्पताल के अंदर दाखिल हो चुका है, और मुझे लगता है किसी भी समय हमारे पास वो तस्वीरें आएंगी जब प्रधानमंत्री उन लोगों से मिलेंगे। जैसा मैंने कहा कि हर किसी की एक कहानी है, किसी ने कोई अपने परिवार में अपनी बच्चियों के साथ गया, बच्चियां इस पार रह गई, वो पानी में समा गए, लेकिन कैसे बचकर अपनी
All right, so the Prime Minister now, as we speak, is at the civil hospital in Morbi, where he's going to be meeting with those who have sustained injuries in this tragedy that unfolded in Morbi this Sunday. Let's also see if we can go back to Abhishek. And on the screens, remember, you will continue to keep looking at fresh images that we'll keep getting. Abhishek, the Prime Minister is now at the civil hospital. Earlier, he's been at the accident site. He's interacted with those who are involved in the relief and rescue operation. And I think this personal touch goes a long way in telling people that the head of the state is standing with them along with the entire country in this very, very difficult hour.
Well, obviously, Deepti, this is a moment when families are grieving, and in many ways Gujarat, because it was in the midst of festivities. I'm getting an echo, if the PCR can fix it. And for Prime Minister now, I believe, reaching the civil hospital, and for the pictures, Deepti, that came about Prime Minister meeting all those who were part of the relief and rescue effort. So teams of NDRF, SDRF, the social organizations, NGOs, some religious organizations. I can see the Swaminarayan group, for example, and then some others from Morbi and Rajkot, all those who were part of the team effort to first save lives at the spot immediately after the tragedy, then, take those affected to hospital, fish out the bodies. You can even see BSF and army soldiers, and then of course the fire brigade, the local fire brigade. We have been discussing, Deepti, Morbi is a small town, but it's an industrial township, and so typically most of the amenities are there, like it happens in many small towns of Gujarat, because the kind of exposure that the state has to industrial development, and Prime Minister there now, of course, in one picture at the site where he's briefed by the Chief Minister and the Home Minister themselves, and in the other window, Prime Minister there, I believe, reaching the civil hospital where he would be meeting all those affected, and it's a small town, but again, it could handle a rush of 300, 400 injured, and I think there was some support infrastructure that did come from Rajkot, which is nearby, about 50 kilometers. And apart from that, as I said, it's a tragedy. So Prime Minister sort of providing a healing touch there by meeting all those who were part of the relief and rescue, himself visiting the spot, asking some questions, and parallelly, Deepti, some developments have taken place. Remember, it's been about 24 hours that 9 individuals were arrested in the case after FIR was registered on the day itself. And based on the questioning of those 9 individuals, it seems finally, with a lot of push coming in from media and the manner in which Republic teams have really pursued the story of why Oreva is not being focused on and questioned, or the Oreva management not being questioned. We are hearing that the police has sought details of the management from registrar of companies to really pin down the responsibility. Two junior level staff of Oreva already arrested, in the total 9, but that's not significant because the responsibility has to be fixed where it should ideally lie, and that's not at the bottom.
Absolutely.
It's there at the top insofar as Oreva's management is concerned.
You know, you raise a very, very important question, Abhishek, and the point is this healing touch is incomplete unless and until the perpetrators of these 135 murders are brought to book. Unless the company that was operating it, Abhishek, is also named, the directors, the owners are also booked and they are put behind bars, Abhishek.
Absolutely, goes without saying, and the details that are emerging are preposterous, to say the least. Deepthi, it's mind-blowing that something like this was really allowed to happen. There was no oversight mechanism. Nothing was being done by the district administration, the collector's office, the municipality, the civic administration when all this was happening. So, for example, this maintenance contract, which is part of an agreement between Oreva and the Morbi municipality, was subcontracted to some local fabricators. It's not like a structural engineering company that would have gone into the the minutiae of the engineering aspect, but they're just local fabricators who said, okay, fine, this is the job we have to do. They found some material here and there, and the word that they used was R&D. So whether it was actual research and development, or in what in Indian parlance goes in the name of R&D, which is called jugaad. So did they do jugaad, and which has really contributed majorly to the tragedy? That is something now police has to focus on. But otherwise, as I said, because the responsibility has to be fixed at the top, the fact that police has sought the details from registrar of companies about the management structure of Oreva clearly suggests that things perhaps finally might be moving in that direction after initial hiccups and perhaps lack of direction that we saw insofar as pursuing the real perpetrators are concerned.
Oh yes, I think that's why Abhishek, there are a lot of expectation from this visit of the Prime Minister, where he's personally reaching out to everyone, whether those involved in the relief rescue operations, involved in civil defense, involved in the upkeep of this bridge. I think perhaps later he's going to be meeting with the police officials also, like you said. He's going to be meeting with those injured. He's going to be meeting with those who've lost their loved ones, and a lot of expectations that there is going to be justice for these 135 murders.
Yes, of course, and it is also hoped that this is not a very long-drawn process where everything is forgotten and the real perpetrators really get off the hook. So in that sense, it is expected that with all the focus that is there, not just of the media, and remember the manner in which our young team on the ground has pursued the story and made sure that authorities, while they are carrying out the relief and rescue operations, also not lose sight of the fact that justice has to be delivered, and all those who committed this crime or allowed these things to happen are held to account. So I think in that sense, the government's focus, with the Prime Minister visiting, he himself being present there, and remember, after visiting the civil hospital and meeting with the victims, he would also be going to the Superintendent of Police office there and sit with all these officials to take another review. Remember, he has taken a top-level review yesterday at the Raj Bhavan in Gandhinagar yesterday, where the entire top officialdom of Gujarat was present, led by Chief Minister and the Home Minister and the DGP and the Chief Secretary and Chief Minister's advisors, team of advisors led by K. Kailasnathan. And today, what we are seeing is on the ground, Prime Minister is there, and it has to be said, that this is an area where Narendra Modi has worked even in his Pracharak days, even before he came to the BJP, for example, Morbi incidentally is a place of is associated in Gujarat psyche with a massive tragedy, perhaps Gujarat's biggest. In fact, more than the Kutch earthquake, lives were lost in the Morbi Machu Dam bust that was in 1979, and the same river upstream. This tragedy day before yesterday has happened downstream, but upstream there is a dam, Machu Dam. There are two dams, and one of those dams had burst in 1979, leading to floods in the city, 10 feet, 20 feet water, and about 30,000 lives were lost. People had perished. It really scarred Gujarat's psyche for long, and even now it remains part of folklore in Gujarat when it comes to natural disasters or man-made disasters, in fact, Machu Dam being one. And this is also a man-made disaster, a man-made tragedy, and for the people of Morbi. So what I was saying was that when Prime Minister was with the RSS as a pracharak after the Machu Dam tragedy in 1979, he had, in fact, he was part of the relief operations at that time in 1979 as a young RSS pracharak.
Yes.
So, I mean, there is a personal connect. He knows people there, and that's the reason why it's important that while he was in Gujarat, it could not have been that he does not go there, and now we are seeing him on the ground. Having said that, the question of accountability remains. It is hoped that when Prime Minister takes that review meeting at the SP office in Morbi town, he would be giving those appropriate instructions so that there is no going soft on anyone irrespective of the connections.
That is true. And Abhishek, later when he's going to be meeting with the top cops, you're telling us that is going to be a closed-door meeting. But is that going to be very, very important? Because the Prime Minister has had a first-hand sense of why this tragedy unfolded. He inspected the bridge personally. He right now is also meeting with those who are injured, and I think possibly he could ask them a lot of questions that are on top of everyone's mind, that how many people were there, were there any arrangements made or not, and clearly you have answers now all over the reason why you have 135 people losing their lives. Abhishek, is there going to be a speedy justice later? I asked you this question again and again because I think that's the only thing now that matters, that you book the company, you book the owners, fix those who are accountable, Abhishek.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, that is the whole purpose of the kind of attention that we have put on this story. Deepthi and the viewers have watched it since yesterday. We have been very assiduously pursuing the story from the justice angle, and which is that those who allowed this to happen and their criminal negligence should not be allowed to be they should not be allowed to go scot-free, and they should be held to account. And that's why with all the team of young reporters who are aggressively pursuing this story, even if it ruffles some feathers, so be it. What is important is that the focus should make those responsible now to make sure that they are not going to soft pedal, they are not going to wink, they are not going to let things be. And every individual who perished in this tragedy, everyone's soul, at the soonest they should be able to say that a modicum of justice has been delivered to the families who have lost their loved ones, their near and dear ones. There should be a sense of justice, and justice delayed is justice denied, as it is said. It cannot be that this languishes or lingers for long. We are in fact now getting pictures of the Prime Minister leaving the civil hospital. I think we are going to soon get pictures of him from inside, and yes, we in fact get those pictures. I am sending those pictures on our groups, and they should be put on air. And these are pictures of Prime Minister meeting some of these victims, providing that healing touch. Prime Minister Now, after having met all these individuals inside the hospital, leaving now, and now he is headed to the SP's office. These are pictures, in fact, from inside the hospital, yes, now on air, and Prime Minister there asking the victim about his condition, about his health, about his situation, and where exactly was he when this happened, how it happened, all those questions. And what happens is, when this kind of VIP visit happens, the administration is on its toes, and if there is any possibility of things being taken lightly, that really effectively goes away. We have seen pictures of the hospital being redone or done up overnight to make sure that it's more welcoming of the Prime Minister, but at the same time this helps the victims, this helps the patients, and many of those amenities which perhaps are not up to mark are taken care of with this kind of visit. But of course, this is Prime Minister's personal healing touch. These are his people, and it's his home state. He's son of the soil. It adds to that extra bit of understanding, and obviously extra bit of pain when it comes to a tragedy of this scale. And it's also a happenstance that Prime Minister was in Gujarat when this happened. He was on a 3-day visit, which is ending now after another review meeting at the Morbi district headquarters. He would be moving back to Delhi, I believe via Rajkot, and with that his 3-day visit would come to an end. Prime Minister has been travelling a lot. Okay, now we are getting live pictures. I think this is the carcade now moving towards Jilla Seva Sadan, which is essentially the district administration headquarters, where the collector sits, where the DDO sits, as it happens in Gujarat, a campus where the entire administrative setup of a particular district is placed within convenient distance for people to really access all government services at one place. So Prime Minister there getting inside the Jilla Seva Sadan in Morbi, where I believe he would be heading into police, Superintendent of Police Office, which is the SP, and taking a review with, of course, the top brass that's travelling with him from Gandhinagar. That includes the Chief Minister and the Home Minister, and the local administration, including the DM, SP, DDO, and the CMO, and the municipality chairman, the MLAs, the in-charge ministers, whatnot. But only with the hope that all this paraphernalia of governance does not fail second time. It's a massive failure which we have been discussing for the last 48 hours since the tragedy panned out, of absolutely overlooking all control, or the civic administration ceding all control when it comes to taking care of public places, public amenities, irrespective of whether an agreement was signed between a private company and the municipality. There should have been a mechanism for oversight. There should have been a mechanism to take care of security, particularly on big days like these festivities where this tragedy unfolded. Everyone knows that in Gujarat, Diwali, like it is big for the rest of the country, in case of Gujarat, it's even bigger because it coincides with the New Year for Gujarat, which happens on a day after Diwali, and this time it was October 26, and that's the day when the bridge was inaugurated, and it led to, of course, tragedy 4 days later with the suspension bridge collapsing. In the two pictures, we are seeing Prime Minister to the right with the Home Minister getting a lowdown on how the series of events unfolded, and towards the left, Prime Minister speaking to one of the victims and asking about his condition, his health, and of course what was he doing at that time when this tragedy happened. So obviously to connect the dots. This experience helps, but more importantly, these pictures provide a bit of a healing touch that someone from the top is concerned is not, away when the people really need the force of the state to cushion the pain, the loss that has happened, and of course to make sure that justice is also delivered. We are seeing parallel developments happening. For example, the Rajkot police finally moving towards questioning Oreva and not just low levels of administration, not just, beg your pardon, lower levels of their office bearers, but even top management, because information suggests that that Morbi police has sought details from the registrar of companies about the management, who holds which office and what's the hierarchy in so far as Oreva is concerned. It's an old company, and it's a big group, big industrial group, famous for its Ajanta wall clocks. In fact, makes Morbi the wall clock making capital of the world, a town which makes highest number of those wall clocks anywhere in the world, and does it in a manner that even the Chinese have not been able to get inside. And also known for its ceramic tile industry, but what is important is that a tragedy has happened, and we are in a situation where Prime Minister had to come and provide that healing touch. And we continue to get pictures of Prime Minister in Morbi. He has visited the spot. He has visited the place where the bridge collapsed on the Machu River, and in the second pictures we are seeing him at the civil hospital, but then he has already left the civil hospital as well, and now he's with the state administration and the local administration together, and closeted and discussing what all needs to be done. Thankfully, all those injured have been accounted for, taken care of, and I'm told when the Prime Minister visited the hospital, there were just about 15-20 patients left. Most of others have been discharged after treatment with no serious injuries. Of these 15-20, there are some fractures, as can be seen in one picture, and there are some others who still show some signs of bruises, injuries, in some cases impact of being underwater, and that state of drowning for some time before they were rescued, taken out and brought to hospital. So all those patients there, and the Prime Minister spent about 15 minutes meeting them. We can see in this picture, for example, he's meeting one of the women victims in the middle. We are seeing pictures of Prime Minister meeting the NGOs, social workers, activists, the fire brigade, the army jawans, the BSF, the NDRF, all those who were quick with their relief and rescue effort. And of course, the kind of number of people who have perished in this tragedy, it can't be said that for whatever, the situation could be salvaged with the quick action and mobilization of all these resources when it comes to disaster management. Perhaps the loss of life could have been more, but then the quick response at least contained the numbers, because remember, the number of those rescued from the waters stands at 200 plus. Almost 400 people were there at the time of the collapse on that ill-fated bridge, and that clearly shows the scale of the enormity of the irresponsibility with which those who were issuing those tickets or not having a security presence there, or nobody was shouting those people back that it is beyond the carrying capacity of the bridge and that they should come back. In fact, we have been getting some voices of people who were there present at the site, and because they realized the crowd was huge, they pulled back and did not go onto the bridge. There is a family from Ahmedabad, there is a family from Morbi itself, and then there is a family from Jamnagar who have narrated how they became very uncomfortable given the kind of crowd that was there and heading inside or onto the bridge, and they decided not to go in and pursue the sense of entertainment that one gets by being on a hanging suspension bridge, and that saved their life really. So I mean, all sorts of sentiments, all sorts of pictures coming in, but now we are seeing Prime Minister reaching the Jila Seva Sadan, which is the district headquarters of the local administration of the government there, district government, which includes the DM, the SP, the district judge, the DDO, and everyone else. That's typical of these kind of administrative complexes that have been made in every district in Gujarat over the last couple of decades to take care of governance issues, just so that everything is at one place and people don't have to go to 10 places to get their work done from the administration. But in the pictures now, the carcade of the Prime Minister getting inside the Jila Seva Sadan of Morbi, and he's already chairing this meeting, about which as soon as we get information we'll deliver. But what is important is parallelly investigation is going on. In fact, Prime Minister is going to be made a presentation, and in the presentation all the information that we have shared with you viewers, including that those 9 accused have started singing, and they have started putting the onus and the blame on Oreva, because of which the police has sent a request to the registrar of companies in Ahmedabad to find out the details of Oreva, its management structure, its ownership, everything. And this even as shocking details are coming out of the questioning of those who were arrested yesterday. So, for example, there was no subject expert. There was no expert company which was outsourced or given this job. It was local fabricators who were tasked with the upkeep, maintenance, repair of the bridge, and nothing substantial really happened. And whatever happened was more in the nature of a negative than a positive. So, for example, the floor of the bridge, which earlier used to be of wood, was replaced with aluminum, and it seems that also contributed to the collapse of the bridge, because obviously vis-a-vis wood, the metal would be much heavier, thus adding to the weight of the bridge and consequently reducing its carrying capacity even further. So against the carrying capacity of 100 to 150 at a time, also not 100 to 150 at a time, and also not standing at one place, but on the move. There were about 400 people, 600 plus tickets issued by those nominees of the Oreva company at the spot, and that's a huge number. So if all day about 675, 700 tickets were issued, because it's a ticketed entry, and then suddenly you have a situation where 400 people are there on the bridge. So obviously it leads to a security situation, it leads to an engineering failure, and that's what seems to have happened. So when you look at those suspension cables which have snapped, and at the break point when our reporting teams have been showing, the kind of shear that has happened is a classic case of overload and beyond the bearing capacity of the material that has been used. It's clearly that its tensile strength broke, and the bridge collapsed once that disconnect happened. We have been seeing those pictures since the tragedy unfolded, and now just to get an understanding of what's happening on the ground, even as Prime Minister is taking another review with the state and district top brass. If I could go to Alisha, she is there on the ground, and she's been doing this fantastic job since yesterday of holding those in power to account and to make sure that administration knows that they are being watched. So let's go to Alisha on that note. Alisha, Prime Minister inside taking yet another review meeting. What more can you tell us about his time in Morbi? You are, I believe, at the site of the dam of the tragedy itself. Is it calm? Are the people have the people reconciled with what has hit them? Are they talking calmly? And insofar as the site is concerned, are the rescue operations over, or there is still some mopping up, or there's still some work that is going on? Because when the Prime Minister was there, we saw many of the boats still there. Alisha.
Well, Abhishek, at this point of time, I'm present at the SP office where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is chairing a high-level meeting with the seniors official. We know that right after the incident where PM Modi has to be briefed every 24 hours, but here where the Prime Minister is itself present at the SP office, so the IG, DYSP, SP, all the seniors police officials who have been present in the same SP office where now they have been briefing the rescue and the search operation which is still underway and the case so far, because we even know earlier where the investigation officer was also present earlier where as far as the investigation is concerned, so all the police officials and the committee who are already been present in the SP office, now the Prime Minister has been briefed where the high level meeting that has been called by the Prime Minister, and he's going to be briefed about the situation and specifically the rescue operation and the assistance that has also been given by the central government as well as the investigation part as well. But well, yes, as you asked about the earlier where Prime Minister Modi was present at the incident site, at first he from his chopper, Air Force chopper, where he has a survey, aerial survey of the site, and later he was briefed by the Home Minister, Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, over the incident and how the bridge collapsed, what is the major lapses that has come across, and he was continuously briefed by the Home Minister, and now he has reached to the SP office. But now talking about the situation as of now, well, yes, the rescue and the search operation is still underway, where Indian Army, Indian Air Force and Indian Coast Guard, moreover NDRF, SDRF, all have been present there, and the search and rescue operation is still underway. And what also we have been told, there are some people who have been missing. The request that has been given by the family members of their loved one, they have been missing. So after which the rescue and search operation is still underway, and NDRF authorities has also cleared it out that until the time they don't find the last missing person, the rescue operation will continue. Let me also once show you the visuals where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has entered quite a while back in the SP office where the high-level meeting is underway. He's been briefed over the incident, over the assistance that has been done, and of course the investigation part as well by the IG, SP, DYSP, all the police officials has been present here, and they have been giving a briefing, because what have been told that it has the 24 hours the development whichever come across before the police and the administration, that has to be briefed to the Prime Minister. But Prime Minister itself is there present. He first visited to the incident site, and later he visited to the civil hospital where the injured people have been treated. He also met the survivor. We even saw in the visuals that he met the survivor, the people who have been injured in this incident. And now he is present at the SP office where the senior police officials who have been present, and they have been giving a briefing to the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Alisha, and please tell us for the benefit of viewers how long the Prime Minister is going to be there in Morbi. He's closer with the top officialdom, and he's taking a review meeting. But after that, does he leave immediately for Delhi? What happens after that?
Well, according to his itinerary, where first he already visited the incident site and later to the hospital, and last is the SP office where we already reached, and the high-level meeting which has been underway. Well, yes, after this is not going to be here in Morbi, because there is no further schedule that has been shown in the itinerary. So he might leave for the Delhi, but we'll have to see for how many long time where the Prime Minister is going to be staying here, because we saw there for the 5 to 10 minutes where he was there in in the incident site. He was taking the information from the Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi over the incident that happened on 30th of October. So, and even he reviewed the rescue and the search operation, because even yesterday in the evening, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a review briefing with the administration in Gandhinagar at Raj Bhavan, which is in Gandhinagar. So that has also been happened, and of course the necessary assistance has also been the assurance that was given by the Prime Ministers, and we even heard Prime Minister who spoke about it with the people. He also given a condolence to the people who lost their loved ones. So today he itself is here. We'll continue to show you the visuals from SP office with the high-level meeting which has been underway. Here is the IG, SP, DYSP and the other senior concerned officer who have been present in this very location, and they have been giving a briefing, because we know that the 24 hours, whatever the development will be, whether the fact when it comes to the rescue or the search operation, or whether it is to the investigation, that has to be briefed to the Prime Minister. But here is the Prime Minister itself who has been directly briefed by the senior police officials here who have been present inside, and later that we can expect that Prime Minister who will leave for Delhi, which is like you can even give it information about it. But we know that he has already visited to the site, and he also met to the survivor. We even spoke to some of the survivor earlier the day when who has been admitted, and they have been only expecting a fair investigation, because there are many of the people who lost their friend, who lost their family members. We know that in this entire unfortunate incident where 135 people have lost their life. So now the people have actually been asking for justice, because we even, Abhishek, remember, like yesterday there was a press conference of the IG. We tried to ask him why is the owner of the Oreva has been spared, why they have not been named as an accused in the FIR, but there were no answer that was coming in from the police officials, because the 9 arrests that has been made, these people are no one but the manager of the Oreva and as well as the ticket provider, the clerk. They have been arrested. Of course, there could be some of the involvement, but not the complete accountable people, because here's the owner and the people, the owner of Oreva who was present in the inauguration. We even remember the contract that was given to Oreva to Oreva by the municipal administration, and that contract clearly mentioned that the renovation work has to be done and it could be only open for the people after 8 to 10 months. But what has been done by the company, Oreva company, that they only open without getting a fitness certificate from the district administration, from the municipal administration. They have opened for the people on the name of Gujarati New Year, and they have opened for the people, and even the capability, the capacity of the bridge is only for the 100 people. But what has been done, we saw that 675 tickets that were sold, and more than 400 people were present in the bridge. So after which the bridge collapsed, and unfortunately there is 135 people have lost their life, and this number could also be increased, is what we have been told, because the search and rescue operation is still underway. There are the people, the member of the family who has given the information to the police that their loved ones, their family members is yet to be, they are still missing, they are yet to be found, and which is why the rescue operation is still underway. And just for that rescue operation, we know that not only the SDRF and the NDRF team, but also the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Indian Coast Guard, they are also been joined for this rescue operation. So there could be the possibility the people, the number, the death toll could increase while we get the official confirmation. But as of now, there is 135 people have lost their life. Unfortunately, they have lost their life, and the family members are just seeking for the justice.
Yeah, Alisha, that was a comprehensive picture that you gave of what's happening on the ground. As we speak, Prime Minister is at the review meeting, and Prime Minister is at the review meeting at the SP office, and in the pictures we are seeing him to the extreme right at the spot where he is being debriefed about the tragedy, how the bridge fell, and what really happened after that. And in the middle, we have Prime Minister engaging with the social service organizations and the relief and rescue workers and to the extreme left is Prime Minister. They're meeting the patients. Let's go back to Alicia because I believe there's some action, some movement happening. Yes, we are back to the pictures where Alicia is. Alicia, some movement of vehicles. What's happening there? Which carcade is that?
Well, these are the police officials who have been leaving, and we have been expecting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi might have been completed with the high-level meeting that was chaired, because here is the DYSP, which I can witness here. So he has already he's there for all those bandobast which has been made for the Prime Minister. So he's also been clearing. So what we can make it off from this the movement which we have been witnessing, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already been completed with the high-level meeting, because we know that police briefing that was to be given every 24 hours has been given to the Prime Minister directly. So from any time from now, we have been expecting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will leave from the very location, from the same location where we have been reporting from earlier the day, when at first he went to the incident site where he was briefed by the Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, and there was also other senior officials who were giving the information. They were briefing the Prime Minister, after which he went to the hospital, the civil hospital, where the injured, the survivor who have been admitted, and they have been treated. They've been treated in the same hospital, and we also have the list of 26 people. There were 26 people, the injured people, the survivor, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi met those 26 survivors. So now, the moment what we have been witnessing here outside the SP office, that there could be a possibility now that the meeting that has been concluded, and anytime from now, where the Prime Minister will leave from this location. So we are just continuing. I'll just continue. I'll just ask my video journalist Mukul to show you continuously visuals from outside the SP office, from the same gate from where his cavalcade will leave from this same location. But it is very important to know that Prime Minister, who chaired a high-level meeting with the police officials in SP office, and this is after the his visit to the civil hospital, he was briefed by IG, SP, DYSP on the investigation specifically, and as well as the police briefing that has to be given every 24 hours, that has been given directly to the Prime Minister itself. So this is the development which we have been witnessing since afternoon, where the Prime Minister first has reached to incident side, and later he went to the hospital, the civil hospital, where the injured people have been treated, and now he is in SP office, where he has been briefed about the investigation that has been carried out by the police.
Well, yes, Alicia. So we are having those split windows and pictures of Prime Minister at the site of the tragedy, then the picture of the rescue going on. Even now, I believe there are boats in the water of the Machu River looking for any remains, anyone who's left or anybody who's perished, but their bodies there. And then we have pictures of the carcade standing outside the Morbi SP office at the Jilla Seva Sadan. And then, of course, we have pictures of Prime Minister. Okay, these are pictures of the hospital coming from Morbi, where Prime Minister was there. We had
कुछ दिन पहले आए जब ये हादसा हुआ था. ये बेहद ही दुख एक समय है, बहुत ही गंभीर समय है, और ऐसे में प्रधानमंत्री.
All right, these are visuals coming in of Prime Minister earlier at the hospital, where he met all these patients and asking personally of their situation, their condition. You can imagine he would be speaking to them in Gujarati, in their tongue, and that's an additional comforting factor. We had pictures earlier, and now the visuals with the audios of this exchange that's taking place between Prime Minister and the victims. All right, I'm told there's no audio, but we can see the visuals of Prime Minister asking about the health and condition of the victims, speaking to them their not just their condition, where they come from, what we're doing there, they traveled from where, and wishing them speedy recovery. I mean, that's how it happens. But I think the Prime Minister being there provides that bit of a healing touch. And apart from that, more importantly, from the point of view of those who have suffered, the administration is on its toes, and then you can imagine that if the hospital was redone overnight, other things also fall in place. So the doctors are present, nobody goes missing, all leaves are cancelled, and with that kind of VIP movement, there is pressure to make sure that everything is taken care of, and that's something which helps the victims ultimately, which helps those who have suffered. So in that sense, Prime Minister visit, apart from providing a healing touch, and again we are seeing the pictures of him speaking to the woman, and before that a young man who has fractured his leg, and also speaking to that young kid standing with her mother, and Prime Minister there comforting the child and the family. Oh, that's the whole purpose. So with your own presence, you give a sense of calm, give a sense of control to all those who are victims, who have suffered, and who in their mind be thinking in terms of justice already. And in that sense, even that aspect is something about which we have been talking about very vociferously since yesterday, about why those lapses were allowed to happen, why there was no oversight, why there was no security, why the municipality wrung its hands dry for the entire episode, why in the first place they chose this option of letting a private company earn money and run the place without any oversight, without any jurisdiction, without any inspector, and despite the fact that final certification was not given, how come the company opened on the day of Diwali or the New Year, Gujarati New Year, and if they were allowed to open, was there any inspection done to make sure that irrespective of final certification, at least there is confidence in the physical stability of the structure. We have seen Prime Minister understanding him for himself from the Home Minister and the Chief Minister as to what exactly happened, how it panned out, and hopefully instructions would be given. We are getting information from police investigation that it was a case of fabricators. I think in the pictures we are seeing Prime Minister leaving, I believe, and these are visuals of Prime Minister's carcade leaving the Jila Seva Sadan, where he was closeted with the officialdom at the SP's office, and now it seems Prime Minister has left. It's exactly 5:20, so little over an hour Prime Minister spent in Morbi between his landing and now, and of course by the time he takes off he would have spent about an hour and 15 minutes or more in Morbi, meeting all the victims and meeting the social volunteers and relief workers, rescue workers who participated in the event, plugged a crucial gap by the time the state paraphernalia materializes and mobilizes. You need immediate volunteers, social volunteers, civil defense, fire brigade. They should be reaching the spot unhesitatingly and immediately. And so all those people were thanked by the Prime Minister before he moved on to the hospital, civil hospital. And we are seeing in the pictures in the civil hospital where Prime Minister is listening with intent to one of the victims who's there. And we have seen this picture for a while now of the woman injured and her daughter standing by her side, and Prime Minister asking questions animatedly about her antecedents, where she came from, how she suffered, and I can imagine that the conversation would be in Gujarati, that being his mother tongue, his language of his home state. But after this, Prime Minister of course went to the municipal, to the local civic administrative headquarters and engaged with the Chief Minister for about 20 minutes. Remember, this was more like a review meeting, given the fact that One major review has happened yesterday only with Prime Minister at the Raj Bhavan in Gandhinagar, and now we are seeing him at Morbi and visiting all the places where victims have gone.
બધું પહોંચાડી દીધું છે. એક્સ ગ્રેશિયા પેમેન્ટનું પણ જે વાત હતી એ પણ પહોંચાડી દીધું છે. અમે રેસ્ક્યુની કામગીરી હજી ચાલુ રાખી છે. આવતીકાલે સવાર સુધી પણ એ શોધકામ ચાલુ રહેશે.
પીએમ તરફથી કોઈ સલાહ સૂચન આપવામાં આવે છે? એક મિનિટ ભાઈ.
તમામ લોકોને કોમ્પન્સેશન પ્રોવાઈડ કરવાની વાત હતી. જે ફેમિલીઝ હજી પણ સંપર્કમાં છે એમની કંઈ બાકી બચાવ કામ છે એની પણ ચાલુ રાખવાનું હતું. એ બધું અમે કરી રહ્યા છીએ.
हिंदी में बताइए ना आज क्या हुआ क्या हुआ हिंदी में हिंदी में बताइए हिंदी में बता दीजिए भाई हिंदी में बता दीजिए क्या हुआ पीएम की क्या बात हुई कंपनसेशन को लेकर बोलिए
तंत्र कॉम्पनसेशन के ऊपर काम कर रही है. कॉम्पनसेशन टाइमली मिल जाए सबको, और रेस्क्यू काम में अभी भी कुछ बाकी है तो वो भी रेस्क्यू काम कंटिन्यू करने के लिए बोला है. तो हम उसको कर रहे हैं और कल मॉर्निंग तक रेस्क्यू के काम चलते रहे.
एक्शन को लेकर कोई बातचीत हुई?
नहीं.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर भी ब्रीफ किया गया था?
नो.
सर आपका नाम और डेजिग्नेशन?
आई एम अरुण, कलेक्टर राजकोट.
हेलो एक अधिकारी इसके बारे में हम आपको बता रहे हैं.
Okay, this was a district official who said that the rescue operations, relief operations will go on till tomorrow. So the rescue is not over yet, and that's why we are seeing those boats trolling the waters of Machu River at the site, even as Prime Minister was visiting, because there's still some relief and rescue, particularly rescue left, just in case. It's unlikely that someone would survive underwater for 48 hours, but even if, because some of the kith and kin are saying that their family member is missing, so it's important that these boats continue to search for any missing persons who might have perished. Apart from that, he also said that investigation is picking up pace and that soon we would have more information to share. That's what the district official said. And of course, the relief rescue is going to continue till tomorrow. And the Prime Minister has been briefed. Prime Minister there taking his leave and heading out either directly to the Rajkot airport or from Morbi with a chopper to the Rajkot airport, and from there to Delhi. Prime Minister is back in Delhi after 3 days, and he has already left Morbi after spending exactly an hour and 15 minutes. The pictures of which we have beamed to you non-stop. Now, of course, it is hoped that all the perpetrators be brought to book, and the manner in which Oreva company has conducted itself, it is held to account. We have seen how over the last 2 days, employees of Oreva, perhaps under instruction, have not been coming to office. There is nobody responsible who can be spoken to. There is no regret, no apology, and no statement coming in from Oreva, which is otherwise a big company. The barest minimum they could have said, expressing condolences and then letting law take its own course. But it seems that they have really decided to brazen it out, and that's why we have not seen a statement, a single statement coming in from Oreva on what's their view and thinking on so far as the tragedy is concerned. In the pictures, of course, we continue to keep getting Prime Minister at the hospital in Morbi and engaging with one of the victims and her family, asking for their well-being, and of course similarly meeting other patients. There are not many patients left, I'm told, between 15 and 20, and that's why Prime Minister had to spend just about 10 odd minutes, 15 odd minutes at the civil hospital, following which he left, and now in fact he has left Morbi city itself, having completed the second review with the top district administration and giving instructions as he would have deemed fit. And now he is headed out of Morbi, out of Rajkot, but hopefully with his presence, having underscored the seriousness of the situation, the importance that the administration should attach to the case, I am saying hopefully there would be a resolve within the police and the district and the administration to make sure that those guilty are punished, not just guilty, but those who are really guilty and ultimately guilty, they should not go scot-free and they should be punished. So if in fact the Gujarat government sets up a precedence of better standards of investigation and make sure that in tragedies like these the ultimate responsibility is fixed beyond an act of God, and that all those who are involved are punished, it acts as a deterrence for any irresponsibility shaping out for the next generation. And we have seen if this kind of crime is nipped in the bud, then in that case the people who have that bent of mind to think that they can take shortcuts and a little bit of criminality here and there is kosher and goes and is not affected. I think in that sense, if the investigation really pins down the responsibility at the top and makes sure that anyone who was even remotely concerned with either the execution or even the ideation stage of the suspension bridge repair, which was outsourced to 2 local fabricators, I think that would be no mean achievement if we can really resolve in the backdrop of the Morbi tragedy that there would be no more accidents of this kind happening in the country. All right, we are getting pictures of inside the circuit house or the SP office where the meeting took place. Prime Minister there listening with intent as a presentation is made. Again, the same set of people insofar as the front and the people next to the Prime Minister are concerned, the Chief Minister, the Home Minister, the Chief Secretary, the DGP, and then of course the district administration. So it's more like a meeting which makes sure that there are no gaps, there are no loopholes, and in fact we are going to get you some more pictures of Republic Network trying to fix accountability, even as the authorities continue to claim that the law is taking its own course, that the local police is working on it, that it's not a crime branch case, it's not an ATS case. What is important is that it's a case which has led to 135 tragedies. Human lives have been lost, families, kids, all those have been lost. And in that situation, for the Prime Minister to be there really sends a strong message that there should be no dilly-dallying, there should be no winking at the perpetrators, and the authorities should make sure, right from the Morbi municipality to the state government in the capital Gandhinagar, that they are brought to book at the earliest. Remember also, it has to be mentioned that Gujarat is heading into a poll cycle, an election cycle, most likely to be announced tomorrow or day after, which would set in motion a 40-day period where model code of conduct would be in place, and many of the decisions that can be taken easily by the virtue of being in the executive are either kept in abeyance, or in fact if there is something urgent and an approval is sought from the election commission, just delaying the process. So it is hoped that now that this tragedy has happened, essentially if given the fact that Prime Minister has been there, everyone involved must make sure that parallelly, apart from relief, rescue and taking care of those who have got injured, there is also emphasis on speedy justice, speedy trial in the FIR that has been registered, though of course it does not name anyone, but the logic given behind that is that an FIR has to be registered immediately. It's the first information report. It cannot be premised on doing more work, more spade work, more preliminary inquiry and then filing an FIR. So in that sense, if the FIR, according to the government, does not mention Oreva, it might do subsequently, as proof of which they show that the police has unofficially sought details from the registrar of companies about Oreva and its directors and whatever corporate governance structure it follows, so that they can find out exactly whose responsibility was it and fix it ultimately. Was it only of Oreva? And if they're going to the top of Oreva, then what about the municipality? Would the police go after the municipality in any manner? Because remember, there is an element of public-private participation in the contract that was signed between the two companies, between the municipality on the one side and the private company on the other, Oreva, and for them to keep passing the buck from one to other is not right, and that's why I think that Prime Minister visit acts as a sort of a cushion with administration. They are taking things seriously because remember, till yesterday the essential focus was on making sure that maximum lives are saved and that rescue goes on. And now in the last 24 hours it has moved to making sure that relief reaches these families, the ex gratia reaches these families, and parallelly investigation should move apace on who is ultimately responsible. That's the question we have been asking, in fact, since the tragedy unfolded on Sunday evening, and since Sunday evening itself we have been asking some tough questions, and it is hoped that they would be answered to, if not directly, then in some other way. And that's what I got disconnected.
प्रधानमंत्री ने इसका जायजा लिया। केवल जायजा ही नहीं लिया, जो राहत और बचाव दल हैं उनके कर्मियों से भी प्रधानमंत्री ने बातचीत की, उनसे जाना कि किस तरह से ये राहत और बचाव कार्य चल रहा है, किस तरह से इसमें अभी और तेज़ी लाई जा सकती है, किस तरह से वहाँ पर चुनौतियाँ हैं, किस तरह से उन चुनौतियों से निपटा जा रहा है, किस तरह की तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
All right, we are back to the pictures. There was some audio issue there earlier, but we are back to the pictures of the Prime Minister's visit to Morbi, which he has of course left after having spent an hour and 15 minutes, 75 minutes to be precise, and from landing, doing an aerial survey, to visiting the spot, to going to the hospital, meeting the relief and rescue workers and those who really went out of their way to help the administration, not only the victims but even the administration. And then in the final pictures we are seeing of him carrying out a second review. He has also of course instructed that the government should keep him abreast of all developments insofar as investigation goes, relief and rescue goes over the next couple of days, and to make sure that the Prime Minister is apprised of the matter in real time if there is something happening, or at least once in 24 hours, if not less. But Prime Minister going to Morbi and visiting the victims, spending some time there, really sent across a message. Remember, we were earlier discussing about the about the Election Commission announcing elections to Gujarat in a day or two, and that's why this visit was very important. Prime Minister was supposed to inaugurate projects worth thousands of crores of rupees, which he could not have done if the Election Commission would have announced the polling dates, because then the model code of conduct kicks in. But still, Prime Minister is going to visit Gujarat over the next couple of months, often because of elections, and that should provide him another opportunity to again physically appraise himself of how the tragedy has panned out and what's being done. Let's go back to Alicia on that note. Alicia, coming back to the breaking development about the investigation, and if you could share more details on what you are hearing about the investigation that picked up pace with the arrest of 9 people yesterday.
They had given the briefing to the Prime Minister over the compensation that has to be given to the kin of the deceased. So they have been working on it, and soon even the injured people, for them the compensation that has been announced by the state government as well as from the PM Relief Fund. So even that has to be given or to the even to the kin of the deceased, and also as well as to the injured people. So they have been working on it, and that is the information that is being. They have been. So, but what important to know, because here is the investigation that has also been briefed to the Prime Minister. But even we try to spoke to some of the officials, because here comes the Oreva owners, which has not.
All right, Alisha, you know, this breaking news development has to be brought in, and which is there on the screen, viewers, and that is police has sought details from the registrar of companies about the management structure and other details of the management of Oreva. And that's significant. That's going to be big, which means that things are moving in the right direction, and the government ultimately now moving in a direction where it should, which is the management of Oreva, and not just the foot soldiers who have been arrested. But of course, all this information has come from the questioning of the 9 people, which includes 2 officers of Oreva who were involved in some ways with the agreement between the company and the municipality. Alisha, if I could come to you, you have been there on the ground. You saw those 9 people arrested. They have been questioned, and based on their questioning, now it seems the police is becoming confident that they can move in the direction of the management and owners of the company as well.
Well, yes, now the police has to focus, because this is something a Republic impact, which we've been continuously asking what is the role, and specifically who is the actual accountable for the death of the 135 people. But moreover, now what we know that the police is going to focus on Oreva role as well. So the owners and the top brass of the Oreva is going to be questioned, is what we have been told. But we'll see what is the action that is to be taken by the police against the Oreva, because we know that 9 people that has been arrested in this entire case, and the 2 are the managers from the Oreva. But as of now, there was no question and specifically no interrogation that has been done with the top brass of the Oreva. We even went to his houses, the Oreva owner houses, as well as the farmhouse, the offices, but they are not is present at their farmhouse, also in their offices and also in their residence. So where exactly they are is something a major question. But now that is something has come forward before the police, and this is something, a pressure that has been mounted to the police, and now they have been forced to work, and specifically on the Oreva owners. Now they will be questioned, they will be called in for the questioning, and possibility looking after the incident that has happened. Because if we come to the main point, and specifically all this the incident that has been started off from 30th of October, the unfortunate incident that took place on 30th of October, where this company, this very Oreva company, has given the contract for the renovation of the bridge which is from the British era. It's there for more than 140 years. But that contract has which clearly mentioned that they have to renovate. 2 crore has also been given to them. It was a 2 crore project that was given to Oreva to renovate the bridge. But what has been done, we even saw the visuals, we even saw the report where the condition of the bridge, this is just a painting that has been done, and there was a wire that was pulled out, there was grease. This was the situation of the bridge, which is why which actually cost the life of the people. For more than 400 people have lost their life. So it has actually put a question over the company specifically. And yesterday, as I mentioned, that we have asked the police officials why aren't the owners has been questioned, or why aren't the owners has been named in the FIR as an accused, but there were no answer. But this is some of the other way has been mounted a pressure on the police, because at this point of time, what we know that Oreva owners will be questioned, they will be asked, they will be summoned, they will be asked to appear before the police so that they can give the statement And now, not only the managers, because 9 accused that has been arrested are the managers, are the clerk. Of course, there could be some of the point that has been put forward by the police, but the main accountable, if we have been continuously asking who is the actual accountable for the death of those 135 people. So here's the Oreva owners.
में बेहद महत्वपूर्ण ये दृश्य है। हमारे संवाददाता हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, मेघना भी हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं। नीरज, आपके पास आना चाहेंगे, और जिस तरह से संवेदना से भरे हुए ये दृश्य हम देख रहे हैं, बेहद भावुक कर देने वाले।
So you're looking at more images right now on your screens. Do remember, the Prime Minister has spent about an hour and a half in Morbi. He's not just been at the accident site, he's also spoken to those who were injured. He's spoken to the relief rescue operation workers also. Not just that, he, remember, has also taken an important meeting. He's chaired an important meeting of the top officials, of the police officials there. And in fact, the Prime Minister, I'm just sharing some more information for our viewers. The Prime Minister in Morbi has said that the need of the hour is to conduct a detailed and extensive inquiry which will identify all aspects relating to the mishap. He has also added that the key learnings from the inquiry must be implemented at the very earliest. So a very, very clear and a stern message going out from the Prime Minister, clearly hinting at the fact that a lot more needs to be done as far as this case goes. 135 people, remember, are dead. Many people are right now recuperating at the local hospitals, and the Prime Minister there making it very, very clear that you need to identify all the aspects linked to the mishap. He says need of the hour is to conduct a detailed inquiry, and we are standing by to get you more details as to what has been the message that the Prime Minister, remember, has put out specifically to the administrative officers. These images that you see on your screen are images of those people who've lost their near and dear ones. 135, remember, 135 people have lost their lives. Close to about 49 are children. 49 children, the youngest was all of 2. And the Prime Minister meeting with the families there, he's reaching out to them personally, and he, remember, is again and again reiterating that all that you need now is a detailed inquiry into all aspects of this entire case. As I said, for the last hour and a half, the Prime Minister has personally reached out to those who've lost their loved ones, to those who are injured and recovering in hospitals, to those who've extended all their help during the relief and rescue operations, to the personnel of the civil defense of the NDRF. And these images that you see on your screens, a very, very difficult time, specifically for all these people who've lost their near and dear ones. Remember, there are people who've lost more than 6 to 7 family members to this tragedy. In fact, there is a BJP MP who spoke up and he said he's lost 12 of his family members. We also do see him on our screens along with the Chief Minister, the Home Minister, the Prime Minister personally extending his condolences to these people who've lost their near and dear ones. These are, remember, families who are not just grieving. These are families who are looking for answers. These are families looking for accountability. And the Prime Minister there, remember, with folded hands, is speaking to them. And I'm sure he has assured them of full help and justice in the entire case. I again quickly want to read out the message that we have got through our sources, where the Prime Minister in Morbi has said that the need of the hour is to conduct a detailed and extensive inquiry, which he says will be able to identify all aspects related to this mishap. He's also gone ahead to say that the key learnings from the inquiry must be implemented at the very earliest. So with a prayer on his lips, with his folded hands, he's meeting with those who've lost their near and dear ones. And as I said, 135 lives are lost. The Prime Minister has spent the last 3 days in Gujarat. He, remember, has been in the state when this tragedy struck. Immediately you saw all channels working. You saw him in conversation with the establishment there in the state of Gujarat, making it absolutely clear that all relief and rescue operations have to be stepped up. And that's exactly what we have seen for the last 48 hours or so. And even as he meets with all these people, he, remember, again and again has reiterated that it's extremely important that we look into all detailed aspects of why this tragedy even struck in the first place. So the Prime Minister first today has had an aerial survey of the accident site. Then we saw him at the bridge, personally inspecting the bridge, trying to understand from the Chief Minister, from the Home Minister of the state, the various nuances and what has possibly even led to this tragedy in the first place. Followed by the Prime Minister's visit to the civil hospital in Morbi, where you have people who were injured and who are recuperating right now. You've seen him personally reaching out to those people. Those are images on the left of your screens. And on the right of your screen are images of the moment where the Prime Minister met with those who've lost their near and dear ones. It is a difficult time for all these families who are not just looking for help, for support, but I think for answers, for accountability. And the Prime Minister's message, I think, pushes that fact very, very clearly, where the Prime Minister says that the need of the hour is to conduct a detailed and an extensive inquiry, he says, that needs to identify all the aspects related to this mishap. He again and again reiterates that it's important that key learnings from the inquiry must be implemented at the very earliest. So we never see a tragedy unfolding like this. We never see people losing their lives like this. But we are, remember, again waiting to see what is the message that the Prime Minister has also given out to those, including the top cops, including the administrators, including the Chief Minister. A lot of them, remember, were a part of that closed-door meeting that the Prime Minister earlier took. And we'll have to see what is the kind of action now that follows this entire visit of the Prime Minister. We'll again try to see if we can get Abhishek on the phone line back with us, as he's been sharing more details of the Prime Minister's visit to Morbi 2 days after the tragedy struck. So these 4 images on your screens speak of not just the personal, the healing touch of the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister also reaching out to those who've been affected, who've seen their families literally wiped out, to those who are waiting for answers, to those who want to know why and how did their loved ones never come back home. So the Prime Minister has been at the bridge. That's the image on the extreme left of your screens, accompanied with the State Chief Minister and the Home Minister. The exact place where you've seen the Prime Minister personally inspecting the bridge and trying to understand what possibly has gone wrong. Then the next image on your screen is of the review meeting. Remember that the Prime Minister has taken, it was a closed-door meeting with the top investigators, with the administrators, and that is where he's put out the message that you need to get down into all details of why this tragedy unfolded. On the other side of this quick break, we get you more details of the clear message that has come in from the Prime Minister, and all the focus, remember, is on that one question: why did we lose these 135 lives? And who is accountable?
सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जाता है?
सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहती है जनता आपको, बताइए सर।
सर लोग सिर्फ जानना चाहते
हुई है
सर, इनॉग्रेशन क्यों की गई इतने जल्दी? सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था,
वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना?
दीजिए
आपको,
आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा।
मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही
नहीं पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है, देखिए आप किस
ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो नाम क्या है? नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है, हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
When hard question asked to the Chief Minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do our reporting. Why should I get out the premises? क्या आपको मना किया गया है? हाँ, मना किया गया है। आप लोग हो कौन? आप लोग
आपको मालूम हो जाए।
सवाल करने के लिए आप लोग हो कौन?
Number of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
We are breaking to you details of the Prime Minister's very first message to all officials and the administrative officials in Morbi. The Prime Minister says the need of the hour is to conduct a detailed and extensive inquiry which will identify all aspects related to the mishap. The Prime Minister also says that the key learnings from the inquiry must be implemented at the very earliest. As we head into a quick break, on the other side, we get you more details of the last 1.5 hours that the Prime Minister has spent in Morbi and the message that he has for the investigators who are looking into the case. Will accountability be finally fixed?
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, वो अलाउड नहीं है, आप समझ सकते हैं ना।
जाने दीजिए,
आपको
आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा।
मैं आपको जस्ट ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ।
पकड़ सकते हो मेरा।
Why the police is protecting the owners?
Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है, देखिए आप किस
ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? हाँ चलो नाम क्या है? नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है, देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
There were many of the people whom I spoke to, and they were just asking for the justice from the Chief Minister, who actually is the accountable over the incident that has happened yesterday.
The air quality remains the same. India Gate was not visible of that particular smog, and the residents of national capital is still facing the same kind of problem.
From Punjab, petrol pump guard was shot dead by the robber in this robbery that happened late last night.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi reviews and the rescue and relief operations at Morbi. At Morbi, Prime Minister meets the families who lost their loved ones in the bridge collapse tragedy on Sunday. Stern message from Prime Minister Modi. Officials are directed to conduct a detailed investigation. Two days since the tragedy that killed 135 Oreva owners have gone missing as heat turns on them. Republic exposes how the administration cannot shun responsibility. Was there an attempt to shield Oreva? Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. 135 lives lost in a man-made tragedy. Those who are responsible for it hasn't been even named in the FIR that has been registered by the Gujarat police. Ladies and gentlemen, Republic has now stung the chief officer of Morbi Nagar Palika. As Republic sting cameras rolled, he has now admitted that they knew that the bridge was operational without any clearance, but went soft due to the holiday season. Now, it's important to point out here is that in public, the municipal corporation of Morbi has been telling the entire world that they had absolutely no idea that the company responsible for the upkeep of this particular bridge had opened up the bridge for the public soon after the inauguration, and that too without a fitness certificate. On our cameras, they make an admission, a stunning revelation that they knew that the bridge was open, but they did nothing about it only because it was a holiday season. Take a look at this report.
સર આ તો 2-3 દિવસ પહેલાં જયસુખભાઈ પોતે બ્રિજ ઉપર બેસા હતા અને એટલે મોટી પ્રેસ કોન્ફરન્સ પણ કરી હતી કે આપણે આ ચાલુ કરવાના છીએ, તો એ ગવર્મેન્ટને ખબર નહોતી અને આ જે સર્ટિફિકેટ જે છે, ફિટનેસ સર્ટિફિકેટ જે છે એ કેવી રીતના આપે અને એ કેવી રીતના નથી આવ્યું હતું આપણી પાસે?
એના માટે વાત કરું કે આમાં એવું હોય છે, એમણે જાહેરાત કરી એ ઓલરેડી બધાને ખબર જ હતી કે 6-7 મહિનાથી ચાલુ એમને મલ્ટિપલ જાહેરાતો કરી છે અને ટીવી મીડિયાઓ પણ કરેલું હતું કે અમે સ્પેશિયલ મટીરિયલ બનાવી રહ્યા છે, મેળવી રહ્યા છે, એનું અમે ઉપયોગ કરશું. શોર્ટ ઓફ મેં એક વિડીયો તો મેં પણ જોયો હતો અને રજાનો માહોલ હતો, કોઈને આ ખબર નથી એમને ક્યારે આ પ્રેસ કોન્ફરન્સ કરી. ઇવન વિસિનિટીમાં જે પદાધિકારીઓ રહે છે ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી આ છે એ લોકોને પણ કોઈને એમાં ઇન્વોલ્વ નથી કર્યા, એટલે વી આર નોટ નોટિફાઈડ ઇન દેટ સેન્સ. પણ એથી વિશેષ એ છે કે 20-25 માણસો છે, બધાને ખબર છે કે આની કેપેસિટી શું છે. માનો કે એમણે બહુ સારું રિન્યુ કર્યું હોય તો દેર મસ્ટ બી સમ કેપેસિટી અને એટલું હોવું જોઈએ. એક સાથે 400 માણસ તો એના ઇતિહાસમાં ક્યારે નથી ગયા કે જે મેન્ટેન કરવા, અને આ ઘટના બનવાનું કારણ એ છે મે બી દે હેવ ડન સમ ગુડ વર્ક બટ ઇટ વોઝ નોટ ઓફ ધેટ કેપેસિટી. તો 400 માણસો એને કરી શકે એની જ ઇન્વેસ્ટિગેશન છે. સુપ્રિન્ટેન્ડન્ટ એન્જિનિયર ડિઝાઇન જે છે RMBને એ પણ અહીંયા છે કે જે હેંગિંગ બ્રિજનો કે જે લોડ કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કરશું છે, અમે એના માટે ટેકનિકલી કોમ્પિટન્ટ નથી એટલે અમે રિનોવેશન નહોતા કરતા અને એને ચલાવતા નહોતા. ઓરેવા વોઝ કેપેબલ, કારણ કે એકવાર એમણે કરેલું છે એટલે એમને આપવામાં આવ્યું. હવે તમારી પ્રશ્નનો ઉત્તર કે ફિટનેસ સર્ટિફિકેટ, હવે હું કહું છું એક તો આ સંસ્થા છે ગવર્મેન્ટની કે RMB SCનું તમે સર્ટિફિકેટ લઈ શકો છો અથવા અમને મોકલે કે અમે રિનોવેશન કરી આ ડિઝાઇન છે અમારી. તો નગરપાલિકાના જે સ્ટ્રક્ચરલ એન્જિનિયર રજિસ્ટર્ડ થયેલા હોય એની પાસે અમે વેરિફિકેશન કરાવી શકીએ છીએ. એવી કોઈ ઘટના બનનાર પૂર્વે છે આ રજાના માહોલમાં અમે ચાલુ કર્યું એક સાથે આ માણસો ગયા અને એમાં ઘટના કરી છે. આઈ થિંક એમનો પણ કોઈ એવું ઇન્ટેન્શન તો નહીં હોય, પણ જે છે તેના સ્થાનિક માણસો એમને જે રાખે છે એમને આ વસ્તુ કરી કે.
So what emerges from this sting operation that we are playing out tonight? The very officer concerned with the 15-year agreement doled out to this particular company. It is this municipal officer who had signed the agreement. It is this municipal officer who's come on record to say that they were basically not aware of the fact that this company, after the renovation, had opened this bridge for the public, and that too without the fitness certificate. Now what turns out from this sting operation is that the municipal corporation of Morbi was very much aware that this particular bridge was actually open for the public. And remember, this happened soon after Diwali and when Gujaratis celebrate the New Year. And it was expected that the number of people who would come out and be at this place would be in large numbers. Joining us on this broadcast is my colleague Priyanka, getting us that sting operation of the chief officer of the Nagarpalika. Priyanka, very clear, established that the municipal corporation knew that this bridge was open to the public. It was open without a fitness certificate. So it's now amply clear that someone is trying to protect the owners of Oreva.
And it seems to be Sandeep Singh himself, Shavan, the chief officer himself, who's trying to protect Ajanta Oreva, because we are seeing that conversation that we just played out, in fact, where he has categorically several times, in fact, made those excuses for Ajanta Oreva, where he has stated that they tried their level best. It might not have been their intention, and that they had carried out this entire inauguration. Plus, he first says that they did not know. On the night of this entire accident, he comes out on the media and he says that he did not know that the inauguration was going to be carried out. And when we were having that conversation, when I was having that conversation with him, he very categorically, in those videos as well that we're playing out, has said that he had seen those public announcements since the past 6 to 7 months. He knew that they were going to be inaugurating it. He had seen those videos that had come out of the owners, Jaishuk Patel himself and his family members as well, who had carried out this press conference on board of that bridge as well. And they had stated that they will be inaugurating this entire
entire bridge, and he knew that there was no NOC, that there was no fitness certificate, and he knew that this announcement had also been made to in fact inaugurate the bridge on the time of the Gujarati New Year as well, as you very rightly pointed out. So that of course is a first part of this entire conversation that we have played out. So this plausible deniability that he has been seeking in the public domain is completely it's been completely pummeled by this entire operation. And of course, the other than that, we have seen how he had also stated that there was and that it was during the time of the holidays. So there is also a casual demeanor of this officer who says that because it was Diwali, because it was New Year's, and that this was Tihar ka mahal, is what he has stated, because of which he shrugs it off and says that maybe nobody took notice of it. And then, of course, later part in that conversation, he also says that during the time that this fitness certificate had not been taken, the NOC had not been taken by Ajanta Oreva, this entire incident has taken place because of the overcrowding on the bridge itself. So then he says that it might have not been their intention. So even during the time that he is saying that there were 400 to 500 people there, he says that there had been antecedents as well. He says that there have been tickets on both the sides of the bridges. That is why they collect even more tickets than the actual number of people that are actually allowed on board of the bridge. And then he says that maybe it might have not been their intention. So during the entire conversation, we see that there is a lot of excuses that are being made by this particular officer, who is the chief officer of the municipality of the Nagar Palika, I beg your pardon, and he has also made these, and he, mind you, is the undersignee of that contract that has been given to Ajanta Oreva for carrying out this restructure, revamping of the bridge as well. So it putting two and two together, Shavan, is not very difficult in this scenario where he is making these.
Getting at some more breaking news coming in, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now just put out a tweet, and I'm quoting, "Went to Morbi, which witnessed the horrific bridge mishap, met the bereaved families and extended condolences. I visited the site of the tragedy and went to the hospital where the injured are recovering. Also met those involved in the rescue operations and chaired a review meeting." This after Prime Minister Modi spent considerable amount of time at the site where the bridge collapsed. It was the Home Minister who was briefing the Prime Minister with regards to what really transpired, and more importantly, the rescue and relief operations, the work that was being carried out. Important to point out here is that soon after that visit, he went to the civil hospital meeting the victims and their family members, and thereafter a meeting that took place at the SP's office. Important to point out here, a clear message being put out by the Prime Minister that there should be swift action should be taken, and in fact now that the officers who are in charge of the investigation, they would be directly reporting to the Prime Minister, apprising the Prime Minister about the latest developments, about the action that has taken so far. Perhaps you could also put out some of the images that you are seeing right now on your screens. These are images of the Prime Minister's visit, who landed roughly around 3:45 this afternoon, spent about a considerable, significant amount of time at the collapse site, and thereafter visited the hospital, the civic hospital, where those who survived this tragic incident, they were receiving the medical aid, and thereafter also a meeting that took place with the Superintendent of Police and those who are part of the investigation. Well, getting you another big story tonight with regards to the Oreva orders. Over 24 hours, but the Oreva orders are yet to be named in the FIR. And now it becomes clear. A sting operation carried out by Republic Media Network. The chief municipal officer, who initially came on record and said that they were not aware that the bridge was actually functional. The bridge was open to the public because no fitness certificate was actually issued to the company. In private, this is what he had to say, that Ajanta, the very company responsible for the upkeep of this bridge, oversold the tickets, and this is not the first time that they have done. They've done it in the past. And secondly, they say that they were aware that the bridge was open. that the inauguration would be taking place. But despite that, no action was actually taken, only because it was holiday season. The civic body from this particular sting operation becomes amply clear, is clearly responsible for what has really happened. Not only the owners of Oreva, but the civic authorities also are equally responsible. A sting operation carried out by Republic Media Network, in which massive revelation that has been made by the municipal officer with regards to the bridge that was open to the public, and they were well aware of it.
સર આ તો 2-3 દિવસ પહેલાં જયસુખભાઈ પોતે બ્રિજ ઉપર બેસા હતા અને એટલે મોટી પ્રેસ કોન્ફરન્સ પણ કરી હતી કે આપણે આ ચાલુ કરવાના છીએ. તો એ ગવર્મેન્ટને ખબર નહોતી, અને આ જે સર્ટિફિકેટ જે છે, ફિટનેસ સર્ટિફિકેટ જે છે, એ કેવી રીતના આપે અને એ કેવી રીતના નથી આવ્યું હતું આપણી પાસે?
એના માટે વાત કરું કે આમાં એવું હોય છે, એમણે જાહેરાત કરી એ ઓલરેડી બધાને ખબર જ હતી કે 6-7 મહિનાથી ચાલુ એમને મલ્ટિપલ જાહેરાતો કરી છે, અને ટીવી મીડિયાઓ પણ કરેલું હતું કે અમે સ્પેશિયલ મટીરિયલ બનાવી રહ્યા છે, મેળવી રહ્યા છે, એનું અમે ઉપયોગ કરશું. શોર્ટ ઓફ મેં એક વિડીયો તો મેં પણ જોયો હતો, અને રજાનો માહોલ હતો, કોઈને આ ખબર નથી એમને ક્યારે આ પ્રેસ કોન્ફરન્સ કરી. ઇવન વિસિનિટીમાં જે પદાધિકારીઓ રહે છે, ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી આ છે, એ લોકોને પણ કોઈને એમાં ઇન્વોલ્વ નથી કર્યા. એટલે વી આર નોટ નોટિફાઈડ ઇન દેટ સેન્સ. પણ એથી વિશેષ એ છે કે 20-25 માણસો છે, બધાને ખબર છે કે ભાઈ આની કેપેસિટી શું છે. માનો કે એમણે બહુ સારું રિઝલ્ટ કર્યું હોય તો દેર મસ્ટ બી સમ કેપેસિટી, અને એટલું હોવું જોઈએ. એક સાથે 400 માણસ તો એના ઇતિહાસમાં ક્યારે નથી ગયા એ જે મેન્ટેન કરવા. અને આ ઘટના બનવાનું કારણ એ છે મે બી દે હેવ ડન સમ ગુડ વર્ક, બટ ઇટ વોઝ નોટ ઓફ ધેટ કેપેસિટી. 400 માણસો એને કરી શકે એની જ ઇન્વેસ્ટિગેશન છે. સુપ્રિન્ટેન્ડન્ટ એન્જિનિયર ડિઝાઇન જે છે આરએમબીને, એ પણ અહીંયા છે કે જે હેંગિંગ બ્રિજનો કઈ રીતે લોડ કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કરશું છે. અમે એના માટે ટેકનિકલી કોમ્પિટન્ટ નથી, એટલે અમે રિનોવેશન નહોતા કરતા અને એને ચલાવતા નહોતા. ઓરેવા વોઝ કેપેબલ, કારણ કે એકવાર એમણે કરેલું છે એટલે એમને આપવામાં આવ્યું. હવે તમારી પ્રશ્નનો ઉત્તર કે ફિટનેસ સર્ટિફિકેટ, હવે હું કહું છું, એક તો આ સંસ્થા છે ગવર્મેન્ટની કે આરએમબી એસીનું તમે સર્ટિફિકેટ લઈ શકો છો, અથવા અમને એ મોકલે કે ભાઈ અમે રિનોવેશન કરી આ ડિઝાઇન છે અમારી. તો નગરપાલિકાના જે સ્ટ્રક્ચર એન્જિનિયર રજિસ્ટર્ડ થયેલા હોય એની પાસે એનું વેરિફિકેશન કરાવી શકીએ છીએ. એવી કોઈ ઘટના બનના પૂર્વે જ આ રજાના માહોલમાં અમે ચાલુ કર્યું, એક સાથે આ માણસો ગયા અને એમાં ઘટના બની છે. આઈ થિંક એમનો પણ કોઈ એવું ઇન્ટેન્શન તો નહીં હોય, પણ જે છે હવે તેના સ્થાનિક માણસો એમને જે રાખે છે એમને આ વસ્તુ કરી કે.
Well, the authorities have now essentially decided to give the Oreva owners an exit route. Here on Republic Media Network, we have been relentlessly following up on the whereabouts of the owners of Oreva. In fact, we have tracked down each and every residence of the Oreva owners, starting from Ahmedabad all the way to Morbi. Take a look at some of the reports filed by my colleagues from Ahmedabad, Rajkot and Morbi.
Now at Bhopal, which is in Ahmedabad, and Bhopal, remember, is about 20 to 25 kilometers from the main city of Ahmedabad. Where we are right now is very exclusive to only Republic. Republic is the only channel who has been tracking the CEO of the Oreva company, the CEO of that very company who put at risk lives of 500 innocent people. We have been tracking the directors, we have been tracking the employees, and we have been tracking everybody else possible, from accountant to their managers to even their house helps. But yet everybody has gone underground. Nobody is to be seen anywhere. Right now, where I am and where I'm taking you to is a very exclusive location. This location is the very location that the CEO of Oreva company stayed before Diwali. Yes, this exclusive location is the Oreva farmhouse. This very Oreva farmhouse that belongs to the CEO Jaisubhai Patel, the CEO of Oreva Manufacturing Limited. Oreva Ajanta, remember, are the same company which took the responsibility of maintaining and securing the bridges. We were at the headquarters yesterday. Today Republic has tracked their farmhouse. Their hideout is what we're getting to understand is this. But Unfortunately, they're not here. They're not here. We were getting to learn that the guards were present, but the only thing that we see today is a big fat lock. Everything is sealed. Nobody is to be seen. No presence of human here. There is nobody to be seen here. Not even the guards. Not even house helps. We were getting to learn that guards were here at least till 6 in the morning. But today, as soon as they got information that there was some media and there were some policemen who could come here and interrogate them, they flew away. Right now, we are at this exclusive location. As you see here, it's written, it's Oreva farmhouse. This farmhouse, as I told you, is in Bhopal, which is in Ahmedabad. It is about 20 to 25 kilometers from the main city of Ahmedabad. We are at this very exclusive location. We're getting you live updates every now and then. We're keeping a track of those culprits who put 500 lives at risk. And times to come, we will not bow down. In times to come, we will fight for justice. We will fight for those innocent people who lost their loved ones, who lost their families, kids who lost their lives at a very young age where they could not even see what was coming through them. Republic is reporting at a very exclusive location. Republic is tracking the culprits of Morbi scam, and we will continue to report till we get those answers of why were the innocent lives put at risk at the cost of greed. This is Tanisha Avasti with Vijay Manish reporting from Bhopal and Ahmedabad for Republic TV.
Outside the residence of Jaisukh Patel. Jaisukh Patel is the owner of Ajanta and Oreva company. Remember, in the tragic bridge collapse in Morbi, the Jaisukh Patel and his family is hiding out, and in fact this is the very flat located in Morbi wherein he was present there till the day of inauguration of the bridge. And in fact what we've been told is that Jaisukh Patel and his family are hiding out and running away from police and administration, and in fact they are running away. And in fact one of the most important thing out here is that despite all the facts and evidences, Gujarat police is yet to name Jaisukh Patel in the FIR. Remember, this is the very flat wherein Jaisukh Patel was present till the day of Diwali and the day after of Diwali, and also the Gujarati New Year he was there. But now he is running out, and in fact he is hiding out from Gujarat, and in fact he is not yet out till now. But yes, Republic TV is giving you the exclusive visuals of the same very flat where he was present last time. Reporting from Morbi, Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
Getting in some more breaking news right now as far as whereabouts of Oreva owners are concerned. We're now being told that they were in Morbi till about Gujarati New Year. It is only after that they left Morbi. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Sandeep for the latest. He's joining us from Morbi outside Oreva owners' residence. Sandeep, what's the latest you're picking up? When were they last seen in Morbi?
See, Shravan, as far as Oreva owners are concerned, Jaisukh Patel was the person, in fact, who was present in Oreva township, the building located in Morbi district. And in fact, we early in the morning also went there and also filed a report from there. We visited that place and we also spoke to the locals out there. According to them, according to the local guard out there, they say that Diwali was the time where he was when he was present in the same very flat. And in fact, as soon as the incident took place, he in fact also inaugurated the same very bridge, and he was also there after that as well. So as soon as that incident took place, he left that very flat located in Morbi, and since then he is running away. He is running away to avoid the inquiry, to avoid to get into any trouble with Gujarat police. And ironically, Shravan, despite of all the facts and evidences in the hand, Gujarat police is not acting, and in fact his name is also not mentioned in the FIR. Gujarat police is arresting the managers, the clerks and the peon level officers in this very case. And in fact, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited today, also met the injured at civil hospital today in Morbi, and he also headed a meeting, a key meeting, wherein all the senior officials of Gujarat Police and also Chief Minister of Gujarat was also present. But the question out is, Shavan, out here is that why do you need Prime Minister Narendra Modi to say you to inquire this case very thoroughly? So definitely it is a matter of concern and also a failure of governance in the city of in the state of Gujarat. Shavan.
Let me also get a quick word from Tadisha, who's been tracking all developments in the capital city. In fact, we're now being told that they were not there at their farm, which is just about 20 to 25 kilometers away from the main city of Ahmedabad. Tadisha, what's the latest that you're getting? In fact, you've tried to speaking to some of the employees of Oreva. What's the sense that you're getting?
Shavan, the latest that we're getting about the whereabouts of the CEO of Oreva is that, and it is all according to sources, is that he is in Rajkot. That's the latest that we're getting for you. The CEO of Oreva Ajanta Manufacturing Private Limited is in Rajkot, and when we tried talking to his employees, the only thing that they said is they do not know who Jasubhai Patel is. But it is clearly seen the white lies that they're spreading. If they're working in the same company, how do they not know who the CEO is, and how do they not know about his whereabouts? We tried contacting the CEO, even the house helps, the drivers of Jasubhai Patel, but all of them with the same answer, with the same fabricated answer that has been taught to them, that has been fed into them, that Jasubhai Patel is nowhere around and you will not be able to trace him. But Republic's relentless investigation, it's a multi-city investigation, and Republic is on the track of those directors, especially the director who signed this document, the agreement, the contract, and also after so many lapses, after several lapses that had occurred, the company still made the bridge open for public use even after so many lapses. So Republic is on relentless investigation. It's a multi-city investigation. We visited 3 of his possible hideouts, as we were getting to know. First, it was Rajkot on day 1. Today we visited. We were in Morbi. We were also in Ahmedabad. We reached his headquarters as well. But as usual, the similar scenes everywhere, it is all deserted. Shavan.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Tadisha, as well as Sandeep, for getting us the latest details. We're tracking the story very closely. In fact, we are the only network getting you those images and finding out about the whereabouts of Oreva owners.
There were many of the people whom I spoke to, and they were just asking for the justice from the Chief Minister, who actually is the accountable over the incident that has happened yesterday.
The air quality remains the same. India Gate was not visible of that particular smog, and the residents of national capital is still facing the same kind of problem.
From Punjab, petrol pump guard was shot dead by the robber in this robbery that happened late last night.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है, हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
When hard question asked to the Chief Minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do a report.
There were many of the people whom I spoke to, and they were just asking for the justice from the Chief Minister, who actually is the accountable over the incident that has happened yesterday.
The air quality remains the same. India Gate was not visible of that particular smog, and the residents of national capital is still facing the same kind of problem.
From Punjab, petrol pump guard was shot dead by the robber in this robbery that happened late last night. Three people of the Samajwadi Party was shot dead in UP. Another life lost as a result of the pothole menace in Bengaluru.
And these are the visuals that are coming out from outside the Secretariat. The Youth Congress is demanding that the government must retrieve back from increasing the pension age.
Tragic bridge collapse in Morbi. Jaisukh Patel and his family are hiding out and running away from police and administration.
This is the Oreva farmhouse that you see, where no channel has reached, and Republic is the first channel to be here at the Oreva farmhouse.
The people who have been admitted to the hospital, the treatment is underway.
Two days since the tragedy that killed 135 Oreva owners have gone missing as he turns on them. Morbi bridge scam stands exposed to public on the trail as shocking unaccountability becomes top focus. Stern message from Prime Minister Modi, officials directed to conduct a detailed investigation. Tihar Vasuli Gate charge hits Aam Aadmi Party. Kejriwal's minister is in the dock yet again. Ugly political fight breaks out over Journal gift gate. It's Congress cash gifts attacks versus BJP's toolkit counter. Open and shocking abuse of power caught on camera. Scam victim demands justice. Falls at Mantri's feet is answered by blows. Major controversy breaks out over Conman's claim. BJP claims the Aam Aadmi Party minister took protection money from Conman. Did Conman Sukesh pay 10 crore rupees to Satyendar Jain as protection money? Take a look at some of the reactions coming in.
आज के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इतनी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है कि उनको सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के कंधों के सहारे की जरूरत पड़ रही है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, मतलब वो तो कहते हैं कि बहुत पॉपुलर हैं, तो अगर बहुत पॉपुलर है तो उन्हें तिहाड़ में लॉज्ड एक कॉनमैन, आप ही कह रहे हैं कॉनमैन है, मैंने सुना वो एक बार उसने किसी मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे को बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने कोई सीबीआई ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने लॉ सेक्रेटरी बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने सीबीआई ऑफिसर, पीएमओ का ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे। तो वो जो कह रहा है उससे कुछ लिखवा के और मतलब उसके ऊपर उसके सहारे इनको अपना गुजरात चुनाव लड़ने की जरूरत पड़ रही है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, परसों मोरबी हादसा होता है, कल 24 घंटे सारे टीवी चैनल्स मोरबी का मुद्दा उठाते हैं और आज अचानक टीवी चैनल से मोरबी गायब हो गया और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के आरोप जो हैं वो आ जाते हैं। तो लगता नहीं कि मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये एक कंप्लीटली फिक्टिशियस, कंप्लीटली फर्जी स्टोरी एक प्लांट की गई है और सारे चैनल अब बस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और सत्येंद्र जैन की बात कर रहे हैं। तो ये मतलब इससे ज़्यादा ब्लेटेंट और क्या हो सकता है कि मोरबी के मुद्दे को दबा के उसको डाइवर्ट करने के लिए, और सक्सेसफुली डाइवर्ट कर दिया उन्होंने। सारे चैनल इस टाइम इस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर की बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि 150 लोग जिनकी मौत हो चुकी है उसका सब भूल चुके हैं। और तीसरी चीज, इन्होंने कहा कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने शराब घोटाला किया। 2 महीने तो हो गए, 800 अफसर लगे हुए हैं, एक कुछ नहीं मिला इनको। इन्होंने कहा बसों में पैसे खा गए हम, उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला। इन्होंने कहा सड़कों में घोटाला हो गया, इन्होंने पता नहीं कितने आरोप लगाए, अभी तक तो किसी आरोप में कुछ नहीं निकला। तो सारे आरोप इनके मनगढ़ंत हैं, सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं इन लोगों के।
ठग के घर में ठगी हो गई है और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है। आप सबने अखबार में पढ़ा होगा कि सुकेश चंद्रशेखर आखिर कौन है, हु इज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर। अगर पटकथा पे जाए और बहुत ही संक्षेप में कहा जाए तो सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक कॉनमैन है। कॉनमैन का अर्थ होता है एक ठग है, जिसने तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर रहते हुए भी जेल के 4 दीवारी के अंदर से 200 करोड़ रुपए की ठगी की, एक्सटॉर्शन किया। बहुत लोगों को एक तरह से ठग करके एक्सटॉर्शन, जिसे एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट कहा जाता है, यह सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है। और आज यह कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से एक्सटॉर्शन कर लिया है। लगभग 15 एफआईआर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसियां सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ जांच कर रही है। घूसखोरी, उगाही, फॉर्जरी, जालसाजी, ये सारे चार्ज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। और आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा, ऐसे महान सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के मित्र, आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री जो वर्तमान में जेल के 4 दीवारी में बंद हैं, तिहाड़ में बंद हैं, वैसे सत्येंद्र जैन स्वयं थे। And I would not hitch to say that there is this person called Sukesh Chandrasekhar who is a conman, who was running a syndicate, a crime syndicate from inside the jail, while we have the Aam Aadmi Party and its ministers who are running a crime syndicate outside of the jail. दोनों क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहे हैं। एक जेल के अंदर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है और दूसरा जेल के बाहर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है। आप सोच के देखिए, अन्ना हजारे जी ने चंद हफ्तों पहले जो चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लिखी थी, वो कितना सार्थक है। यह पार्टी जो चाल, चरित्र और स्वरूप राजनीति का बदलने आई थी, किस प्रकार से आज यह पार्टी एक कॉनमैन पार्टी के रूप में, इट वुड नॉट बी एन एग्जैजरेशन इफ आई से कि आम आदमी पार्टी इज अ कॉनमैन पार्टी टुडे। यह एक ठग पार्टी के रूप में उभर के आई है। और बंधुगण, जरा सोच के देखिए, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कह रहे थे कि ये सत्येंद्र जैन इतने अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं, इतने महान व्यक्ति हैं कि इनको भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी से 10 करोड़ लेने वाले व्यक्ति को, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से उगाही करने वाले व्यक्ति को, भ्रष्टाचारी के घर में भ्रष्टाचार करने वाले व्यक्ति को भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। यह भारत के प्रत्येक नागरिक के प्रति अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का जिस प्रकार का असम्मान का भाव है अपने महत्वाकांक्षा के कारण, यह इस सेंटेंस से कि सत्येंद्र जैन डिजर्व्स अ भारत रत्न,
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जिक्र हुआ था, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पर्पस दूसरा था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सिर्फ ट्रांसफर का इशू था कि मुझे दिल्ली के जेल से शिफ्ट कराकर किसी और दूसरे स्टेट के जेल में शिफ्ट करा दिया जाए। पर्पस उसका सिंपल था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हम कोई इंक्वायरी कराने नहीं गए थे। अभी जो एलजी को चिट्ठी लिखी गई है, इसका जो पर्पस है कि इस मामले की एक इंडिपेंडेंट जांच होनी चाहिए, एक इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए। अभी का पर्पस अलग है। देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जिक्र हुआ था, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पर्पस दूसरा था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सिर्फ ट्रांसफर का इशू था कि मुझे दिल्ली के जेल से शिफ्ट कराकर किसी और दूसरे स्टेट के जेल में शिफ्ट करा दिया जाए। पर्पस उसका सिंपल था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हम कोई इंक्वायरी कराने नहीं गए थे। अभी जो एलजी को चिट्ठी लिखी गई है, इसका जो पर्पस है कि इस मामले की एक इंडिपेंडेंट जांच होनी चाहिए, एक इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए। अभी का पर्पस अलग है।
More than 48 hours after the absolutely horrific tragedy that unfolded in Morbi in Gujarat and 135 people are killed, where is the accountability? Has there been only and only token action? What about the company? What about the company that actually was responsible for repair and maintenance? Burning questions tonight at 8:30 on Republic.
It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
When hard question asked to the Chief Minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do our reporting. Why should I get off the premises? क्या आपको मना किया गया है? हाँ, मना किया गया है। आप लोग हो कौन? आप लोग आपको मालूम हो जाएगा। सवाल करने के लिए आप लोग हो कौन?
Number of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर, एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर, एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर, एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
A shocking incident of triple murder has been reported in Badaयूं district of Uttar Pradesh. Amid clash between two groups, 3 people of same family lost their lives. Former block chief and SP leader Rakesh Gupta, his wife and mother were shot dead by unidentified people. The incident is said to be a cause of political rivalry. After committing the heinous crime, the accused fled from the spot.
सूचना पर मौके पे पुलिस पहुंची है और हम लोग पहुंच करके देखा तो ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि तीनों को गोली मारकर हत्या कर दी गई है। उनके परिजनों से वार्ता की गई है। परिजनों की शत्रुता स्थानीय एक दीक्षित परिवार से है। इस संदर्भ में परिजनों ने अभी तहरीर नहीं दी है, थाने पे जा रहे हैं, वो तहरीर देंगे और इसमें जिन लोगों ने भी ये कृत्य किया है कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई।
Meanwhile, police is investigating the matter and a manhunt has been launched. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the other side of this quick break, the Morbi bridge scam stands exposed. Republic is on the trail as shocking unaccountability now is becoming the top focus. Also, it's an ugly political fight breaking out over the Journo gift kit. It's Congress's cash gifts attack versus the BJP's toolkit counter. All that and much more on the other side.
Of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है
सर? बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहते।
Two people have died and a few others have been shifted to hospital after massive fire broke out in a footwear factory in the national capital's Narela. Two persons who lost their lives aged 30 to 35 years, their identities are yet to be ascertained. According to the Delhi police, information about the fire at the industrial area of Narela was received at around 9:35 am, after which a total of 10 fire tenders reached the spot. The fire has been brought under control and 2 or 3 people are suspected to be trapped inside. They further said that all the injured persons have been shifted to a hospital and are currently stable. The officials are suspecting a few more persons to be trapped inside the smoke. The cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained. Earlier on September 23, a fire had broken out in a footwear manufacturing factory in Narela, which was later brought under control with the help of fire tenders. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है
सर? बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहती है जनता, आपको बताइए सर।
सर लोग
More than 48 hours after the absolutely horrific tragedy that unfolded in Morbi in Gujarat and 135 people are killed, where is the accountability? Has there been only and only token action? What about the company? What about the company that actually was responsible for repair and maintenance? Burning questions tonight at 8:30 on Republic. A quick check of more stories in brief right now. When asked about Virat Kohli's hotel room privacy breach, the coach Rahul Dravid says that he is doing absolutely fine and that he dealt with the whole issue in a great way. This, remember, is coming a day after the former India captain was shocked to discover how a complete stranger had entered his five-star hotel room and made a video.
Yeah, obviously it's obviously disappointing. It's not very comfortable for for anyone, let alone Virat. I mean, it is disappointing, but yeah, we have flagged it with the relevant authorities. They've taken action, and hopefully incidences like this will not happen in the future, and hopefully people are a lot more careful.
Killer potholes continue to haunt Bengaluru as another innocent life now has been lost. A 24-year-old man was killed while two others were injured after his bike was hit by a car while they were trying to avoid a 4-meter deep pothole. Hitting out at the AAP government, the BJP's Amit Malviya says that the national capital has become like a gas chamber. Further raising questions on the worsening air pollution, he says that the Aam Aadmi Party's model has failed in Punjab, also in Delhi. Today has been the last day of the election campaign at Munugode in Telangana, with elections scheduled for the 3rd of this month. The by-poll, remember, is being seen as a crucial election for all the three main political parties in the state, including the TRS, BJP and the Congress. A triple murder was reported at Budayu in Uttar Pradesh, where 3 people of a family linked to the Samajwadi Party were shot down in the district. An investigation in connection with the murder is currently underway. Let's shift our focus now to the question that all of you have been asking. What about the accountability in the Morbi tragedy in Gujarat? Who's responsible for these 135 murders? Remember, Republic is the only channel that has been tracking Oreva owners from one city to the other. On your screens, you're looking at how Republic has launched that multi-city investigation. Sit back and watch what our colleagues have found.
We're out now at Bhopal, which is in Ahmedabad. And Bhopal, remember, is about 20 to 25 kilometers from the main city of Ahmedabad. Where we are right now is very exclusive to only Republic. Republic is the only channel who has been tracking the CEO of the Oreva company, the CEO of that very company who put at risk lives of 500 innocent people. We have been tracking the directors, we have been tracking the employees, and we have been tracking everybody else possible, from accountant to their managers to even their house helps. But yet everybody has gone underground. Nobody is to be seen anywhere. Right now, where I am and where I'm taking you to is a very exclusive location. This location is the very location that the CEO of Oreva company stayed before Diwali. Yes, this exclusive location is the Oreva farmhouse. This very Oreva farmhouse that belongs to the CEO Jaisubhai Patel, the CEO of Oreva Manufacturing Limited. Oreva Ajanta, remember, are the same company which took the responsibility of maintaining and securing the bridges. We were at the headquarters yesterday. Today Republic has tracked their farmhouse. Their hideout is what we're getting to understand is this, but unfortunately, they're not here. We were getting to learn that the guards were present, but the only thing that we see today is a big fat lock. Everything is sealed. Nobody is to be seen. No presence of human here. There is nobody to be seen here. Not even the guards. Not even house helps. We were getting to learn that guards were here at least till 6 in the morning. But today, as soon as they got information that there was some media and there were some policemen who could come here and interrogate them, they flew away. Right now we are at this exclusive location. As you see here, it's written, it's Oreva farmhouse. This farmhouse, as I told you, is in Bhopal, which is in Ahmedabad. It is about 20 to 25 kilometers from the main city of Ahmedabad. We are at this very exclusive location. We're getting you live updates every now and then. We're keeping a track of those culprits who put 500 lives at risk. And times to come, we will not bow down. In times to come, we will fight for justice. We will fight for those innocent people who lost their loved ones, who lost their families, kids who lost their lives at a very young age where they could not even see what was coming through them. Republic is reporting at a very exclusive location. Republic is tracking the culprits of Morbi scam, and we will continue to report till we get those answers of why were the innocent lives put at risk at the cost of greed. This is Tanisha Awasthi with Vijay Manish reporting from Bhopal and Ahmedabad for Republic TV.
Outside the residence of Jaisukh Patel. Jaisukh Patel is the owner of Ajanta and Oreva company. Remember, in the tragic bridge collapse in Morbi, the Jaisukh Patel and his family is hiding out, and in fact this is the very flat located in Morbi wherein he was present there till the day of inauguration of the bridge. And in fact what we've been told is that Jaisukh Patel and his family are hiding out and running away from police and administration, and in fact they are running away. And in fact one of the most important thing out here is that despite all the facts and evidences, Gujarat police is yet to name Jaisukh Patel in the FIR. Remember, this is the very flat wherein Jaisukh Patel was present till the day of Diwali and the day after of Diwali, and also the Gujarati New Year he was there. But now he is running out, and in fact he is hiding out from Gujarat, and in fact he is not yet out till now. But yes, Republic TV is giving you the exclusive visuals of the same very flat where he was present last time. Reporting from Morbi, Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
Air quality for the people of the national capital and the adjacent area is getting more trouble for the people who are residing over here. Let me tell you that today, if we talk about the latest, Delhi has been stated as the most polluted. If we talk about in terms of the air quality index, then it is said to be the most polluted, number second, if we talk about this particular pollution. On the other hand, let me tell you that if we talk about the latest report, then this was stated that in Noida it was 444. In some part of the national capital, this was reported to be more than 500. And I am reporting from the Lodi Road area of the national capital of the New Delhi. And there, as you can see, 294. This is a display over here at the Lodi Road, where it has been clearly seen that here the air quality index is 294. So that's something which the problem which has been faced by the people of the national capital. The issue remains the same. This is something what we see.
Big bosses of Oreva go underground. Will the police name Oreva in the FIR? Is there an attempt to veil the role of Oreva? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है
सर? बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहती है जनता, आपको बताइए सर।
सर लोग सिर्फ जानना चाहते हैं। सर इनॉग्रेशन क्यों की गई इतनी जल्दी? एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना? दीजिए आपको, आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा। मैं आपको जैसे ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ। पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है? देखिए आप किस
ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है?
AAP finds itself in the middle of Congate storm.
खुद के हैंडराइटिंग में सुकेश चंद्रशेखर ने ये चिट्ठी सबमिट किया है और सब्जेक्ट है कंप्लेंट ऑफ थ्रेट एंड प्रेशर फ्रॉम सत्येंद्र जैन। 2-3 महीने में 10 करोड़ रुपए सत्येंद्र जैन लेते हैं। राज्यसभा से नॉमिनेशन के लिए 50 करोड़।
Big debate on Congate after Liquorgate at 10 p.m.
As the Prime Minister visits the Morbi tragedy site, he pushes for accountability and an investigation, a deep investigation into what really happened. "135 killed," that number could go up to almost 140 in Morbi. But Oreva owners, Oreva directors are on the run this evening. Was there a cover-up attempt? We are breaking down the details and getting you a sting operation from Morbi, Gujarat on the Morbi scam, the only channel tracking the owners of Oreva, now on the run. The BJP calls up a party of conmen, claims a conman was cheated by the Aam Aadmi Party. Sukesh Chandrasekhar claims he gave 50 crore rupees in protection money. And more on the Journo Giftgate controversy in Karnataka. A list of journalists who reportedly got wads of cash, Scotch whiskey bottles, watches, gold coins, and the story is getting much bigger. Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Republic TV has exposed the Morbi scam. For the last 36 hours, we have exposed the Morbi scam layer by layer, an expose that's forced the entire national media to switch track and pay attention to the real scam, that of the Morbi scam that has led to
murders of nearly 135 people. That number could go up to 140. In the course of our investigation, we've brought you different aspects, breaking down layer by layer who was responsible, how a watch company got the contract, and how the owners of the Oreva group are tonight on the run. Republic has, in this investigative report, we have stung the chief officer of Morbi Nagar Palika. And as our hidden cameras rolled, he has admitted that they knew the bridge was operational without any clearance, but went soft due to the holiday season, confirming what we have been saying all along, that even the municipality is accountable for these murders.
સર, આ તો 2-3 દિવસ પહેલાં જયસુખભાઈ પોતે બ્રિજ ઉપર બેસા હતા અને એટલે મોટી પ્રેસ કોન્ફરન્સ પણ કરી હતી કે આપણે આ ચાલુ કરવાના છીએ. તો એ ગવર્મેન્ટને ખબર નહોતી અને આ જે સર્ટિફિકેટ જે છે, ફિટનેસ સર્ટિફિકેટ જે છે, એ કેવી રીતના આપે અને એ કેવી રીતના નથી આવ્યું હતું આપણી પાસે?
એના માટે વાત કરું કે આમાં એવું હોય છે, એમણે જાહેરાત કરી, એ ઓલરેડી બધાને ખબર જ હતી કે 6-7 મહિનાથી ચાલુ એમને મલ્ટિપલ જાહેરાતો કરી છે અને ટીવી મીડિયા આઉટ પણ કરેલું હતું કે અમે સ્પેશિયલ મટીરિયલ બનાવી રહ્યા છે, મેળવી રહ્યા છે, એનું અમે ઉપયોગ કરશું. શોર્ટ ઓફ મેં એક વિડીયો તો મેં પણ જોયો હતો અને રજાનો માહોલ હતો, કોઈને આ ખબર નથી એમણે ક્યારે આ પ્રેસ કોન્ફરન્સ કરી. વિસિનિટીમાં જે પદાધિકારીઓ રહે છે, ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી આ છે, એ લોકોને પણ કોઈને એમાં ઇન્વોલ્વ નથી કર્યા. એટલે વી આર નોટ નોટિફાઈડ ઇન દેટ સેન્સ. પણ એથી વિશેષ એ છે કે 20-25 માણસો જ બધાને ખબર છે કે ભાઈ આની કેપેસિટી શું છે. માનો કે એમને બહુ સારું રિગ્યુલેટ કર્યું હોય તો દેર મસ્ટ બી સમ કેપેસિટી. અને એટલું હોવું જોઈએ. એક સાથે 400 માણસો એના ઇતિહાસમાં ક્યારે નથી ગયા કે જે મેન્ટેન કરવા. અને આ ઘટના બનવાનું કારણ એ છે મે બી દે હેવ ડન સમ ગુડ વર્ક, બટ ઇટ વોઝ નોટ ઓફ દેટ કેપેસિટી કે 400 માણસો એને કરી શકે. એની જ ઇન્વેસ્ટિગેશન છે. સુપ્રિન્ટેન્ડન્ટ એન્જિનિયર ડિઝાઇન જે છે આરએનબીને, એ પણ અહીંયા છે કે જે હેંગિંગ બ્રિજનો કઈ રીતે લોડ કેલ્ક્યુલેટ થાય શું છે. અમે એના માટે ટેકનિકલી કોમ્પિટન્ટ નથી, એટલે અમે રિનોવેશન નહોતા કરતા અને એને ચલાવતા નહોતા. ઓરેવા વોઝ કેપેબલ, કારણ કે એકવાર એમણે કરેલું છે એટલે એમને આપવામાં આવ્યું. હવે તમારી પ્રશ્નનો ઉત્તર કે ફિટનેસ સર્ટિફિકેટ, હવે હું કહું છું, એક તો આ સંસ્થા છે ગવર્મેન્ટની કે આરએનબી એસસીનું તમે સર્ટિફિકેટ લઈ શકો છો, અથવા અમને મોકલે કે અમે રેનોવેશન કરી આ ડિઝાઇન શું તો નગરપાલિકાના જે સ્ટ્રક્ચરલ એન્જિનિયર રજિસ્ટર્ડ થયેલા હોય એની પાસે અમે વેરિફિકેશન કરાવી શકીએ છીએ. એવી કોઈ ઘટના બનના પૂર્વે જ આ રજાના માહોલમાં અમે ચાલુ કર્યું, એક સાથે આ માણસો ગયા અને એમાં ઘટના બની છે. આઈ થિંક એમનો પણ કોઈ એવું ઇન્ટેન્શન તો નહીં હોય, પણ જે છે હવે સ્થાનિક માણસો એમને જે રાખે છે એમને આ વસ્તુ કરી કે
And that's the investigation. I'd like to play that out once again. I have Alisha, Tanisha, Sandeep and Priyanka joining us. Priyanka spoke to the officer, the chief officer of Morbi, undercover. I'd like to play that out once more. Stay with us. I want to play that tape once more, and then we look at the big takeaways and how they let these murders happen. They knew it wasn't ready. They knew there was no certification, and yet they let that bridge operate, selling as many tickets as they could because, quote unquote, it was holiday season. Listen in.
સર, આ તો 2-3 દિવસ પહેલાં જયસુખભાઈ પોતે બ્રિજ ઉપર બેસા હતા અને એટલે મોટી પ્રેસ કોન્ફરન્સ પણ કરી હતી કે આપણે આ ચાલુ કરવાના છીએ. તો એ ગવર્મેન્ટને ખબર નહોતી અને આ જે સર્ટિફિકેટ જે છે, ફિટનેસ સર્ટિફિકેટ જે છે, એ કેવી રીતના આપે અને એ કેવી રીતના નથી આવ્યું હતું આપણી પાસે?
એના માટે વાત કરું કે આમાં એવું હોય છે, એમણે જાહેરાત કરી, એ ઓલરેડી બધાને ખબર જ હતી કે 6-7 મહિનાથી ચાલુ એમને મલ્ટિપલ જાહેરાતો કરી છે અને ટીવી મીડિયા આઉટ પણ કરેલું હતું કે અમે સ્પેશિયલ મટીરિયલ બનાવી રહ્યા છે, મેળવી રહ્યા છે, એનું અમે ઉપયોગ કરશું. શોર્ટ ઓફ મેં એક વિડીયો તો મેં પણ જોયો હતો અને રજાનો માહોલ હતો, કોઈને આ ખબર નથી એમને ક્યારે આ પ્રેસ કોન્ફરન્સ કરી. વિસિનિટીમાં જે પદાધિકારીઓ રહે છે, ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી આ છે, એ લોકોને પણ કોઈને એમાં ઇન્વોલ્વ નથી કર્યા. એટલે વી આર નોટ નોટિફાઈડ ઇન દેટ સેન્સ. પણ એથી વિશેષ એ છે કે 20-25 માણસો જ બધાને ખબર છે કે ભાઈ આની કેપેસિટી શું છે. માનો કે એમને બહુ સારું રિગ્યુલેટ કર્યું હોય તો દેર મસ્ટ બી સમ કેપેસિટી. અને એટલું હોવું જોઈએ. એક સાથે 400 માણસો એના ઇતિહાસમાં ક્યારે નથી ગયા કે જે મેન્ટેન કરવા. અને આ ઘટના બનવાનું કારણ એ છે મે બી દે હેવ ડન સમ ગુડ વર્ક, બટ ઇટ વોઝ નોટ ઓફ ધેટ કેપેસિટી તો 400 માણસો એને કરી શકે. એની જ અંતર્ગત ઇન્વેસ્ટિગેશન છે. સુપ્રિન્ટેન્ડન્ટ એન્જિનિયર ડિઝાઇન જે છે આરએમબીના એ પણ અહીંયા છે કે જે હેંગિંગ બ્રિજનો કેવી રીતે લોડ કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કરશું છે. અમે એના માટે ટેકનિકલી કોમ્પિટન્ટ નથી એટલે અમે રિનોવેશન નહોતા કરતા અને એને ચલાવતા નહોતા. ઓરેવા વોઝ કેપેબલ કારણ કે એકવાર એમણે કરેલું છે એટલે એમને આપવામાં આવ્યું. હવે તમારી પ્રશ્નનો ઉત્તર કે ફિટનેસ સર્ટિફિકેટ હવે હું કહું છું એક તો આ સંસ્થા છે ગવર્મેન્ટની કે ભાઈ આરએમબી એસીનું તમે સર્ટિફિકેટ લઈ શકો છો અથવા અમને મોકલે કે ભાઈ અમે રિનોવેશન કરી આ ડિઝાઇન છે અમારી તો નગરપાલિકાના જે સ્ટ્રક્ચરલ એન્જિનિયર રજિસ્ટર્ડ થયેલા હોય એની પાસે એનું વેરિફિકેશન કરાવી શકીએ છીએ. એવી કોઈ ઘટના બનના પૂર્વે જ આ રજાના માહોલમાં અમે ચાલુ કર્યું એક સાથે આ માણસો ગયા અને આ ઘટના બની છે. આઈ થિંક એમનો પણ કોઈ એવું ઇન્ટેન્શન તો નહીં હોય પણ જે છે હવે તેના સ્થાનિક માણસો એમને જે રાખે છે એમને આ વસ્તુ કરવી કે.
Let's go across to our correspondents tracking the story in Morbi, Gujarat. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we called it the Morbi scam. In fact, 48 hours ago when the story broke, we said the company Oreva was under scanner because of the shoddy construction. Let me go across to Priyanka. Priyanka, they admit that it wasn't approved to be operated. When the Prime Minister spoke of accountability today, this is exactly what he was mentioning, right? Where are Oreva's owners? And what is the accountability of this officer and his municipality that gave the orders?
Well, it was entirely the responsibility of the chief officer, that is Sandeep Singh Jhala, in fact, who we had that conversation with. He is, mind you, the undersignee of that contract that had been signed between the Nagarpalika of Morbi and Ajanta Oreva Group that had been given the responsibility for revamping, reconstructing and renovating the bridge that had collapsed, in fact, and we are seeing that he is saying every step of the way, Niranjan, he is making an excuse for that company. He is saying that they did all the preparations, that they had all the capacity of the bridge, but maybe they were short, they just fell short. Now, these are the kind of statements coming in from the chief officer. Mind you, 12 hours after this entire tragedy had taken place, where more than 135 people have lost their lives, and we are also seeing that he time and time again shrugs off this entire responsibility and says that this was the holiday season. He says the Tihar ka mahol tha, and that is why there was no officer there in the government machinery as well who could have gone there and stopped this bridge from being inaugurated, or at least gone and asked the Ajanta Oreva group as to why they are inaugurating the group without the bridge without any fitness certificate, without any NOC that was being given by the structural engineer that is responsible for giving this kind of a fitness certificate to the bridge as well. After looking at the load bearing capacity of the bridge, after looking at the technicalities of the bridge, after looking at the suspension of the bridge, and of course we are also seeing that he time and time again also says that this company in fact had no intention of doing this, and that he also had said in the public domain during the time that this entire controversy had erupted, during the time that this tragedy had taken place at 6:45 day before yesterday, he has been stating that he did not have any idea that the inauguration was being done. But the initial part of the conversation, Niranjan, he says himself that he had seen these announcements that were being made. He says that there were from the 6 to 7 months the Ajanta Oreva group had been promoting this kind of an inauguration, and he says that he had himself seen that video where the owner was sitting on that bridge and announcing that during the time of the Gujarati New Year he will be inaugurating the bridge as well. And then he says that even though then he knew this, there was a Tihar ka mahol, which is why no action was taken, Niranjan.
Yeah, obviously they're going to blame people, right? I mean, that's the last resort. Let me go across to Tanisha as well. Tanisha's been tracking the owners of Oreva. She was at the farmhouse of Oreva. The owners of Oreva are on the run. Oreva is the company, a very famous company. Its owners are known across Gujarat in the corporate circles. We've been at their office headquarters in Ahmedabad. We've been at the farmhouse close to Ahmedabad. We've been at their residence in Morbi. I want to go across to Tanisha. Tanisha, where are they? Where are they and why are they on the run?
Niranjan, why are they on the run? The answer is simple, because they do not want to take the accountability of putting at risk lives of 500 innocent people. That is why they are on the run. If they were innocent, if they were clear, if they were stern that they had done nothing wrong, why have they not released a statement here? Why are they hiding from the media? And talking about the lookout notice, not even a lookout notice, forget about the lookout notice, the FIR has also not been registered yet. And remember, it was Prime Minister Modi today who said that he wanted a detailed investigation into the same. Now it is to be seen whether these people, the private company, the Oreva Ajanta Manufacturing Private Limited, will be named in the FIR, and will an official lookout circular will be issued against the CEO Jasukbhai Patel. We have been tracking. Yesterday we were there at his headquarters, the Oreva headquarters in Ahmedabad. We saw there. We went to all the floors there. He had a three-story building. We went to all the floors. Everything was deserted, and deserted in such a manner that they had vacated the whole place. There was no sign of a table, chair, or even a pencil on the floor, Niranjan. Today, where we were reporting from was the Oreva farmhouse. We were told that before he celebrated his Diwali at Morbi, he was there at the Oreva farmhouse. So first it was the Oreva farmhouse where he was there, he was partying, and after that he went to Morbi, and soon after the tragic incident happened, remember, he was also the one who was there in the inauguration ceremony of the bridge. Now after the tragic incident happened, he fled, and now what we're getting to know is that this is the latest that we're getting. Sources are telling us that he is in Rajkot, and Republic's relentless campaign, the multi-city hunt for the culprits, for the alleged culprits in this case is on, and we will be tracking them very closely. Niranjan.
In fact, there is a video that I'd like to show right now, right? Alisha was live at the location, in fact, where the bridge collapsed. Alisha was right there in Morbi at the collapse site reporting, and for some reason there was a white cloth put on that. Can we show that visual, please? If I can ask our producers to also pull out that visual of the Oreva board at the bridge. Oreva board at the bridge in Morbi being covered with a white cloth. Now ask yourself, why would anybody do that? Why would anybody do that? This is the farmhouse. I want the video that Alisha sent us from Morbi collapse site, where there is a white cloth. There is a white cloth over the Oreva signboard on the bridge. And this came in around 4 p.m. Alisha was there. Let me go across to Alisha. Alisha, why don't you tell us while we pull out those pictures, Alisha?
Well, yes, Niranjan, this was ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi visit, and there was a time where the police and the other administrative, they have put a white cloth on the signboard of Oreva. So this is something, a matter of question that of course we are going to ask with the administration. But what has really transpired, because now the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was present at the site, incident site, as well as he also met the survivor. Later he has a high level meeting with the seniors official over the investigation which has been ongoing by the police, where there were IG, SP, DYSP, all were present in that meeting. But what has been said by the Prime Minister that the important at this hour is to conduct a detailed and extensive investigation which will identify all aspects. So now it's something, a pressure on the police that they have to look into the matter, and specifically the question that we have been asking since yesterday, why the owners of the Oreva has not been mentioned as an accused in the FIR.
Okay. Thank you for that. In fact, let's also tell you that from the investigation angle, and I'm going to break some details that we have right now on the show. We broke it this evening at about 6 p.m. We're getting in details that the police investigation in the Morbi tragedy is going to finally focus on Oreva. They have been forced to look at Oreva. Republic has put the focus on Oreva. And this is an impact of the Republic, direct impact of the Republic investigation. Republic has been putting the focus on Oreva, and we've been tracking them. Finally, the police looking at role of Oreva directors. So it is a direct impact, and let me go across to Sandeep. Sandeep, you've been tracking them. Looks like finally the police has been left with no choice but to look at their role.
See, Niranjan, it is a very, a sad state of governance wherein Prime Minister comes and visits this tragic place and also directs, heads a meeting in fact, and directs the Chief Minister and also the police officials and administration to make sure that stringent action is taken and strict inquiry has been taken in this case. Now the question is why there is a need for Prime Minister to say this to the officials, the police officials. What was Gujarat police doing since last 5 to 6 days, since the incident had taken place? Where was the administration when this contract was in fact given, and why this bridge was started on the first hand? And if at all that incident has taken place, why is the clockmaker is still breathing free, and why isn't any kind of action been taken by Gujarat police? So definitely a very sad state of governance, and in fact what's wrong with Gujarat police that they are still not in fact registered an FIR against the Oreva's company owners in fact.
Sandeep, Alicia, Priyanka and Tanisha, I have some more breaking news this time coming in from Karnataka. I'm going across to that. And we're keeping a close track on the story from Morbi. For us, the story continues, our investigation continues. The channel that's putting the focus on the owners of Oreva. Because of Republic's continuous and relentless coverage on the story, putting the focus on Oreva from yesterday. In the morning, we've been asking questions. When the incident happened, we put out details about this company called Oreva. We've been on the trail of the owners of Oreva, and finally the police is asking for details. They haven't named the owners in the FIR yet, but they're asking for details, and it's a starting point. We'll continue to probe that. Let's get you some more breaking news now from Karnataka. And we've told you about the Jono gift kit, a story from Karnataka where over the weekend there was an allegation made that boxes with gifts, Diwali gifts and cash had reached homes of journalists. Now, there's been a big political fight over it between the Congress and the BJP government, and they claimed that that political parties, ministers had given these gifts. In fact, the story is becoming bigger. The story is becoming bigger because we are hearing that the BJP is going to hold a news conference tomorrow to respond to the Congress party. They've been claiming that the Congress party gave out iPads, gave out cash, gave out contracts to journalists. And we are hearing now that tomorrow in that news conference, the BJP is going to release details of a bigger cash controversy. It's not just a controversy, it's a cash controversy involving a political party and media houses. That's a big allegation. Let me go across. In fact, before I go across to Prajwal, we confronted some of the ministers in the last few days. Let's play that out.
Sir, now there are two allegations made by Congress. One, that Chief Minister Bommai's office is giving gifts to journalists. Secondly, now Sudhakar's office, Mr. Sudhakar, who is the medical education minister, his office is also giving gifts to journalists. We see an alleged picture which is released by the Congress only, which shows scotch, watch and gold coins in it.
If such being the case, see, those who have offered chain, gold, and other money, a coin, gold coin. See, it amounts to corruption. They are offering not with love and affection. And it is not a money which is tax-paid money. Unaccounted money. See, you must show how this money has come. Number one. Number two, offering money to a journalist who is supposed to expose this government, its corruption, its maladministration. See, in order to shut their mouth, they are giving this gift. So,
but journalists came out openly, sir.
Journalist came out.
Sir, does Congress have any list of these journalists who have taken the money, sir? Because it first came officially from the Congress.
I do not know. I have to check up.
Now that's the allegation. Now the BJP claims the scam is much bigger because they are claiming that there is a Congress link to a similar cash controversy. What's the controversy, Prajwal? What can you tell us? What are they going to expose tomorrow? What is this big expose?
Now Niranjan, looking at this entire issue, it has been a game of cat and mouse, and it has been a game of allegations and counter allegations. Because if you look at it, once the Congress came out with the CM's, gift gate controversy, later it was the medical education minister as well as the revenue minister who went on to allege that the Congress had given 40 laptops from Kionics to journalists in the state of Karnataka during Siddaramaya's tenure. As soon as Sudhakar spoke about this, Dr. Sudhakar spoke about this, the Congress went on to release a photo with a picture of a scotch bottle, watch, gold coin and silver coins in a basket, which was gifted to journalists allegedly by Dr. Sudhakar over here. So that was something which the Congress tried to counter it. But now the BJP are stating that all will be laid to rest tomorrow and everything will be black and white, where they will go on and expose that the Congress have given loads of money to organizations which we do not still know which organizations they are, and it was at a very prominent conclave when it passed through the state of Karnataka. This is all that the BJP has stated so far, but we are yet to receive official confirmation as to what this is. The time of the BJP conference as of now is also not known. Yes.
Okay, let's see where the story goes. So big organizations, you're saying that big organizations got cash. Will be interesting. Big story tomorrow. The Journal gift gate is getting bigger here on Republic TV. Stay tuned. Taking a short break. Thank you, Prajwal.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
सर, एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर, आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है?
सर, बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज।
सर, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहती है जनता, आपको बताइए सर।
सर, लोग सिर्फ जानना चाहते हैं। सर, इनॉग्रेशन क्यों की गई इतनी जल्दी? सर, एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना? दीजिए। आपको आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा। मैं आपको जैसे ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ। पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है? देखिए आप किस
ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर, नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो, नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है, हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
100-year-old suspension bridge had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences.
And that's it on the biggest story tonight. We're taking a short break, but when we come back, we have a breaking news story of Bangladesh taking a stand on CAA. A Bangladesh minister, while on the Indian visit, was asked a question by some media houses trying to get a headline perhaps from Bangladesh on CAA, where the minister and the government in Bangladesh takes a straightforward stand that it's an internal issue and that they will not say anything, they will not do anything, and they will not meddle. Unlike many other Islamic countries and the Middle East countries that took a stand, Bangladesh giving a befitting response to CAA cynics in India. Taking a short break, stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, वो अलाउड नहीं है। आप समझ सकते हैं ना? दीजिए आपको, आप हाथ मत पकड़िए मेरा, मैं आपको जैसे ऐसे पकड़ रही हूँ। पकड़ सकते हो मेरा। Why the police is protecting the owners? Mr. Yadav, why the police has been protecting the owner? किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है? देखिए आप किस
ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है, हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
When hard question.
Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. Republic has stung the chief officer of Morbi Nagarpalika. It's for Republic Sting Camera's role. He has admitted that they knew that the bridge was operational without any clearance but went soft due to the holiday season. With police investigation in the Morbi tragedy focusing on Oreva, finally, police seeks management structure and names from the registrar of companies. According to Police Morbi Range Inspector General Ashok Yadav said that all the 9 arrested in connection with the Morbi bridge collapse incident will be produced before the court on Tuesday. The death toll in the Morbi bridge collapse tragedy now stands at 135. A total of 14 people remain hospitalized as rescue operations by multiple agencies are still underway on the river. Prime Minister Modi will visit Morbi today afternoon. He arrived at the Morbi bridge collapse site at 3:45 and he visited the civil hospital. The Prime Minister has met police officials later in the day. In the wake of one of the most horrific tragedies, statewide mourning in Gujarat will be held on November 2nd. Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel took to Twitter to declare the decision, which comes after a high-level meeting chaired by PM Modi, which was held at Gandhinagar Raj Bhavan. Supreme Court is all set to hear a PIL on Morbi tragedy on November 14th. The PIL requests the top court to form a judicial commission headed by a retired Supreme Court judge to investigate into the Morbi bridge collapse tragedy. Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot commented on the incident in Morbi, stating that the tragedy was a result of the Gujarat government being in a hurry to inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of various projects. He further asked for an investigation in the matter by the High Court judge.
हमारी यात्रा शुरू हो रही थी आज 5 यात्रा एक साथ में परिवर्तन संकल्प यात्रा पर क्योंकि हादसा हो गया मोरबी में तो हमने उचित समझा कि आज के दिन कम से कम हम लोग इसको पोस्टपोन करें पर हमने पोस्टपोन किए बीजेपी के प्रोग्राम चल रहे हैं मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ जब मैंने देखा मोदी जी तो आज प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं हमें उम्मीद थी कि बीजेपी भी सब प्रोग्राम आज पोस्टपोन कर देगी एक दिन के लिए बड़ी घटना मानते हैं इनको हम लोग
As the bigger coverage of Morbi bridge collapse tragedy continues, the Republic tracked down all properties of Oreva and owners. Meanwhile, the owners of Oreva are on the run after questions on negligence escalates. In an exclusive conversation with Republic Media Network, BJP leader Khushbu Sundar raised questions over the lapses and demanded strict action against top management. She further asserted that a thorough investigation should take place into the matter. Speaking on the ongoing Morbi case controversy, Aam Aadmi Party chief and Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal said that this is a sheer case of corruption. He asked that why the project on the bridge was given to a company which produces watches.
अस्वस्थ हैं जो घायल हैं भगवान उनको जल्दी से ठीक करे ताकि वो अपने अपने घरों में जा सकें जो सारे तथ्य निकल के आ रहे हैं वो ये कि ये एक बहुत 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 बड़े भ्रष्टाचार का मामला है जिसको अब दबाने की कोशिश की जा रही है एक घड़ी बनाने वाली कंपनी को पुल बनाने का ठेका दे दिया गया उसने कभी पुल बनाया ही नहीं था ऐसा
A major controversy broke out over Conman Sukesh and the Shakers claim BJP hits at Aam Aadmi Party government saying that Sukesh paid 10 crore rupees to Aam Aadmi Party minister Satyendar Jain as protection money. Referring to Sukesh's letter to LG, BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala questioned the Arvind Kejriwal-led party on why it was not sacking Satyendar Jain from the party.
10 crore rupees was extorted by Satyendar Jain, Arvind Kejriwal's most dearest minister, who is in jail for the last 4.5 months, who has got no relief on the Hawala charges, was extorting 10 crores as protection money from Conman Sukesh Chandran.
BJP spokesperson Samit Patra also took a dig at Aam Aadmi Party as they call the party a conman's party. He also lashed out at Kejriwal and Satyendar Jain and addressed them to be the biggest thugs.
ठग के घर में ठगी हो गई है और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है। तो सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक कॉनमैन है। कॉनमैन का अर्थ होता है एक ठग है जिसने तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर रहते हुए भी जेल के चार दीवारी के अंदर से 200 करोड़ रुपए की ठगी की।
Heading out of the Aam Aadmi Party government, BJP's Amit Malviya said that the national capital has become like a gas chamber, further raising questions on worsening air pollution. Amit Malviya said that Aam Aadmi Party's model has failed in Punjab as well as Delhi. National capital continues to choke by breathing severe category air. The air quality continues to worsen with each passing day as residents bear the brunt of it. However, BJP hit out at Aam Aadmi Party for the worsening AQI.
What have you also done about Delhi's own causes of pollution? Road dust, construction dust, industrial pollution, vehicular pollution. No action has been taken except for blaming others, blaming A, blaming center, blaming B, C, D, and then blaming Diwali, making a scapegoat out of Diwali and Hindus who burst crackers. Diwali is long gone, but the pollution is still there. We cannot breathe in Delhi, and the reason for that is Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his complete incompetence.
The Congress was again hit out of the BJP over the journal gift gate controversy. Congress had leveled allegations against Karnataka's Health and Medical Education Minister Dr. Sudhakar, stating that he gave bribes to journalists. Congress claimed that cash and gift boxes were given, while BJP called it Congress's toolkit.
Those who have offered chain, gold, and other money, coin, gold, coin, see, it amounts to corruption. They are offering not with love and affection. And it is not a money which is tax-paid money. Unaccounted money.
A war of words continued between members of the Maharashtra government over tenders of mega projects not being achieved by the state. Shiv Sena MLA and former Maharashtra Minister Aditya Thackeray mentioned one such Tata Airbus project at a recent press conference. The killer portal continues to haunt Bengaluru as another innocent life was lost. A 24-year-old man was killed while two others were injured after his bike was hit by a car while they were trying to avoid the 4-meter deep pothole. Election campaign in Munugode in Telangana is scheduled to end today, with elections to be held on November 3rd. Bipoll is being seen as a crucial election for the three main political parties in Telangana. A violent clash broke out between Telangana Rashtriya Samiti, TRS and the BJP workers ahead of the high-voltage bipoll of the Munugode Assembly constituency scheduled on November 3rd. The centre has decided to grant Indian citizenship to Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis, Christians coming from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan currently living in 2 districts of Gujarat under the Citizenship Act of 1945. The CA of 2019 also provides similar provisions, but as the rules under the Act have not been framed by the government yet, no one so far could be granted citizenship under it. A robber was shot dead by the security guard of a petrol pump in Punjab. Made an attempt to rob the petrol pump. The incident comes to the fore after CCTV footage went viral. The man had arrived with his accomplice in a bid to loot the fuel station, where the guard shot the robbers, killing one of them. Hyderabad police arrested and booked 2 people for allegedly raping a woman on Sunday night. An FIR against the 2 identified as Ibrahim Beg, Mirza Omer Beg has now been registered at the Chatri Naka police station. Congress staged protests against Jain government in Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram over the raising pension age. The protests turned violent as protesters jumped over the barricades and disrupted law and order. A KKP-RHS organization protested in Kalburgi demanding for a separate state, where they have tried to hoist a separate state flag. 15 people, including MS Patil, who led the protests, have been arrested so far. Heavy rainfall lashed parts of Tamil Nadu, including the capital city, Chennai. In fact, several schools declared holiday due to the non-stop rainfall. As per IMD, Chennai is set to experience cloudy sky with heavy rain even today. Ahead of the Himachal Pradesh polls, BJP expelled 5 leaders from party's primary membership for 6 years. Expelled BJP leaders were contesting the state assembly election against party nominees. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma took to the Twitter to announce that Karimganj police state has now intercepted a vehicle coming from a neighbouring state and seized 676 grams of heroin. He added that the police seized the narcotics which were packed inside the baby wipes and stacked inside the sound box of the vehicle. When asked about Kohli's hotel room privacy breach, coach Rahul Dravid said that he is doing absolutely fine and that he dealt with the whole issue in a great way. This comes a day after the former India captain was shocked to discover how a complete stranger had entered his 5-star hotel room and made a video of it with a smartphone.
Yeah, obviously it's obviously disappointing. It's not very comfortable for for anyone, let alone Virat. I mean, it is disappointing, but yeah, we have flagged it with the relevant authorities. They've taken action, and hopefully, incidences like this will not happen, in the future, and hopefully people are a lot more careful.
Speaking of fresh controversy and around, National Conference leader and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah said that he was denied permission to use a mic at a workers' function and was unable to stay at the Dras bungalow during his Ladakh tour. German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier has met with the Fumio Kishida, Japanese Prime Minister in Tokyo today. Steinmeier is on a 3-day visit in Japan to strengthen bilateral relations, but traveled to Seoul on Thursday, November 3rd. Tokyo's capital began issuing certificates recognizing same-sex couples today, becoming the largest municipality to do so in a country in the same-sex marriage is not allowed. Sources further said that more than 200 smaller towns have joined the move, accounting for less than 1/5 of Japanese municipalities. A Moscow court fined the Wikimedia Foundation for its refusal to remove inappropriate content from its website. According to sources, the organization has been fined 2 million rubles for the refusal to delete false information about Russia's special military operation in Ukraine. Polling stations across Denmark have been opened in a national election which is expected to change the Scandinavian nation's political landscape, with new parties hoping to enter parliament and others seeing their support dwindle. According to sources, this could have Lee, former prime minister who left his party to create a new one this year, in a kingmaker position with his votes being needed to form a new government. A major search and rescue operation was underway today after dozens of people went missing after the boat they were on capsized and sank in stormy weather overnight off the coast of an island near the Greek capital. According to sources, a small group of people standing on rocks beneath a cliff were waving for help. Survivors told authorities there had been about 68 people on board the sailing boat when it sank. Meanwhile, the Coast Guard said that the rescue operation was being hampered by particularly rough weather with gale force winds. Israeli army imposed a comprehensive closure on the West Bank and Gaza Strip crossings during the day of the Israeli parliamentary elections. Closure comes during heightened tension between the Israeli army and the Palestinians in the West Bank in recent months. Almost 80% of Kiev residents face power outages and water cuts as Russia missiles struck key infrastructure facilities in the northeastern Ukraine city of Kharkiv. Strike comes days after Russia blamed Ukraine for a drone attack on its Black Sea fleet. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky signed a joint declaration on Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic perspective with Czech Republic Prime Minister Petr Fiala. The two leaders signed the deal following their meeting in Kiev. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that his country's forces had shot down most of the 55 cruise missiles which had been launched by Russia early in the day. 50 countries urge China to fully implement all recommendations in a UN report which accused the country of possible crimes against Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim ethnic groups. And they also asked China to take prompt steps to release all those who are arbitrarily deprived of their liberty. A new Twitter boss took to the microblogging site to address the much anticipated question of whether Donald Trump will be permitted back to Twitter now. The Musk said that if it took $1 every time somebody asked him about the same, then Twitter would be minting money. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who closed a USD $44 billion acquisition deal last week, took control of their microblogging platform, dissolved the board on Monday. He was also named the sole director of Twitter after Musk dissolved the board of directors after his takeover. Britain's Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick urged care in the language used to describe migrants coming to the United Kingdom after Home Secretary Suella Braverman on Monday referred to small boat crossings as an invasion of the southern coast. Jenrick went on to explain that the word invasion has been used by Braverman to express a scale of challenge facing coastal communities dealing with frequent migrant boat landings. As many as 14 people were injured in a drive-by shooting, including 3 children in Chicago's Garfield Park neighborhood on Halloween night yesterday. According to the sources, Chicago Police Superintendent David Brown said that there were 3 juveniles victims, a 3-year-old, an 11-year-old and a teenager who may be 13-year-old. The rest of the victims were adults who ranged in age from 30s to their 50s. The man accused of attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer told police he wanted to hold the Democratic leader hostage and break their kneecaps to show other members of Congress that there were consequences to actions. Four workers get sick due to carbon dioxide leakage in a utility room in Los Angeles International Airport. One of them, who was critical to undergoing treatment at a hospital. The gas release was initially reported in the Terminal 8 baggage area.
It was at 7:02 this morning that the Los Angeles Fire Department received a 911 call for a hazardous material type of an incident here at LAX Terminal 8 near the baggage area.
Truckers in support of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro blocked the main highway linking Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro in order to stage a protest against Lula da Silva's election victory. Now, they parked dozens of vehicles on the Dutra road as part of the protest. Mourners paid their respects at a makeshift memorial near the site of a deadly crowd surge in Seoul. More than 150 people, including 26 foreigners, died during Halloween festivities in South Korean capital. A group of international experts investigating the 2014 disappearances of 43 students in southern Mexico warned that an attempt by the government to accelerate the results has created confusion for the investigation and risks diminishing confidence in the outcome. Famine and drought in Somalia has been driving people to relocate to makeshift camps to seek assistance. Somalia is bearing the brunt of a drought that has been the longest in at least 40 years, according to sources. 4 consecutive failed rainy seasons, with predictions that there is no rain in sight suggest things are about to get a lot worse.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Ticket that was costing about 17 rupees. Seeing shoes of children as well that have been strewn here. These are old cables, not much of a renovation. In fact, the entire cable that has been rusted off.
सर नाम क्या है आपका? शांति रखिए। नाम क्या है? चलो नाम क्या है? नाम क्या है?
आप देखिए किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। देखिए आप किस तरीके से हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ हाथापाई की जा रही है। ये बर्ताव है हमारे रिपोर्टर के साथ किस तरीके से बर्ताव की जा रही है।
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge, had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
When hard question asked to the Chief Minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do our reporting. Why should I get off the premises? क्या आपको मना किया गया है? हाँ, मना किया गया है। आप लोग हो कौन? आप लोग
आपको मालूम हो जाएगा।
सवाल करने के लिए आप लोग हो कौन?
Number of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर एक्शन।
Big bosses of Oreva go underground. Will the police name Oreva in the FIR? Is there an attempt to veil the role of Oreva? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Is it going to be Congate after Liquorgate? Did AAP take money from Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar?
A big BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party fight at 8 p.m. on the burning question.
All right, viewers, getting some big breaking coming in. Republic direct impacted in Morbi. In Morbi tragedy, what we know so far, cops forced to name Oreva higher-ups. Big news coming in, viewers, where we're getting some kind of an impact. This is an impact by Republic TV. Exclusive impact here by Republic TV, viewers. It's a direct impact of Republic TV by Republic TV's investigating and also showing you every detail. Now what we know is that cops are forced to name the higher-ups of Oreva. Now this is coming in as the entire probe is focusing on Oreva right now, and the big question is that will Oreva owners be made responsible? And what we can tell you is that Republic has been pursuing this story very closely. All the reporters are on ground trying to find out every detail. What we have learned, the cops are forced to name the Oreva higher-ups after 48 hours of relentless expose, which has been done by Republic. We are getting to know that the cops have been forced, in fact, to name the Oreva higher-ups. Details of Oreva have been sought from registrars of companies, but still, in fact, what we know so far, there has been no mention of a top official in the FIR in the bridge collapse case. But it seems as if the cops are forced to name the Oreva higher-ups. Big news coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. We're also getting to learn that the police have been forced to mention higher-ups in the Morbi court. Police have produced accused in the Morbi court as well. And they're asking for a 10-day remand. News coming in right now. News coming in. A lot of exclusive details coming in. And as the reporters join us and give us more details on this, we are getting to know some fresh updates coming in. It's a direct Republic impact. And we can tell you that the police have produced, I repeat, the police have produced the accused in the Morbi court. The police have produced the accused in the Morbi court. We know that as well. And the cops have been forced to name the higher-ups. Priyanka joining me live. Priyanka, this is exclusive and it is also impact by Republic. What are we learning?
Absolutely, Shivangi. It's a huge impact of a relentless investigation that is being done by Republic TV on the ground. We have the largest team of reporters carrying out this investigation on the ground here in Morbi. We've spoken to all parties involved. We've been speaking to the government machinery. We've been speaking to the chief officer, the police officers. We've been confronting politicians. We've been confronting the chief minister, the home minister. And now we are seeing just 24 hours after that, that in the court as well, the police is forced to mention that there is not just these 9 accused that had been involved, that could be implied to have been involved in this entire tragedy that has taken place, and that these are contractors and these are lower level workers, these are security personnel, these are media managers. These are not the people who take the decision to inaugurate the bridge as well, but they have said that this is the reason that these 9 accused are needed in their custody so that they can be interrogated, they can be asked questions, so that the chain of command in that company can also be determined, so that the higher ups, that is the top level management, can also be asked questions to about how and why this entire bridge had been allowed to be inaugurated, even when there was no fitness certificate, even when there was no NOC given.
All right. Well, thank you, Priyanka, for getting us all the details. We will be continuing to track the story very closely.
More than 48 hours after the absolutely horrific tragedy that unfolded in Morbi in Gujarat and 135 people are killed, where is the accountability? Has there been only and only token action? What about the company? What about the company that actually was responsible for repair and maintenance? Burning questions tonight at 8:30 on Republic.
It was a 100-year-old suspension bridge, had opened without a security clearance, without a safety certificate, without an NOC. The Prime Minister, who was on a Gujarat, he's in Kevadia, but his heart is still with the people of Morbi. The Home Minister Amit Shah
also grieved the heavy loss. His condolences to the families of those people.
When hard question asked to the Chief Minister over the incident that has happened, now the people have come around here. They are not even allowing us to do our reporting. Why should I get off the premises? क्या आपको मना किया गया है? हाँ, मना किया गया है। आप लोग हो कौन? आप लोग आपको मालूम हो जाएगा। सवाल करने के लिए आप लोग हो कौन?
Number of tickets that have been sold, more than about 650. Capacity for the bridge had only been 150 at a time. Over 500 people had been present at the same time. Out of those 500, 250 people had fallen into the water. These were the cables that the people had been holding on to their dear life for when the bridge had collapsed.
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं। सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। सर एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय जब अथॉरिटी नहीं दी गई थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया गया था, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर।
These are the gates that look like they're freshly painted, but we can see the rusting in these gates as well. Cables have rust, the screws have rust. All of this is not newly constructed. If we could focus in the reality of it, so-called renovation here, there has been completely rusted cables.
सर एफआईआर में किसी का नाम नहीं है। आप मेरे को टच नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट टच मी। सर आपके लोग किस तरीके से बर्ताव किया जा रहा है?
सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर, प्लीज
सर बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है।
सुनना चाहती है जनता, आपको बताइए सर।
सर लोग सिर्फ जानना चाहते हैं। सर इनॉग्रेशन क्यों की गई इतनी जल्दी? एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन
Burning Question, powered by LG OLED and Tata Motors.
Aam Aadmi Party hit by sensational claims by Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who alleged that he paid protection money to AAP Minister Satyendar Jain. BJP goes all out over Congate. BJP calls AAP a party of thugs. Two days since the tragedy that killed 135 Oreva owners have gone missing as heat turns on them. The Morbi bridge scam stands exposed. Republic on the trail as shocking unaccountability becomes top focus. And stern message from Prime Minister Modi. Officials directed to conduct a detailed investigation. Journal Giftgate becomes a national controversy. Pressure mounts on Congress and BJP to release the list of journalists who got cash. Good evening and welcome friends. This Tuesday evening, Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has made some explosive claims against in-jail AAP Minister Satyendar Jain in a letter written to Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. Apart from charge of threat and intimidation, Sukesh has also alleged that he paid rupees 10 crores as protection money while in jail. It seems there is a proven element of acquaintance between the two, even as the allegations are being looked into by the Chief Secretary. Let's look at this report on the letter bomb and come back to debate.
After Liquorgate, AAP has been hit by Congate. In a fresh trouble, Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has made a sensational claim against AAP Minister Satyendar Jain, who is lodged in Tihar Jail in money laundering case. The imprisoned Conman has claimed that he paid protection money to Delhi Jail Minister Satyendar Jain, claiming that he was promised Rajya Sabha seat and important post in AAP in lieu of 50 crore rupees. The claim was disclosed in a letter written by Chandrasekhar from the Mandoli jail to Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena on October 7th, where Sukesh claimed that he paid AAP Minister and his associate 10 crore rupees in a matter of 2 to 3 months as protection money in jail. While the BJP and AAP are sparring over the revelation,
इन्होंने कहा कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने शराब घोटाला किया, 2 महीने तो हो गए, 800 अफसर लगे हुए हैं, एक कुछ नहीं मिला इनको। इन्होंने कहा बसों में पैसे खा गए हम, उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला। इन्होंने कहा सड़कों में घोटाला हो गया। इन्होंने पता नहीं कितने आरोप लगाए, अभी तक तो किसी आरोप में कुछ नहीं निकला। तो सारे आरोप इनके मनगढ़ंत हैं, सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं इन लोगों के।
कि ठग के घर में ठगी हो गई है और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है। और आज ये कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से एक्सटॉर्शन कर लिया है।
Meanwhile, in a big Republic impact, the LG has sought full report from Chief Secretary in the matter.
मेरे क्लाइंट के डिस्क्लोजर स्टेटमेंट की वजह से अराउंड 105 पुलिस ऑफिसर जो है वो इंक्वायरी फेस कर रहे हैं। उसमें कुछ सुपरिटेंडेंट रैंक के ऑफिसर गिरफ्तार भी हो चुके हैं, जिसकी वजह से उसको जेल में प्रेशर है, थ्रेट है कि तुम अपने इस स्टेटमेंट को रिट्रैक्ट करो। हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में हमने एक रिट पिटीशन फाइल कर रखी है, एक सीबीआई की इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी की हमने मांग कर रखी है।
Time and again, questions over AAP's ministers have been raised, but would Arvind Kejriwal act against any allegation? Needs to be seen.
Alright, it's again a direct between BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, and joining me guest this evening, Rajiv Pandey, spokesperson of the party, live from Mumbai, that's BJP. Karan Verma, author and political analyst, leans towards the BJP and right, live from Lucknow. And on the other side, Dr. Irsan Trivedi, political analyst, joins us live from Ahmedabad and leans towards the Aam Aadmi Party. We wish AAP sent its representative, and let me begin with Manasvi Thapar. He, of course, leans towards the AAP, political analyst, also live from Ahmedabad. Manasvi, you know, it is becoming unending. All these charges against the Aam Aadmi Party, Liquorgate, Paraligate, now Congate. According to the BJP, you have extorted money from an extortionist. I mean, can it get bigger than that, Manasvi?
See, BJP is good at allegations. The point here is what that allegation actually comes to conviction. So every day they come out with some kind of a new allegation. Every day they come out with some kind of new ways in which they can show that Aam Aadmi Party is in bad light. But the reality is that Aam Aadmi Party is making inroads in Gujarat. So that is something which is troubling for BJP, which BJP thought was a clean sweep for BJP for the Gujarat election, is not anymore. So that is something which is concerning. So what else can they do? They try to create some kind of an environment wherein they have to disapprove of Aam Aadmi Party in the minds of the people. So this is what they're trying to create. But the reality is, what happens after allegations? If these people, whoever they allege, are going to be arrested. They've alleged so many 150 plus cases have been filed against Aam Aadmi Party. What have happened? Aam Aadmi Party came clean-handed.
It's political, obviously. Manasvi, you know, I'm afraid it's political, but it's not that political, because there is a basis, and the basis is the letter written by Sukesh Chandrasekhar from inside the jail through his lawyer, in which he is giving details in his handwriting, where he's saying that he has known Satyendar Jain since 2015, and he has paid the money because Satyendar Jain, being the jail minister, would come inside the jail and threaten him. I think there has to be little more structured and cogent defense of Satyendar Jain by the Aam Aadmi Party than just saying that, BJP is politicizing it?
Yeah. So no, BJP can trust an extortionist. That's BJP's right to trust him. But what is BJP actually doing in front of investigation? Why don't they investigate properly? Why don't they file a FIR against Satyendar Jain? Why don't they do that? Where is the action? The point is, where is the action? If someone, an extortionist writes a letter to the LG, the LG is supposed to file a FIR. Why no FIR?
You
Why
made a
no
good
action
point. Let Rajiv Pandey respond to that, Manasvi. If BJP is so trusting of the conman, is it that BJP is so trusting of the conman? Also, if that be the case, then why not file a fresh complaint? The government is in your hands in center.
No, it's not like that. First of all, Manasvi Thapar has wrongly said that this is the accusation of the BJP. This is the accusation of a person who has paid. If suppose his statement is recorded under CRPC 164, that is an admissible evidence. And the moment any admissible evidence comes before the court, then you have to see the surrounding circumstances, whether there was a talk between Satyendar Jain and that conman or not. So whether who has paid this money, all these things will come on the fore. Now what Manasvi Thapar is saying, that what is the evidence? Satyendar Jain, BJP talked about Satyendar Jain in jail, he is not granted bail by the courts time and again. Another minister in Punjab, health minister, he is in jail, he is not granted bail. What he is talking, and Manish Sisodiya, he is the number one accused in the liquor gate, and mark my word, CBI or ED doesn't arrest somebody without having foolproof case against them. You have seen in Maharashtra, 2 cabinet ministers are in jail. So Manasvi Thapar's wish that this Satyendar Jain will go into this case also. And apart from Satyendar Jain, who is the ultimate beneficiary of this con gate? It may be Arvind Kejriwal, it may be Manish Sisodiya. So wait, this, even I want to say, Abhishek ji, one more thing. When Chara Ghotala took place in Bihar, it took 20 years, but Lalu Yadav is convicted in 4 cases. Sukhram was convicted. There are so many people. Chautala is convicted. Finally, we have a different procedure, because in our law, no single person who should be convicted, even if some criminals are let off. So wait, Manasvi ji, your wish will be proven right, and finally Satyendar Jain will go into jail in this case also. And first, which is very important, this is not the allegation by the BJP. Now a person is writing letter, he is going to court, he is asking CBI inquiry. Do you understand the seriousness of this claim? He is not only saying this, he is going to court.
Irsan, BJP, Rajiv Pandey of the BJP is saying, these are not our charges. We are shooting from the shoulders of Sukesh Chandrasekhar. It is for the Aam Aadmi Party to defend their own minister. It is for the Aam Aadmi Party to really, counter the charges that have been made by Sukesh from the jail. And it's becoming sort of unending. This is not the first time Sukesh has said, and more importantly, forget about the charge of intimidation and of bribes or extortion. You have to respond to whether Sukesh Chandrasekhar knew Satyendar Jain from 2015 or not.
Sir, my simple answer is that, the bridge between the Gujarat people and India's people and BJP is getting collapsed. We have seen in Gujarat and we have seen in UP as well. So, BJP is so much desperate and trying to frame Aam Aadmi Party in any one or another simple foolish act or cases or something. Let me just tell you that Sukesh Chandrasekhar wrote the letter in early October, if I am not wrong. And suddenly that letter is leaked from LG office and which is reaching to Sambit Patra sir, and Sambit Patra sir just coming out of in a frame of media conference and he is just blaming Aam Aadmi Party and Satyendar Jain for this particular segment. I think the biggest thug, biggest
What
thug
does that
situation
what
which
does
has
that
happened
what
in
does that
Indian
mean?
politics is
How does it
50
No,
lakhs.
no, 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 no. The letter was written on 7th of October.
No, I'm just
Listen,
telling you.
listen.
It is written
Now I'm
on
trying to
7th
understand
October
what this
or
means.
Yeah,
I'm
you have
trying to understand because let's not deflect the
You have to see
debate.
the content of the letter.
Hold on. Mr. Pandey, hold on. Let me just try to understand what Irsan is saying. Let me try to understand what Irsan is saying. The letter was written on 7th of October, given to his lawyer sometime. The lawyer gave it to the Lieutenant Governor on 21st of October. And then the Lieutenant Governor has in fact asked the Chief Secretary of the Delhi administration to file a report after a due process of inquiry. So what's wrong with that? And if in the regular process of journalism, the letter comes out in some mainstream media and then gets picked up by the BJP, what's with timing about this? What's wrong if the letter comes out 20 days after it has been written? If it had come out 2 days after the letter was written, you would have said, oh, see, it was written only aimed at publicity, only aimed at media, only aimed at maligning the Aam Aadmi Party. Now you are saying because it has come 20 days after the letter was written, the timing is suspect. I don't understand what the logic is, Irsan. Okay, I think there's some connectivity issue. But Manasvi, you're not sounding very convincing today. The fact is that are very serious, and not just against the AAP minister Satyendar Jain. In fact, Sukesh makes that charge against the DG of Tihar prisons as well. So it's a larger corruption story. It's not just about BJP versus AAP. BJP might be fishing in troubled waters. It's a political party. They would want to do it if they get an opportunity, Manasvi. But I'm saying, or what I am trying to underscore is that the Aam Aadmi Party has not been very convincing in its defense of its own minister.
They don't have to be convincing in front of the media. They don't have to be convincing in front of Republic or the BJP spokesperson. They have to be convincing in front of the court of the law. Wow. But the reality is there is no FIR. Let the FIR be filed. Why the FIR is not filed? The law of the land will not come from BJP headquarters when one of the spokesperson named Samit Patra will one day say extortion ka bhi extortion chal raha hai. That is how not the law would function. These are just bare allegations without any momentum. If we really want to see some action, the onus is with the LG. File a FIR. If Satyendar Jain is guilty, he is already in jail. He will continue being in jail for a new case of money laundering, corruption, everything. But that has not been done. In reality, it is just what is happening. What looks very prominent here is that some allegation comes in, some extortionist writes a letter to the LG and suddenly no legal action is taken. What action is taken is the BJP headquarters, there's a media briefing happening and then at the prime time we debate how Aam Aadmi Party is corrupt. If a party is corrupt, my basic question, Abhishek, 1 minute. My basic question is, if
ask your question too. Ask your question.
My basic premises remains. If both can respond, I have no issues. If someone is corrupt, you don't do a media briefing. You can do it to sell your brownie points on that a party is corrupt. But what is the legal action done? The only basic question what remains is, what is the legal action done? If Satyendar Jain was an extortionist, why don't you book a case against Satyendar Jain? That is the basic question. And the letter is roaming around since a month.
So far as action is concerned, I think the LG has already ordered an inquiry, but I'll let Karan Verma respond to that. Karan Verma, Manasvi is saying,
Abhishek.
Karan would respond to you. Manasvi, Karan would respond to you. File an FIR, Manasvi. Why this? All this song and dance about charges being made by somebody who is in prison, who is himself a conman, and if he comes out, he won't mind having a go at you as well.
Abhishek, this is the standard AAP reply. Every time a scandal breaks out, they start crying political vendetta. They don't want to talk about the merits of any case. And every single case, Abhishek, the complaint hasn't come from the BJP. In fact, in the Liquorgate also, it had come from the secretary, who then sent the report to LG, who had in turn ordered a CBI investigation. In the classroom gate also, again, what happened was there was a complaint filed and the file was pending with the Vigilance Commission of Delhi government, and for 2 years they did not answer why there was a 53% increase in the expenditure without any tender. They have tried to divert the attention from the issue at hand. Here again, there is a letter from a con man. It is not BJP involved, and he is saying, I'm ready to record my entire statement under section 164 and please order a judicial inquiry, please order a CBI inquiry. I am ready to face and give the proofs. But AAP has that simple standard reply, political vendetta. It doesn't work saying political vendetta. And of course, we are going to debate this in the media. We have asked you pointed questions in liquor scam. Why did you not obey the recommendations of your own committee? You have not been able to answer. The only answer you've ever had is political vendetta. In fact, I would say this, in case of Satyendar Jain, there has been an FIR by the CBI with regards to his money laundering from 2017. He has been given too long a rope. He has not even been given relief by the court, and he continues to be a minister. The Delhi court said it in no less terms that prima facie he looks to be an offender. And why is he continuing as a minister? That is his call. That is the executive's call. But I wonder what precedent it's setting. So AAP has no moral standing today because each and every case that is coming out has solid legal grounding.
I think that's one question which the Aam Aadmi Party supporters should respond. You know, why Satyendar Jain continues to be a minister despite the fact that court after court has rejected his bail plea. He continues to be in jail. Ironically, he was the jail minister. And remember, I think Irsan is back. I could take the question to Irsan. Irsan, you know, last year, 30 jail staff, they were suspended for being good to Unitech promoters inside the jail. You know, now Enforcement Directorate has filed an affidavit just last week saying that Satyendar Jain was getting favorable treatment, including massages, by the way. And of course, that's a privilege perhaps because he was or is a sitting jail minister. You think that the Aam Aadmi Party is stretching things a bit? They could kind of ethics they profess to practice in public. They could lead by example by putting aside Satyendar Jain for a while with all these serious charges being made against him.
Sir, please, let's put, as you said, let's put Satyendar Jain aside from this particular. But do you think whenever the election comes, why such questions are being raised by BJP? I mean, BJP has this, like, I mean, this guy is already in a jail for one. I mean, this is being charged with one particular things, and yet, I mean, the verdict has not come yet. But still, they are just trying to frame that, okay, no, I'm like, he's an influential guy, and no, I mean, he can just, I mean, modify or divulge other people, and no, let him keep in the jail, let him keep in the jail. I mean, but it is not proving as in guilty. He's not guilty yet. So, I mean, there is no point of just, I mean, sacking him from the ministry post or something just on a base that BJP is claiming this and that. My only concern is, I mean, like, he should be.
So, Karan saying something.
I mean,
Can I come in, Abhishek ji?
I mean, like, I mean, just if you just come
in. Okay. You want to respond to the charge made by Irsan, Mr. Pandey, quickly.
Yeah, you
30
can.
seconds to wait for responding. Then I brought in the debate.
Finally, Manaswi Thapar ji is saying, just 1 second, Irfan, just let me conclude. I will only take 30 seconds. He is saying
Irfan, that's Irfan.
I'm Irfan.
Before that, I know that, sir. Before that, Manaswi Thapar said something about that why FIR is not registered. I think he should read CRPC. This is a complaint by a con man. So before registering FIR, you have to find the veracity of the allegation. So that is being tested by an inquiry.
I mean,
once inquiry comes, 1 second, inquiry comes, the FIR will be done, FIR will be registered, and thereafter charge sheet will be filed. So you understand, Irfan, can I just conclude? No, 1 second, Irfan, can I conclude, please? What I am saying, CRPC has a provision, and a person who is claiming, you just imagine a con man is claiming that I know him since 2015. This investigation will be done, and I am 100% sure if their lawyers are saying, let there be a CBI inquiry. So I think Satyendar Jain should also say, yes, there should be a CBI inquiry. There should be an ED inquiry because these are all cash transactions. So CBI will come, ED will come. So all the parties, just last line, all the party should say, yes, there should be a CBI investigation, there should be an ED investigation. And one thing, time and again, Aam Aadmi Party is saying, because we are doing something in Gujarat. Mark my
all right, Mr. Pandey, you made your point.
If they
I can understand, Mr. Pandey, you have made your point. I want to broaden the debate for one final argument, you know, I want to broaden the debate for one final argument. Just hold on, just hold on. You know, the issue is also, I believe, about Tihar Jail and who takes the blame or responsibility for what's happening inside Tihar. You know, I mentioned about the suspension of 30 jail staff. I mentioned about the ED. ED, in fact, filed an affidavit last week saying that Sukesh Chandrasekhar was running an extortion racket from inside. We have had one more jailer, in fact, suspended because it came to light that Sukesh had bribed that person and was having it easy inside the Tihar Jail. We have had the Supreme Court really asking, whose baby is Tihar Jail? Is it of Centre or is it of the Delhi government? Who would take that question? Karan, you think that in that sense, since you are not representing the party, the Aam Aadmi Party, government in Delhi and the centre have to do something, come together perhaps and do something about Tihar itself. You know, Tihar itself is the issue.
You know, Abhishek, this has been, you know, call it the gift or call it the curse of Delhi in the sense that because of this entire log jam between centre and state, it remains unclear at so many levels whose responsibility is what and where the buck stops. And they keep passing the responsibility to each other. And the person who suffers is the common man. Because half the time they blame it on MCD, then they blame it on state, whether it's roads, whether it's
No,
jail.
it is very clear.
But here it is very clear. No, let me come to it. Here it is very clear that the buck stops at the desk of the jail minister, the state jail minister, which was Satyendar Jain till now. And in the complaint, it's very clear. This Conman has made it clear that Satyendar Jain has totally utilized his position as jail minister.
Tihar Jail is under control of Department of Delhi, present government of Delhi.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
But it has received funds in the past from the
Manasvi, would you
centre.
take that? Manasvi, would you take that? Would you believe that the Aam Aadmi Party should be open to the idea of a CBI investigation in these charges?
Yes, that's the point.
Yeah.
They have to be. They don't have an option.
Let me make my point. Will CBI wait for Aam Aadmi Party's note to inquire? Are we asking if from their understanding the accused giving nod for an investigating authority to please investigate?
Inquiry is going on.
That's the CBI's authority. That's the Home Minister's authority. Why don't you do that? Why are you wasting the time of the country?
Anybody by emergency?
Mr. अच्छा तो you're asking आप पूछ रहे हो सत्येंद्र जैन से कि आपकी इंक्वायरी हम कर लें CBI से या ED से?
Inquiry is going on.
No, Mr. Pandey, let Manasvi respond. Let Manasvi respond. Let
ये
Manasvi
मल्टीपल
respond.
चॉइस क्वेश्चन आप दे रहे हो उनको कि CBI चाहिए ED चाहिए कि पुलिस चाहिए. This is not how the agencies function. You don't ask the accused कि कौन सी investigating authority आपको चाहिए. You don't ask an investigating authority ever.
Abhishek,
I don't know what kind of questions these BJP members and supporters are coming up with.
No.
Now the basic question which Mr. Pandey raised previously was that while the veracity of the case is being investigated, we cannot jump into conclusions, but the BJP Karnataka can jump into conclusions. Every morning they jump into conclusions without any investigation.
Manasvi.
If you take a record from
Nobody is jumping into conclusions.
They have done.
Just hold on, Mr. Pandey. Nobody is jumping onto conclusions. There is an inquiry that has been ordered by the Lieutenant Governor, and the Chief Secretary has to submit his report. Last 30 seconds to Mr. Pandey. Quickly, just 30 seconds. I am running out of time. You have to respond to what Manasvi was saying.
Abhishek, 1 minute.
Every day they come out with a press briefing of allegation. No, Abhishek, my question is every day in the morning they come out with
last 30 seconds quickly, Mr. Pandey.
Someone or some party.
Abhishek
but what is the conclusion?
Manasvi Thapar is not understanding the difference between inquiry and investigation. Inquiry is before FIR. Investigation is after FIR. He should read some CRPC.
Okay.
His leaders will go to jail.
All right. Karan, unfortunately, I have run out of time. I have run out of time. Manasvi Irsan, Rajiv Pandey, Karan, I have really run out of time. Thank you. You see, irrespective of whether the conman Sukesh and his charges against Tihar Jail DG, I mean, that's one aspect. Tihar Jail's DG, he's charged him as well. And AAP Satyendar Jain are real or not? Or is it another con job? What is important is that this is no first time that the AAP has come in the whirl of his attack. More importantly, what's happening in Tihar? Even Supreme Court is concerned. Let Delhi and the central government really sort it out. Thanks for watching. And it's over to Deepthi for another aspect of the Morbi story, the bridge collapse in Gujarat. Over to you, Deepthi.
Thank you, Abhishek. And you know, we at Republic believe that unless and until every story reaches a logical conclusion, Abhishek, much like, you know, what you were speaking about the Aam Aadmi Party story, that these are grave allegations, they have to be investigated. Likewise, look at this, 135 lives lost, and you cannot have it, Abhishek, that no one is accountable, that no one is responsible. And that's got to be our top focus on this edition, this leg of the burning question. The big debate also coming up with Ornab. But till now, how has the story moved? How many people have been arrested? That is something that, first up, let's tell our viewers more about, Abhishek. The company is called Oreva. Till now, it has not been named in the FIR. Where are the owners? Where are those who are calling the shots? That is the question that is on top of your mind, the reason why we had our entire investigative team down there on ground zero, trying to get you answers to those and many more questions. And before we debate this and we ask, how is it possible that no one is accountable for these many deaths? Let's quickly bring you up to speed with what our investigative team has found so far.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the Morbi bridge collapse site in Gujarat, met some of the injured persons and held a meeting with local police and district officials. Officials briefed the Prime Minister about the rescue operation at the site where 135 people were killed on Sunday when a British-era suspension bridge on the Machu River collapsed. Before reaching the spot, the Prime Minister conducted an aerial survey of the location. The Prime Minister said a detailed and extensive inquiry to identify all aspects relating to the Morbi bridge collapse tragedy is the need of the hour, as he chaired a high-level meeting to review the situation. He asserted that key learnings from the inquiry must be implemented at the earliest. Meanwhile, in a big Republic impact, police are now looking into the role of Oreva directors in the Morbi tragedy. Republic is the only channel tracking owners of Oreva Group.
This exclusive location is the Oreva farmhouse. This very Oreva farmhouse that belongs to the CEO Jaisubhai Patel, the CEO of Oreva Manufacturing Limited. Oreva Ajanta, remember, are the same company which took the responsibility of maintaining and securing the bridges. Today, Republic has tracked their farmhouse. Their hideout is what we're getting to understand is this, but unfortunately, they're not here. They're not here. We were getting to learn that the guards were present, but the only thing that we see today is a big, fat log.
But the question remains, why still nobody from the group is mentioned in the FIR? Who is shielding Oreva? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So who's accountable? Who's responsible for this tragedy of such a huge proportion? Let me say good evening to Rajiv Pandey, spokesperson of the BJP. Sujata Pandey is also a political analyst, both joining us on the broadcast from Mumbai. Danish Qureshi is a spokesperson for the AIMIM in Gujarat, and Dr. Suman C. Raman is a political analyst completing our panel. To you first, Rajiv, I want to understand that why has your state police in the state of Gujarat not even booked the owners of the company? Where are they?
This right now, this is the stage of investigation. 9 people are arrested. SIT is working on that. Naming somebody without evidence will not help. So right now that SIT is investigating this matter. And
Without
once
evidence?
they find out that...
How many more people have to die, Rajiv, so that you can wake up? How many more people have to die so that you can wake up?
What I'm saying, I think you are not getting my point. What I'm saying that right now it is at investigation stage. Whoever are responsible for this man-made tragedy, I am saying it's a man-made tragedy. 9 people are already arrested. SIT is constituted. SIT is investigating. Now, whoever is responsible for this, Whether they are top boss,
I
Oreva,
hate
or
to do
somebody
this.
else
I
or
hate to do this,
subcontractor.
Sumant and Danish. But the point is, even yesterday we had Tom Vadakkan here on the burning question, and I don't understand. You want to tell me that these ticketing guards, these security guards, and a manager, these are people, Rajiv Pandey, responsible for these 135 murders. Is that what you're telling me?
I am not saying that. I am not saying that. Maybe they have over.
Then who's responsible?
I am saying that prima facie these 9 people are involved in this crime, and after investigation, it will be known that who has given the instruction that you do overbooking.
Sujata, why is Rajiv Pandey today batting for the company? Why is he batting for the owners of the company?
This is very sad. I am not batting for any. I am saying after investigation, everybody will be booked.
It's extremely sad. It's unfortunate.
Everybody will be booked.
We are really angry that you're doing this. Why are you batting for a company that is tinted like this? A company that had zero experience, a company whose directors today are on the run, Rajiv Pandey. Sujata, what are the compulsions that you have the BJP, the government in the state of Gujarat, batting for them? They are shielding them.
Other spokespersons and the official statement released by the government, even the local body also the police commissioner. I mean, all of them have told that there is a SIT which is being constituted, there is a forensic audit which is going on, and this will be completed in 48 hours. So let the report come in, and then there is also one PIL which is already filed in the court for someone who is not satisfied, or someone who is feeling that there is some kind of nexus between the local government, maybe the Oreva or the parties. They can always go and file and have their case. But having said that, nobody is so insensitive that they would like to shield.
I do not know why today you're siding with the Rajiv Pandey, because he's totally not with the people today. The Prime Minister is in Gujarat. The Prime Minister reaches out. He extends that healing touch. But why aren't the agencies, why isn't your Chief Minister in the state of Gujarat following suit? Suman, before I come to you, Danish, why don't you weigh on how you would respond to this lack of response coming in from the state government in Gujarat? Danish.
Look, the issue is very simple. First of all, I want to explain the constitutional definition of accountability. I think state is responsible, and state has to take the care of each and every citizen's life, which has been the people, those who are died in this collapse. Number one is, the problem is what happened in the Morbi. But corruption is there, and corruption made where the legal proceedings are not being followed. That creates the doubt of corruption. Why the legal proceedings are not being followed? And if your corruption takes my life, then who is responsible for it? That means state is responsible for that. Third thing is that if corruption is not been held, why the all proceedings are not been cleared by the local authorities, by the local DRM collectors and all, and beyond that, beyond the norms which are been which have been bounded to be get clearance about the fitness certificate and all, they all are being that all barricades are being cleared without any
let's cut the chase. Why don't you tell me who according to you is responsible?
Let me complete. That's make a huge record. Sorry? State government is responsible, and even responsibility is the secondary thing. Now, state government, BJP government is responsible for this. And secondary thing is that they are not doing even legal proceeding till now. They have arrested the 9 people. Those are not the original culprits. Where is the company? Where is the CEO of the company? Where is the MD of the company? Where is Jaisuk Patel? Why you have not mentioned the FR in the name? They have
Rajiv Pandey, you quickly want to respond to that, and then I'll get in Sumant. Rajiv, quickly, because that's a question directed at you.
Yes, it is directed. First of all, I would like to say that
yes, quickly, please.
Everybody, the kind of human loss has taken place. Everybody is sad. There is no place for politics on this. Now, what I was saying, that investigation, SIT is investigating. And I am saying whoever, within 48 hours, everything, all outcome of the investigation will be out, and then you can question that whether action is taken or not. You cannot say right now that action is not taken. And please, I request you, don't talk about the tone and terror.
You know,
We are
I'll
not for
jog your
punching
memory
back.
a bit. I'll
You are
jog
not
your
talking
memory
about
a
the
bit,
punching bag
Rajiv.
and
You know,
all.
I
This is
hate
not-
to do
this is
this
not good.
because
This
this
not
is
good.
a
This is
tragedy
not
that
good.
is
This is not journalism.
beyond
Don't teach me.
proportions to
This is
whatever
not
we've seen in the
journalism.
country in a
Don't
long,
teach-
long time.
We are more
But
sorry than you.
Sumant, when
No,
you
this
had a
is not a
bridge
way
that
you are
collapsed
talking.
in West
Ma'am, this is
Bengal,
not a way you are
did the
talking,
BJP
sir.
wait for
This
an
is the way-
SIT to
you are
tell
not
us
feeling
who's
guilty that what
responsible?
happened, more than 150 people lost their lives,
Sumant.
and you are talking in this manner on the
Of
national
time they even saw it as an omen, act of God, you know. So I think that there are two issues here. One, even with an election a few months away or hardly 2 months away, if the BJP is so confident of the Gujarat voter that they feel that they can get away by arresting a couple of ticket collectors, I think it just is shocking, and I think it is a comment on the voter of Gujarat that even such a terrible tragedy with 135 lives lost, 45 children. I mean, this would have been a tragedy of national proportions in almost any country. And the only people who've been picked up are security guard and ticket collector. I mean, look,
can I comment, please?
It is extremely unfortunate that, look, it takes less than 24 hours to find out the answers. 1 second,
The law
answers
is
to
toothless. You know,
1
whether
minute.
you have a tragedy, Sujata, that strikes
1 minute,
in Bengal,
1 minute,
a
1 minute.
tragedy that
I
strikes
want to
in
complete
Gujarat
one point.
or anywhere else in the country.
I want to
Every
complete
Sumant
one
just
point.
gets away.
1 point I want to complete,
Quickly,
please. Yeah, my point is very simple.
Yes.
How long does it take to find out who allowed the people onto that bridge? Who was supposed to take that call of opening the bridge? Who took that call? Those are things it will not take more than 15 few hours to find out and establish the guilt.
You're done. Okay, my turn. Thank you. So first is that I think we should put some facts here as well, since we are also, I don't think so that anybody on this panel or people who are hearing you, your viewers, or anybody in this country is so insensitive that they would like to whitewash this. They can't. You can't just get away with this, because somebody has to be held responsible. Somebody has gone. This is a criminal negligence. There is no doubt about it. And if people who are demanding proof for it, that is their
By the
right.
ticket collector.
I did
By
not
whom?
interrupt in between. Please
By
stop
ticket
this
collector?
bit of coming in between. Now this is
Security guard.
Secondly,
Security
he
guard.
said Suman said that some local people have been arrested, or some security guards. No, Mr. Suman. Even the maintenance director has been arrested. Apart from that, there are 8 people who are arrested. Secondly, there is the process.
2 of them are ticket collectors. 2 of them are ticket collectors. Are you aware of that?
He was the one who inaugurated the bridge.
I would want
If a ticket collector can declare the bridge open, what kind of governance is it?
He had a press conference. He put out huge ads in the newspaper, Sujata.
Of course.
Was the administration in Gujarat
and that's
sleeping?
why.
Or were they working in tandem with him?
No, that's why the SIT is constituted. What do you think the SIT is for?
You need an SIT
what we are doing
to prove something that is already in the public
we are becoming
domain.
the judge ourselves. We are becoming the lawyers ourselves, and we are passing the judgment also ourselves. Why can't we wait for 48 hours and see what is the result of the SIT? Secondly, you have to understand one thing.
Sujata, if you have a television screen next to you, look at these images. Look at these images,
Yes,
Sujata. Perhaps
What
this
am I
will
saying?
help you in
I
your
am saying the same
SIT
thing. I am with
investigation,
you.
whatever that might mean. This man,
but he
along with
cuts
his
the ribbon.
entire family,
but
inaugurates
someone cuts
this
the
bridge.
ribbon.
It was the municipality in Morbi that signed a contract with him for 15 years.
Responsible for a country
Without him,
are not
Sujata,
the same
having
thing.
zero experience in maintenance of such bridges and structures, Sujata. You're telling me you need an SIT Rajiv Pandey
That is
to
why the
investigate
forensic
this?
audit has been
You're giving him a long rope so that he can run away.
Secondly,
Rajiv Pandey,
nobody can run away, and that is. So
Rajiv
do you
Pandey,
really
you've
think
been
the
telling us
government
the
is so
BJP is really
foolish?
different.
No, do you think that the government is so foolish
Why
that
are you
they will
protecting
whitewash
this man?
everybody and say nobody cause this is the act of God?
Rajiv
No,
Pandey,
it won't
why
happen.
are you protecting this man?
Nobody is protecting anybody, I have to tell you. Then secondly, you have to acknowledge while we
I want Rajiv to respond, Sujata. Sujata, why don't you let Rajiv speak up?
I'm only saying, to Sivansi Raman, you have made 3 lies. You are saying only 2 guards are arrested. There are 9 people are arrested. In that one, director is arrested, manager is arrested.
Rajiv, why don't you answer my question? Why are you not arresting this man, Rajiv? Why is the FIR not naming this man?
One or two
Why
are
has he not
security
been booked,
guards.
Rajiv Pandey?
The others are also manager at that level.
You are a very senior person.
Sumant, 1 second. Sumant,
speak over a person. Can I make my point?
Let's listen to Rajiv, please.
speaking in between.
You are not
have to
allowing
stop
me
him.
to speak. I am
He
saying
misquoted
there are
me.
only
He
2 things.
misquoted me. It is my
Rajiv
duty to
Pandey,
correct
can you
him.
please go ahead and answer that question,
Because
Rajiv?
nobody speaks in
Yeah, I'm
between you,
answering.
and then you jump in
Prima facie,
every
it
argument.
I didn't misquote
Prima
anybody.
facie, it looks. You are lying. Just wait.
Have some patience,
saying
Sujata.
there were
Sujata,
9
let
people
please Rajiv
arrested.
respond to this.
9 people are arrested, and I am saying within 48 hours the investigation result will come out. And I am saying whoever is responsible for this man-made tragedy will face the consequences. And I am saying on your channel there are 2 kinds of things. One is
No,
omission
I
and one
don't
is commission.
understand. I don't understand
just
what
you
is
will have to
stopping
wait.
you from arresting this man, from naming him in the FIR. See, unless he is close to the BJP netas, as the opposition alleges. Why are you protecting him, Rajiv Pandey? I don't understand.
SIT should take a call, or you should take a call. SIT should take a call who is the investigating agencies, or you should take a call.